skill issue.
Right?
I hate to say it, I have no idea where Carol is. Ha! Oh. Wait, why am I so small? What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the stream. How we doing, how we feeling? I hope everyone is having an awesome day so far. I'm pretty excited about today's stream because we're going to be on the hardcore, obviously doing Zamorak, but before that, we're actually going to be looking at the Sanctum of Rebirth for the very first time, which is pretty important. It's pretty huge. It's pretty crazy because that's the big PvM drop of this year. That's the biggest PvM update of this whole year. So yeah, welcome everybody. I hope everyone is well. Hope everyone's doing good. We've got the RuneScape stream open, so nothing to worry about there. I don't think I'm gonna bother like making potions or anything on the other monitor. We're all good. We're all chill. And yeah, I'm super excited. I hope that the reveals are interesting or good. I've never seen your intro before. Hilarious. Thank you. I'm actually like looking to make some changes to it because it's been the same for too long. But yeah, welcome everyone. I hope everyone's doing well. Hello, Monsieur Jack. How's it going? But yeah, I'm definitely excited about this one. I'm gonna take notes, and just make sure that yeah, we're in a good spot for this. I'm super excited, man. I was like, wait, is that today? I was doing other stuff. I was game jamming, and I was like, wait, we will game jam later. Do I know how long till the stream begins? Yeah, it's 12:01. I believe Mod Hooli is running it. So on a Hooli time, my guess is it will be starting in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Try not to flame clue scrollers again. Okay, Matthias, I want you to know that I was making a joke, and I like very clearly outlined that it was a joke, and I am allowed to do that. I'm just putting that out there. I think it's really important that like if I say I actually have nothing against clue scrollers, and then you go, yeah, but you said, brother, I'm looking at you and talking to you. You don't need to do that. It's okay. What is game jamming? I am helping out kind of as a consultant with some game jam projects, which is really cool. It's my first time ever getting to work with devs like closely like this, other than when I'm in person. And it's been really, 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 really fun. Especially yesterday was awesome. But yeah, for now, we got gaming to do.
Welcome to this week's RuneScape's live stream. I know. 2 weeks in a row. Who are we?
I'm so happy they're doing this, by the way. Tuner is so
we're
good.
Here, we're back. You may notice a weird title. We're here for a live show called Right Click Examine. It's a new thing we're trying. We wanted kind of like a escapey way to basically say this is something where we're going to go into detail on something that's
right click
development
examine.
or a concept and
okay.
ask for your feedback and give you things that we would love your take on. So you'll see it here. You'll see it on the blog. We'll see how it goes.
Have to make the
joke.
joke.
You think of it, but
all right,
felt like
done
a
with
very
the joke.
way to do it. So today, as I mentioned, this is all about putting our player-involved development promise into practice for the first time since we made the roadmap announcement. So what we're going to do today is we're going to give you a look at some of the design involved in our upcoming boss dungeon, known as the Sanctum of Rebirth.
I'm so excited.
And we're going to ask for your feedback on certain elements of it.
Oh, I can do that.
This is going to help us shape the development and obviously make sure we're making decisions that feel really exciting and really right to you as players. This isn't the usual reveal stream from us.
I'm trying to turn it up. It is just quiet.
We don't normally do this.
It's just quiet.
That means, just to set some expectations.
Yeah, I'm max.
This isn't going to be like a full fat content-wide look at the content today. This is still in development, right? We're bringing you into this. And we're also focusing in on areas that we think are most important to share in development where a player's perspective can have the most impact and importance. So you're going to see some things today that are most relevant to that. There's plenty more to talk about, and we'll show you those closer to release, which is a bit more traditional. So let's introduce some of the folks behind the Sanctum of Rebirth for this project. Allow me to welcome back the regular faces first, who joined us last week, of Mod Sponge.
Let's get it.
Hello.
Wait, why do Sponge and Ryan get their ads, and Mod Pigeon gets junior content dev?
You're getting it on. And then also, Mod Pigeon. Hello, Mod Pigeon.
Hello.
I can't
I don't think I've had the pleasure of doing a stream with you yet as well, so it's great to have you on and to talk all things Sanctum of Rebirth. So, right, Sanctum of Rebirth. On that note, let's set the scene a little. Some people may have a good impression if you were with us for the roadmap stream last week, but just in case people didn't catch it or maybe are forgetting, can you first give us a quick overview of what is the Sanctum of Rebirth?
That's for you, Sponge or Pigeon. One of you can cover that.
Guys, we actually haven't started it yet.
Damn streaming services. So the Sanctum of Rebirth, it is a what we're calling a boss dungeon, I think at the moment. I think that's the work in progress name for it. Essentially, it's a piece of combat content where you'll fight multiple bosses, essentially in a row, like an elite dungeon. But once you've kind of control the trash in between, yeah, that's the highest level possible description of what the Sanctum is.
It is
probably. And sorry, I will add because it's probably worth mentioning. The Sanctum of Rebirth is the whole building, but we specifically are entering part of it for what we are currently the same name. It's called Sanctum of Rebirth as the dungeon name, but yeah. So it's just very worth mentioning that the dungeon is part of the place. We can obviously talk about that later, but it does mean you can come to this place for more than just this piece of content.
So it means the skilling boss is there too.
This is how this is going to go. This is what happens when we go in development. So yeah. So who is this content for? Like, if you're watching this and you're kind of a PvM noob and you're kind of at low level, should you probably be switching off the stream right now? Is this just the hardcore? Who's it for?
All right, bye guys. No, I'm kidding.
So we're looking primarily towards the mid to high end player, so those of you who are already familiar with Elite Dungeons, but we want everyone to get involved. So strictly speaking, if you've not yet gotten into combat for a reason, we kind of want this to be what entices you in. But I think, once again, we can talk about that a bit later.
Okay, that's interesting.
Okay, cool. And I guess, like, something that's probably important for all these projects that we talk about in development, why did we choose this content? What do we want this to ultimately add to the game for the people it's aimed for?
We want them to feel something.
I'll take it. Yeah, so sorry, yeah, we can coordinate. Yeah, so it's ultimately it's progressing the game in a direction that we've learned a lot from. As we will go into detail in a minute, we'll start talking about some of the stuff we've learned with recent boss encounters, or just recent combat in general. So obviously combat modernization, etc. And we know as players, you want more boss encounters. We also know, depending on the player type, the types of boss encounters you want. Like, there are players out there who want the super hard, the really high enraged content. For what it's worth, that is not this. But yeah, we know that there are different audience types, so we're kind of trying to find a way to. We understand that Elite Dungeons were a really cool concept. There are a lot of they are engaged with quite highly, but also there are plenty of comments we've seen over the years of things like, "Oh, I wouldn't mind doing Elite Dungeons if I don't have to keep running the dungeon." Similarly, things like, "Oh, I'd love to just fight bosses." We learned a lot with Zamorak, right? When we changed it so you could fight Zamorak. So I guess the short answer is, because I don't give short answers usually, the short answer is, going forward, we want to test a few new things, give you the boss encounters you want, give you new rewards, and as I say, learning from previous releases, not just recent ones like Vorkath and Raziel, etc., but going as far back as we see it fitting.
Okay.
Yeah, that's kind of the short answer.
By the way, chat, get used to awkward pauses. We haven't scripted this. We have a rough outline of what we want to take you through today, but this is meant to be a more casual stream, so bear with us on that.
Are they using
we'll get used to it. I'm going to start trying to have a beeswax moment or something like that.
Okay, I think I know why the pauses are happening.
Right, anyway, getting off topic,
I'll talk about it
we are here to talk about some specific areas of Sanctum. So we kind of set up a little bit about what it is, difficulty levels, group content.
No. I think it's the program they're using.
Kind of, filler cut elite dungeon take, now known as a boss dungeon. So let's talk about the first thing I know you were keen to cover today, a proposal around the death system for normal mode.
Okay, yeah.
Firstly, what is this proposal that we want to run past?
Please be resurrection. It's the Sanctum of Rebirth.
Yeah,
it'd
be
perfect.
Cover that if that's all right, Sponge Pigeon. Yeah, so if you've ever spoken to me before, you probably heard me talk about this, but RuneScape has one of these, I wouldn't say problems, but if you engage in any content and you die, you have a lot of negative backwards progression, right? You engage in some content, let's just say Raksha comes out, you start engaging in it, you die, you pay death costs, you go back, This is okay for some players. Players are used to this. They like the challenge. They like to get through it. But equally on the flip side, there are plenty of players who do this, hit the wall, and then don't go back at all, and they just disengage with the encounter entirely.
Agree.
This also can have a knock-on effect of disengaging in not just that encounter, but any other encounters. So we want to try like change the norm for like how death works. Using this example, this content as an example, we want to explore possible options of things like normal mode. If you die, maybe potentially you just fall over. You know, you're in a downed state for however long, let's say 15 seconds, just as an example, before you stand back up. So it's essentially like a respawn time. So what does this mean? It basically means, is there a version where normal mode is essentially you will get through it, but it will take longer because you're
No matter
penalized,
what.
should I say, by
Oh,
your
I love
downtime
that.
of being quite literally down.
Actual Fortnite reboot,
But you will
man.
get through it. So the difference between your average player and, like, say, your expert player is your average player might take 10 minutes to do the fight because they were downed, let's for argument's sake, 20 times. But your good player gets through it in, say, 2 minutes. So it changes this idea that encounters are
I love
only
that
for
because it changes the
people who are
progression from
really good.
non-linear to
Instead,
linear.
it's the encounters are for everyone, but the time investment is different.
No, there's no story mode.
That's kind of a short answer.
How would that
I
work
don't know if
for
anyone else wants to add to that
How does that
before I
work for
elaborate
hardcore?
on a few points.
No, I think you smashed that, mate.
I guess one question that will come straight in for chat, and I'm seeing a lot of opinions on it already. So, is this something we're only exploring for normal mode, or is this something we're also trying to broach the idea of coming to hard mode?
So, I think this is a conversation we'd like to have with yourselves, players. There's a whole range of, like, we can talk about normal mode, hard mode, story mode. Some people will say like challenge modes. There's loads of different concepts of modes. I think the idea would be these mechanics, we can push and pull them however we like. So normal mode is very forgiving. The idea is everyone can do it. It will just take you time. We could make hard mode have no revives if we think that's the best option. We could allow you to have maybe one respawn per person, something like that. There are versions that we could do, because maybe going forward we find, using the example right now, at the moment we are only talking about normal mode, but it doesn't mean we couldn't make hard mode have like one respawn or one life, or longer respawn time. Loads of different conversations, because it does open up room for like challenge modes, which are nothing, you know.
I asked about
You're dead,
hardcore.
you're dead, you're out. But that's just an example. Yeah, so we are only talking about normal mode right now for reference to everyone. Hard mode would be exactly what you expect in the live game right now. Yeah.
I have a few questions of my own on this that kind of to dig into this, but there's some coming through from chat I just want to bring in. We want this to another thing about these streams is we're going to try, instead of saving all the questions to the end, we want them to be a little bit more back and forth. We've got to keep some flow going. You know, we've got things to get through, but we do want to try and bring more of your conversation in as we go, so bear with us. This question here, do we have any thoughts on at this stage of the design, kind of, would it affect the reward system? Would there be any impact to getting downed versus a kind of an immaculate clear? Anything we've got thinking about that right now? Wow, my words today. Have we been thinking about that?
I doubt it.
I think that's affecting loot. That's something where if it was
Because you're
a
double
mechanic
dipping.
in hard mode, it'd be more likely. I don't think that's a likely thing that we'd want to explore for normal mode. When we're trying to make it easier to get into, remove the kind of the barriers from getting players to start doing combat. It doesn't really make sense to then have
losing time is already losing
fucked
loot.
it up.
So
You
if you
didn't get
lose
through it
loot too,
properly, so
you
here's
lose it
only like
twice,
10% of loot,
basically.
right?
It's the same thing. It doesn't really matter. It's just twice
I don't
versus
think
once.
it makes too much sense. Obviously, take community feedback on that as well. But yeah, my gut instinct on that would be it would just be the punishment is that you've been downed for an extra 15 seconds, an extra 30 seconds. How many times you've been downed? You've just been sat there. You've not been killing the boss, right? So a good player is going to kill the boss, say 30 times an hour, purely hypothetical, whereas you've only killed it 10 times in an hour, and that's your punishment. I don't know if the other two.
I really like this, by the way,
thoughts
for
on
new
that?
players. I'll talk about it more later, but I think this is awesome. They need to do more of this.
Inherently, I guess, elaborating on what Sponge said, time is the cost. That is the penalty.
Hey!
I don't know. Of course, I don't know our our audience in the Twitch chat, but for every like great player out there, there is someone who is equally new to combat. You know, on the entire like what's the word? Graph?
I'm
Not a
just
graph.
like putting
But
support
yeah,
because
so
if
there
people
are
are angry about
players,
it,
Spectrum, thank you.
it's
There are
smart.
players who are very new.
It's
very,
a great system.
you know, just getting into combat. And there's the other side. There are players who are experts. So this mechanic is more aimed at those who aren't necessarily as good but want to get better. Just for some, like, I should have got some data before the stream. I apologize, but for those of you out there that maybe, you know, you're killing Raksha in a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, there are people out there killing Raksha in 8 minutes, 9 minutes, 10 minutes. So even just that as a comparison, you know, if you're doing 2-minute kills and someone's doing 10-minute kills, they're already doing something like Raksha 5 times as long as you, which means that they're getting 5 times less kills. You know, an hour, they're already getting, you know, their investment of time. We don't necessarily need to then nerf their drop rates. So yeah, I think as well, just to clean up a bit on the chat, Hooli, I think, yeah, in general, this is the sort of mechanic we'd like to test. I think definitely for normal mode. Like, I think hard mode will probably stay untouched, just based on what people are even saying in the comments. Hard mode will be what you expect. You go in, you die, you die. The difference that we might propose is, I think that's it. That's probably the short of it. This is kind of, I think, I will talk to this a bit more. I think going forward, what we want to do is, we know there are plenty of people who want more combat content. We know there are plenty of people who love combat but struggle to get into it. We learned a lot with Necromancy's release. Like, a lot more people got into combat. A lot more people picked up PvM encounters. But at a high level, there are a number of PvM encounters that, like, for argument's sake, I've way less engaged with than others. Mostly, in a lot of cases, can either be group bosses, or bosses which are, let's say, like, use Ambassador as an example. Because you can solo the content, it is a hard solo boss, though. So it's about, like, bridging this gap, because there are plenty of people who want to learn, but they really struggle to, and there are some people who don't have the time or investment to get into it. So ultimately, we just want to find a way to create a mechanic that allows you to sort of bridge that gap. I think that's the brief summary.
That's
No,
interesting.
it's interesting as well seeing chat. Like, we love this, seeing just the conversation, the way you all go as
I
different
wonder if that
experts
reinforces
of
bad habits.
PvM, or not, as the case may be if you're in chat. But just seeing how you're taking it and thinking about all these things. You know, one of the key themes I've seen come through the chat is AFK. Do you have any concerns about the impact of that encouraging AFK bossing?
Oh, that's smart. Yeah, because what if people just
you know, people who don't really care about being as quick as possible and just want
dying
the lowest
100
effort.
times? But
Do we think that matters? Is that a problem? What's our kind of initial thoughts on that at the moment?
I think for other encounters, if it was to go through, then AFK could be a concern. If it was like something like Raziel, I don't think with the designs of the encounters in this content, AFK is a concern. I think that's how I'd word it. I'm not worried about players AFK in this content.
that's good.
Gotcha. Interesting. I guess one of the important things is,
I didn't even think about
obviously
that.
we're broaching this to talk about feedback. We've got some things to show you coming up as well, by the way. This isn't just smooth.
Can make
forward-talking
mechanics
heads.
aren't AFKable. Yeah, but
On this one,
if
what
you
is it
can't
mainly
die,
you want to hear
how?
from players, and what do you want to know about their feelings towards the system? Is it just a simple, hey, I like this, or I like this if it considers XYZ? Like, what kind of feedback are you looking for most, players?
I can start off, but you guys can jump in afterwards, maybe. So first and most broadly, we want all your feedback. It's all going to be relevant, whether we, well, in whatever form it takes. So broadly, is the proposal something you're interested in? I'm sure you're giving your feedback right now, but we'd like to hear it later as well. Would you still want to be able to fail the encounter? So one thing we didn't discuss is, like, if
I think
all
there
of you
should be a
fail,
max
if all
amount
of you
of
die,
fails.
would you all just wait to respawn? Or maybe that's a fail state and you have to redo that boss? And yeah, maybe I'll open up to Ryan and Sponge.
Yeah. Feedback on everything. We are always welcome. Everything, all positive and negative. We'd love to discuss things. I think ultimately we're just looking to advance, improve opportunities for players to get into combat encounters. As I'm sure you've heard enough from myself and Sponge for sure over the last 6-12 months, improving combat for everyone likely means more combat updates for everyone. If more people are interested in PvM, the more likelihood is that we can get more bosses out there and stuff, as an example. So your feedback is critical here. We would love to hear from those of you. Like, if you're going to give some feedback relevant to like the dev system, we'd love to know what type of player you are as well. Like, if, for example, like you say, oh, I kill all bosses, I've got all of this sort of stuff. It'd be good to get context to.
I
like,
haven't
your
died on a
feedback,
hardcore
like
in
who you are as a
20,000
player.
kill count. I don't
Do
think
you
they
already
should bother
struggle
with
in
this
these or
death
not?
system.
Just
don't
very
die.
useful to us.
No, I'm
Because, of
kidding.
course, we have a lot of data behind the
It's
scenes,
not hard.
but we
I
don't
didn't
have
die.
your views and opinions based on the player types that you are.
Surely no one has ever died.
Sponge, anything to add, or you feel that covers everything?
Nah,
Alright,
I think you're good, mate.
perfect. Well, what I will say is there will be this information will be on RuneScape.com right after the show, including where to give feedback. I know loads of you have already been getting involved in the chat, which we'd love to see. We're also going to be taking a look at this chat both during and after the show to get your takes. Don't worry, this won't be lost. But we're going to have some clear destinations where it's best to give your feedback, and you can actually get involved and maybe even interact with the developers on the stream at some point as they are working on the project too. On that note, we have two more things we want to run past you today, both of which are going to be testable in a beta, which is pretty freaking exciting. I'm really excited about what we're betaing. I think we kind of alluded to it on the roadmap stream. It's all a blur. I just remember we're so back and the rest is out of my brain at this point. Can you run us through what this beta is?
Okay.
And let's talk firstly about the weapon side of things. What is it we're planning to bring to the beta? What are we planning to test?
Yeah, cool. So yeah, I'll cover this.
Should we bring up the game
yeah,
as well, by the way?
yeah, it's probably worth it.
they're gonna show it.
Like Uli alluded to, we're running a beta for the tier 95 magic weapons, and essentially we want your feedback on kind of what you guys want from them. We've got 2.5 effects is how I'd word it, for the weapons. So we'd like to know what you like about the effects.
Ugly. This
what you
probably
think
isn't
could be
the actual
improved,
model, guys. Don't worry.
other ideas for how you'd like to see magic evolve.
It looks like a beach ball. It's probably not the actual.
And yeah, that's kind of the core of the beta. It's essentially what do you guys want from this reward space, really?
This
yeah,
scares
that's
me a
the-
bit
Wait,
because
so
I don't know that the
So what you're telling me
community
is
can
we're
balance the game.
dropping tier 95 dual wield magic weapons.
But we'll see what happens.
In
The devs can
Sanctum of
filter though.
Rebirth, there will be a reward you can have from that. But before we do that, you can go into a beta and there's going to be 2.5 variants, as you put it, 3 different
Correct.
variants that you can access, and we're going to let players playtest and basically tell us which one they most want to see turn into our actual final release item. Is that pretty much a good summation?
I think that's a good core
It's pretty
of it.
freaking cool. I'm so excited about this.
We're not. I wouldn't say we're precious about any of these, and players quite often have better ideas even than we do. So it'll be fun to see how they evolve, and fun to see, yeah, what bits players like, what they don't like.
So let's go through them. Are you able to run through? Give us a
Oh, we're
little
gonna
sneak
see them.
preview.
Oh yeah.
So firstly, the beta, I believe, is happening on the 28th. Is that correct? 28th of May, running to the 6th of June. Is that right?
But that's soon.
That sounds about right.
That's
and
really
that makes
soon.
Me feel
Let me
like,
check my news post, but yes, I believe those are the dates.
I need to get some fixes in for a couple of bugs for it, but yeah, yeah.
Okay, so that's
correct.
target.
Yep. So Ryan, if you
Oh,
spin
Azana
to the
just
left,
told me the 30th, so I was
Okay,
basically
there
trying
you
to force you into an early release.
rush it
Sponge,
forward.
So it's the
That gives me an
30th.
extra 2 days. That's fine. That's fine.
There you go. There you go. So yeah,
Ryan,
let's
if you
run through
spin
these.
Over... Yeah. I'll take
Yeah.
you through it. Ryan, if you spin over
Okay.
to the left start for a start, just so we can see the NPC.
Oh yeah, my
The
bad.
guys in chat. I've
Actually,
had an
can we
NPC.
stop just before we go into this? 1 second. There's some people in chat. I think we forget sometimes working in development. There's some people who are like, what are we seeing? Is this a final item? There's some people asking like, what are the names of the items? Do you want to just explain what we're working with first before we even go into each of the concepts? Like, what is it that people are going to be picking up and finding in the beta?
Right, so they're very much whip items, using placeholder assets. You can see I've
There's
just
work
pulled
in
over the
progress.
dungeoneering ones so that you guys don't have the final models in. Each of them has their own set of effects, and yeah, they are very much work in progress. There is more than likely some bugs of them. I don't really want to fully flesh out and make 3 full sets of tier 95s just for you guys to go, these suck, make new ones. So we'll get some testable prototypes in that you guys can play around with, and then we'll kind of go
Yeah,
from
I
there.
think I love that word prototype. Like, for any of you who have never gone through something like this before, and this will be a first time kind of seeing kind of in progress items, that big grey blob of a wand that you saw is not the design of the T95 weapon. We might give you a sneak peek of that later, but that is not the design. That is just something to essentially visually be a placeholder for a conceptual design. It's not the final products by any means. So if you're joining us, just be aware
Those
of
look
that.
like baking utensils.
Anyway,
I'll,
sorry, Sponge. I'll let you give the information people want now, which is the set effects.
I was going to quickly cover some beta stuff, Sponge, while I have control
Oh,
and
go
I
for
can
it.
talk about it. Yeah, so reiterating, everything is placeholder, everything is work in progress. You can give any feedback you like. If anyone worked with us on the combat beta, you'll know that when we put something in the beta, we are happy to change it. It does not mean this is it. So, things like the passive effects, the names, anything, by all means, just give us the feedback. I will reiterate it because I think it's important, because we had it a lot in the combat beta previously where people said, oh my god, they're changing this, and it's what you see is a completely just an option. We might do none of it. Sponge has added a nice NPC in the PvM hub for this beta specifically, who sells all the wands for free. Wand and orb, and then just a bunch of other useful items, such as if you remember from the Guardian's gift.
Hey, that's
these,
sick.
Gizmo.
That's actually wicked.
Shells, which are costless. Just it's a quick version that we can put in your hands that allows you to get some of the perks you want. It's not. You still have to go for a bit of the re-rolling stuff, but it's the quick and easy that we can put on the beta for you right now. Long term, we'd like to do more beta support features, so whenever we run a beta, everything is there. But here's just a quick example. That's the short of it. So in terms of the things, as Sponge mentioned, there are 2.5. You might say, how they're 2.5? There are 3, but 2 of them are very similar. They share an effect that's slightly different. And Sponge wanted to give you all the options.
Okay.
So Sponge, if you want to talk through the first one, I will.
Oh
I think it's
man.
insatiable.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Insatiable, yeah. I can talk a bit about the problem with magic first to kind of explain this. But
wow.
magic in general, it has a very high burst playstyle right now, where you hit the peak, where you slam your sunshine, you solar everything all in one go, and then you just plummet.
We called this.
So the first 1.5 designs are intended to kind of fill that lull where you're kind of not doing anything, and get you back to using thresholds, using ultimates when you're not just in your burst phase. I'll read it out in case you can't read the stream for whatever reason. But essentially, using non-basic abilities grants you stacks, and your basic abilities consume the stacks. When you do this, your basics generate extra adrenaline. I think right now it's at 25% extra, so that will be from 8 to 10. Yeah. It's worth noting that, again, all the numbers in this are placeholder. We care more about how you guys feel about these, not how powerful they are. It's very easy to make something more or less powerful. It's much harder to get the feel right. So we very much want your feedback more on the feel than the power.
I feel decent about that.
And then when you have both items equipped, whenever you consume one of those stacks, we reduce the cooldown of your wild magic by 6 seconds. The idea is you kind of get into a phase of casting wild magic or some other ability, going basic, then into another threshold, basic, your wild magic's back up, and you kind of get into this more threshold spam.
Where you're spamming wild magic. See, I like that it unties magic from spamming
I'm
EOFs.
sure some of the top-end PvMers on there are going to see charging and freak out, because I know
we can't force it.
It's quite vocal. A lot of people don't like the charging mechanic.
Chat are definitely asking about charging.
That means you can't force it.
There you go. Again, this isn't set in stone. This is more...
Oh, man.
We want players to get a feel for the weapons as a soul item, not I'm going to for soul, then I'm going to switch to these for one cycle and start doing my thing. We want these weapons to feel nice standalone.
So you'd camp these after Fasoa,
There very much is a chance we'll pull charging off, but we want these to feel good.
They're
As they
doing
are
it to make it
without
feel good, but it's gonna make it feel worse
just being a switch
with
weapon.
Fasoa. That's the only thing. Like, you can camp these in
So I don't know
Fasoa,
if you
but
wanna
to
give
never
those a
be
bit of a
able to
play
Magma Tempest,
and
it
kind of show
just
the
feels
Oh, yeah,
weird.
refreshing.
That's my one thing.
Yeah, so non-basic abilities generate stacks. We will asphyx.
Fasoa EOF, yeah.
Zach's head there. I love this placeholder icon.
That's true. Oh no.
Cool. So you're at 2, and now if you cast like a rack or
No,
something,
it's not gonna be less switchscape, Mika. You're just
see
gonna
that
switch
you,
to a Fasoa
should
EOF to
consume them
Fasoa,
and gain extra.
and then switch to a
extra
different
gem.
EOF for your specs. It doesn't make it less switches.
And then if you repeat the same
It makes it the
with
same
wild
amount
magic
of switches.
and then cast a basic, you'll see wild magic's cooldown just chunks off. And if you do it again, bang, it's back up. So you can very much
Oh,
get into
man.
a
Okay.
spam of wild magic, which is pretty fun.
We'll have to think about that.
Let me do this. Sorry, I'm not a mage.
Would-
Yeah. So my wild magic, I'll just rack, bust, and you can already see wild magic's down to 3 seconds. Yeah, that's the base version.
hmm
It's lovely to
Um,
see chat already like debating things already, which is awesome. Remember, just want to stress, you'll hear me say this a lot of the stream, because it's something you're not used to us from us as much, I know. This is very much an in-development project that we're putting in front of you to get your exact feedback, so thank you.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's bad,
for
but
many of you
I have
get that in
questions.
chat,
I
I
have
know,
a
but
lot
for
of
those of you
questions.
who are not used to this from us, yes, this is actually a thing we're trying. We promise this isn't kind of we're doing this, but we kind of want your feedback near the end of the project. With limited time, we actually have built this into the project, so we're really excited to be doing this with you.
Yeah, some other examples here as well. When we put this on the beta, it's hard to cover as designers or try to explain as much, but sometimes, how do I phrase it? Sometimes you, as a player, you might think that's obvious. Why did they miss that? But sometimes we do it purposely in an example of like testing, because we allow you to express the feelings that you have. It's a
Yeah.
lot easier for you to express what you don't like in a lot of cases
It's
than what you
interesting
do.
though.
So just putting charging on it, you saw how many people said don't do charging. It's kind of a way of gathering feedback. Sometimes we can, like, if we have an idea of what people think, we can still put it in a certain scenario and you can react to it.
I have so many
as an
thoughts about
example
this.
as well, it's not covered here, but at the moment, 2 stacks is the max. If you were all playing with this and you found that like you'd rather be able to get more than 2 stacks, you know, maybe that's some feedback you want to propose. Again, it's kind of like purposeful. Because you know you might come up with ideas, or maybe asphyx wouldn't it be cool if there were 6 stacks max and asphyx did 2 per asphyx, therefore you get 6 stacks, and then you know wild magic is, you know, there's loads of different versions of it. It's kind of like giving you the idea and you coming
Chat's
back to
making
us
my
and
head
saying
hurt.
like how you'd change it. Yeah, that's number 1. I will move to number 2 purely in the essence of time because we have a whole bunch of stuff we'd like to talk about.
Yes, we do, yeah.
Sweet, I'll move over. So there's Destruct Wand and Orb. It's exactly the same effect, except you'll notice the difference is that consuming Insatiable has a 25% chance to refresh the cooldown instead. So this is a bit more RNG related rather than guaranteed. So like previously, the one we were just testing reduced the cooldown of Wild Magic by 6 seconds. This one has a 25% chance to refresh it. So it does mean in a regular rotation, if I use Wild Magic, let's hope it procs.
it's
It
more
procs then.
random.
Perfect. So I just Wild Magic, chained Wild Magic.
And then you can see. Ooh.
So that's like an RNG approach to it.
I wonder
we know
what I
that a lot of
prefer.
definitely a lot of high-level players do talk a bit about like randomness being good. Again, good randomness is good and bad depending on how you use it.
I like
yeah,
structure
that's a slightly
more.
different
I think
version. That's why it's 2.5.
both are fine, but I like the
Sponge, I don't
structure.
want to add anything there.
It's kind of exploring that reactive gameplay element that Magic doesn't really have. Magic's very linear as a style. So seeing where we can add that as an example, like we said before, the numbers aren't set in stone. They're very much all just kind of at a baseline, so that once we get a feel for what you guys like, we can up or down the numbers. But being something reactive in RNG, it's likely that we'd have more wiggle room for more power on this sort of thing. So it could be, as an example, when it procs, your next Wild Magic's enhanced,
man.
and the cooldown's refreshed, something like that. So you kind of get these big reactive gameplay elements that really reward you for reacting in time.
Just to let you know,
Yeah.
Sponge, at the moment, it's 100%.
Yeah. I know there's a bug in for that. Don't worry. It's
I was
100%.
going to say, there's no way I'm that lucky that I just
That's the
rocked
best
every
type of
single time.
RNG, right?
If you are, go buy a lottery ticket.
A
Yeah.
lot of wild magicking happening. But here's the thing: I would love to be
Sweet.
wild magician.
And
You know?
then would you like to talk about the third and
All right, let's look at the third one.
third one?
Yes. So the third one, I can't remember what it's called. Corruption, that's right. Which is a little on theme. But essentially, this is a dot-based set, but in a different kind of way. So the single item equipped just ups the damage of your combust and corruption blast. Again, placeholder numbers right now. Again, you guys can give feedback on what you consider dot. Stuff like Magma Tempest does a bit like, is this a dot? Is it not? It's kind of in between. It could, but it also really isn't.
So
But then it
magic
gets really
bleed
interesting
build.
with the second effect, and it's a lot of fun to play around with this one. So whenever one of your dots hits a target, you start building stacks between 1 and 100, and then at different thresholds, you gain different effects. The tooltip's bugged at the moment, so I can tell you what it does.
Okay.
So from 1 stack onwards, your damage over time abilities have a chance to empower, which makes them do all their damage instantly.
I like
and
that.
then refresh the cooldown as well. So you've just seen that there. Ryan combusted. It did all the hit splats at one go, and then refreshed the cooldown. Again, so you get
Wait.
a reactive element where you can start
That's way cooler.
with a string of good luck. You can start spamming it off. You can
I think
combo
that's
it
cooler.
to almost guarantee it with greater chain. Little bits like that. The 25 stack effect adds flat damage onto basically all your abilities. So this will be a flat damage. Currently, the number is based off of the number of stacks you have and your magic level. So this, again, synergizes really well with small hits, damage over time, Magma Tempest, bits like that. Once you start building up to a large amount of stacks, you can get some huge combusts going off.
Okay, but
and then at 50 stack,
wait, but
built
Magma Tempest, we
into,
can't use Magma Tempest. There's charging on
current
this.
maximum,
Wait, you can't.
which will
We can't use Magma Tempest.
cause your
with this,
basic
though.
ability to start generating adrenaline over time. So if you do a big ultimate or an omni power or something, go down to 0, then cast like a rack, you'll get the initial 8%, but then you'll start generating over time as well. So yeah, it's a dot focus set, but in a different kind of way, not really like the melee form. It's kind of more of a combo and RNG, or reactive. I think reactive is probably a better way of framing it than RNG.
I like that more.
Again,
I think I like this more.
All the numbers there completely within feedback limits. It could be 30% chance, it could be 1% chance, it could be 75% chance to refresh. Just trying to get that.
Maybe they're
going
gonna
to
change Magma
into combat.
Yeah, this seems
for
more
reward players,
interesting.
for making use of the tools that as they come up.
Conscious
it
of
is
time,
worth.
because we've got one more.
Oh, yeah, go for it.
Oh, sorry.
Go for it.
No, Sponge, if it's important, please go.
I was going to say, so the current plan is for them to have special attacks as well.
Oh, Jesus.
But we don't want to design those until we kind of know what set effect we're going with. So as an example, if the corruption one was chosen, we could do a special attack.
This
that is some
precedent
form
of
dot,
every
so that
new
then
weapon having a
synergizes in with
passive
it.
and a spec.
If the
I don't
insatiable
know
one was
about it,
chosen,
man.
we can maybe have a special attack that you get to cast multiple times, so you can keep gaining those stacks from a single source.
Wait,
So,
Magma's lit up in their
you've
book.
been given a run through of those 3 concepts. Again, these will all be listed on news posts. We are looking for you to get hands-on with these. There's a beta on May 30th running to June 6th. You're going to have the opportunity to get stuck in. We're also going to let you know how to
but
give
G-Conk is
feedback
not.
on these things
Wait.
and help us kind of
Wait,
make design
wait, and
decisions around where we
G-Sonic
take
is.
these. So stay tuned for kind of
I think
an
they've
evolving
switched it.
conversation on those
They've
once
made
the
it a
beta gets
staff.
started. Not this Thursday, but next
Yeah,
Thursday.
it's literally a staff.
Conscious that, one, we want to sneak you a little bit of an in-development preview of Sanctum of Rebirth.
Oh, no.
But 2, there's one more subject we have to go on
Surely
over
it's
that
fine.
will also be
Leaked. It's a staff.
tested in the beta. This is a very provisional idea as I understand it. And for those who are really eagle-eyed in stream, I never doubt a RuneScape player. Like, from the word go, I've seen people spot, hey, why is G-Conk grayed out, and
Oh
what's
my
going
God,
on
they're
with
doing it.
mentioning Magma Tempest?
Oh, I hope they're doing
Does
it.
someone want to talk us through what is the third element of what
Oh,
we
they
may
did it.
be,
Okay, no, I'm happy
we're
now.
looking at
They
in
actually
the
did it.
beta?
Thank you, Sponge. You're a G.
Sorry, the second.
You're the
Yeah.
homie. You're a legend.
I'm happy to cover that unless one of
They're
the other
making
guys want
G-Conk
to.
a staff ability, which it should be, and it should have always been.
So we're not sticking to this by any means. This is kind
Please
of
keep it.
experimental, and we just want to get feedback on it. But we have flipped where Magma Tempest,
I love this.
Sonic Wave,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Great Concentrated Blast
Yeah.
belong in Magic. In that Sonic has moved over to dual wield, Magma has moved over to dual wield, and Greater Concentrated Blast has moved over to two hand. There's a number of reasons for this. And before people start freaking out, we're not committed to this. We just want to play with it and experiment with it and get you guys'
Immediate
feedback.
polarization in the chat, by the way, and lots of question marks.
Oh, I like that. I actually like that, genuinely.
There's a lot of issues with Magic. One such issue is that it has a bit of confused design, whereby the Fusoa is the crit
don't have a
weapon,
staff? Get a
it's
staff.
two-handed. Great Concentrated Blast is the crit ability, and it's dual wield, and that really doesn't synergize well together.
It's a way better
You probably would've
synergy,
seen
in my
some comments in
opinion.
chat earlier, where players were like, "Oh, I'm just gonna put my Fusoa in my EOF now, so that I can use the new weapons with the spec." And part of that is because Greater Concentrated Blast is like it's on dual wield, right? So that would make sense, but flipping it kind of removes that element. It means
this was just always going to be annoying, but it's better this way.
Fusoa,
and it's smarter this way. It's so much smarter this way.
Stuff is there and accessible. You're not incentivized to go and swap over. Yeah, just something we want to experiment with. Something we want to ask. I think ask is the right term. Is if something like this were to happen, what would you want to see from either two-hand or dual-wield to kind of make the change more approachable?
Here's the thing. For the people that wanted fewer switches, that's what this does. It means you can staff camp with a Fusoa.
Suddenly have all the stuff over here dragged over there, and all the stuff over there dragged over here.
That's the whole point. Is the switch scape reduction?
As an example, could you do something with Sonic so that it has more of an identity with dual wield? Could you do something with X so it has more of an identity with two hand? That sort of thing. We just kind of want to gather feedback and get your opinions on it.
Anyway, I'm glad they're trying it in a beta, but I think I like
this. Saying this is the most provisional of the changes. It's got the least kind of direct relation in many respects to Sanctum of Rebirth as a release, right? Like it's something we're thinking is a great time to do alongside it. This is something we can take time over if we have to, right? Or maybe not even do at all should the community say, no, thank you, we don't want it that way. This is very provisional, right? And very subject to community feedback.
It feels weird, but it makes sense. Yeah, I mean, the community doesn't like change at all.
There's a lot more to this as well. Like,
but
we don't necessarily have the time to talk about it right now.
It kind of should have been this way from the get-go.
And I saw a lot of comments in the chat that said, oh, dual wield's dead. This is an opportunity to make dual wield the complete opposite. Because just to add a tiny bit of clarity, the idea that the Fractured Staff of Armadyle's best ability, or one of the best abilities to use of it, requires you to take the Fractured Staff Armadyle off.
Yeah.
Is what Sponge was alluding to, which is quite it might make sense at a high level, but if you just assume like your average player buys a Fractured Staff of Armadyle and they want to use their crit ability and they realize they can't, it doesn't make much sense. This is just an example. We're purely flipping them. There is a world where maybe, I'm not saying we will, again, everything is subject to change. What if Greater Conk is actually just viable? It's not weapon locked. You can use it with dual wield and
or just do that.
For example.
That's fine too.
This is more about building identity around.
That's good too, but you should be able to cast it with a staff.
Into weapons, swapping to dual wield from Fractured Staff of Armadyle as an example will still be viable at a high level, but maybe it's not every time G-Conk is available. Swap. There's just a lot more we can do with it. It's very difficult to talk about the full designs, but it's more about just the opportunity of changing these things. And an additional note that I was going to mention as well is that we haven't really talked about this. Again, it's maybe a spoiler. I don't know. It's not really a spoiler, but we haven't spoken about it publicly yet. We're looking more towards like our tier 95 weapons, so Fractured Staff of Armadyle, Lengs,
Zucksword,
Bow of the Last Guardian, etc. Like classifying them a lot more as like legendary weapons that they are,
not mentioned,
and building around them. Like they are the items you want to earn for the style.
Zucksword,
and you build around them.
Not mentioned.
What do I mean by that? Just as an example, maybe Kerapak's wrist wraps could have actually improved the special attack of Fractured Staff of Armadyle. Or if Fractured Staff of Armadyle had a passive, maybe Kerapak's wrist wraps would have built a bonus around it. So it's about building around the weapons a bit more with very specific items. It means that like we can release, for example, a pair
Nadia!
of gloves that are very specifically
Nadia,
boost that.
no!
Like maybe one day you have 7 pieces of equipment and they all boost the fractured staff of armor. They're built around it. It's all about time and the essence, and the passive and the special attack. That's kind of where we want to go. It's nothing to do with this update, but it's kind of just giving some clarity. We need more time, really, but to talk about it, but we don't have it.
Yeah, we don't.
Because of the time, if you have any feedback, again, as always, please tell us.
Oh man.
This will be clearer when it's in the beta. We'll have direct conversations with it. I think I'm not even in charge of the stream, but I think it's probably worth us moving, if that's okay. There were some comments in the chat that I wouldn't mind picking up, Huli, from earlier.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, absolutely. Right. This is what we were going to go to next, is just answer questions, so please do.
Oh man.
So there was a comment earlier about bad luck mitigation.
Proposing changing
like a
something?
lot earlier in the stream.
Dangerous.
With our comments of like going forward, we want to like improve combat for everyone. With that in mind, like the idea of super rare drops, it is in our minds. Like we know that, no one wants to spend tens to hundreds, however long it is, trying to get a specific item. So we are thinking about this. Maybe bad luck protection isn't the specific implementation, but we are aware of like these things. Is there better ways of earning items? So yeah, just for reference, it is on our radar. Can we start talking about some other stuff? Is that right?
Yeah, go for it. So, honestly, we've got
Sure.
not got a ton of time, so just fire away, Ryan. It's all good.
Okay. So by all means, anyone jump in here. I'm going to ask our lovely stream producer if they could bring up maybe. Oh, can we? This is the sponge and pigeon. Can we show the concept for the weapons? Are you fine with that?
Yeah, just give the players what they want.
Oh, why not?
Get in!
Can we
It's
bring
a
up number
behind-the-scenes
8?
stream,
Leaks!
so...
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
God,
fine.
what have I unleashed? What have I unleashed on the world?
Oh, hell yeah!
I'll get told off later. It's fine. So yeah. So everyone was saying, oh, hey, not those examples that we showed. So here's just the concept art for the wand and offhand.
High quality wood?
We've removed some of the words on this page, and I had them changed so it says wand and offhand, just because we're trying to, not say too much, but just give you an example. We've left a few little Easter eggs.
It's
but
a
just
defender.
A few things in the
It's a Calphite defender.
Talk about them after.
I can tell. No, I'm kidding.
Chat is
yes,
hype, by the way. I think that's a popular design.
This is one to know. Speaking of, because we're here, we will move to another image. We will move to number 7, please. So for reference, I feel like a weird games producer. Can we move to number 7, please? So we are not looking to release dies on release, but because at a concept level we do this work.
Looks so cool.
And I know how much people love
them.
dies. Thought we'd just show them, and at least you can take the image away and have a look after. But yeah, they are your dyed weapons.
Third Age looks scary.
So wait, you're telling me it's not going to look like a silver maraca like in the beta? What is this mod, Ryan? I feel deceived.
Yeah. Also, sorry, I do need to say, because this is a work in progress, so this can still change. I have to preface everything with that. Yes, that's that. I apologize for rushing through, but some other cool stuff that we do want to talk about. So we know combat, as I've said enough. We're trying to modernize it, trying to improve a whole bunch of stuff. If I could take number 5, please. I apologize in advance. This is not the most intuitive.
This is clear.
Image,
this is clear.
And it's the only one I could grab in time
without spoiling it, though. It's good.
Without spoiling a lot of stuff. So we are looking with this project proper telegraphing. What do I mean by that? I mean, if an ability from the boss is going to hit the floor in like a 1x1, a 3x3, a 5x5, we are going to show the area and show an expanding space. Sorry, this is a pure placeholder, work in progress, investigation. It will not look like this. If you've played other games, you're probably more familiar with what the telegraphing looks like. This is just an example. So yeah, if you think about Rapture, just as an example, he will spin his tail, right?
And you'd actually see the zone where the tail is going to hit.
It's like a 9x9
to move
around
out of
him,
it.
because he's
Way
5x5.
better.
But you would see the red, the orange on the floor as it expands. And the moment it hits the edge, that's when you get attacked. So we can show the telegraphing generic information, and also play on top of it the fantastical, the thematic, like the tail swipe. I don't know if you want to talk more to this, Pigeon. I know you're a big fan of
This is really
telegraphing.
good.
I am, but I actually think you've covered a lot of it.
Okay. Well, okay, that's fine. I'm the only one with the images on screen, so when I'm calling out numbers, Sponge and Pigeon don't know which numbers. Do
Lucky
either of
dip.
you have a suggestion of which one you want me to bring up? You've seen the images. Anything you want to talk about?
Ooh.
There's a big change if they can actually do it.
I can't remember them. I'm going to look over here.
Okay, fine. Why don't you do that,
I'm
Link?
pulling up our chat ahead of the stream. You're cool, I
Can we
think, Mod
bring
Ryan.
up?
I do.
Oh, can we bring up number 1, if that's all right? Because it's related.
Oh, there's gonna be leaks in here,
So-
dude.
What is this, you might be asking? So this is an image of the floor from a boss room that you saw in the, for those keen-eyed, in the roadmap infographic. You saw an arena and it had this on the floor. I see a lot of comments already about TOA. So for reference, our Sanctum of Rebirth is not Tombs of a Massacre. There are not...
I don't believe him.
Let me say, there are not purposeful similarities in that I'm just setting this for expectation. We are not making Tombs of a Massacre. However, our concept artist did reach out, talk to Old School.
Tombsofwish.com.
About
It's
their
just slightly
Tombs of a
different.
Massacre because of the theme. There are some shared similarities. So we do have some shared visuals. I'm sure some other people also saw. They also saw some symbology on the walls, which was similar from TOA. But yes, here is an example. So some other key things to point out here on the telegraphing. Pigeon, I don't know if you want to talk about the tiles.
I was actually going to interject in a minute about the telegraphing. People are asking a lot if it's going to be applied to other bosses or anything like that. It's worth noting this is purely an investigation at this point. We're going to do it for this, but depending on how it takes, we might do it in the future. Can't promise we're going to backport it to everything else. That sounds huge. But yeah, if it goes well, we'll use it in the future.
Sweet. Did you want to cover the tiles or?
I will leave that to you.
Sure. Sponge, you want to do it? I don't want to talk.
I can. Yeah. So, something we're very aware of, and I don't know how to frame this. Something we're aware of is that RuneScape can be messy in boss arenas. To know where you are, to know what you're clicking on.
Saying this directly after
Razzie has a good
Vorkath
example. We're
is
like,
really
I'm just going to take
funny.
a step to the left and dodge this thing, and you've actually clicked the same tile you're on because the tiles are offset. So we've been looking at ways in which we can clearly mark out tiles, but in a way that maintains RuneScape's identity, RuneScape's visual identity is what I'd say, because we've come a long way since being purely tile based, and it's a lot of discussions we've been having with the art team. But as an example, you can see these gold lines on here. Each of those is exactly a tile in width. You can kind of see the crosses at the end of the scarabs, and they're all exactly a tile in width. So if you're clicking on a gold line, you'll know you're moving exactly over a tile, and it's something we've been trying to get we're trying to perfect where it looks good, but also you know exactly where you're moving. You can see exactly where an attack's landing. See the response.
I'm just glad they're finally done using circles.
Yeah, I think
that's really cool.
That's go for it.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, no, I was just say in general, I think one of the things that we're trying to do on these streams is, and I'm looking forward to doing more of. Obviously, we have the 3 things we set up at the start of the show that we're specifically looking for feedback on. Kind of a more kind of like focus level, but it's really cool that we now can come out and show you these sorts of things, get your kind of initial gauge on it. Hopefully it's something we can keep doing. Sorry, I didn't mean to jump on top of you, Ryan, but I just want to say, like, this is something that we're going to try and do more of. So the stream idea of kind of going to you directly and asking you for certain feedback and also giving you a bit behind the scenes look. Expect to see this a bit more, and it's been awesome to see you all in chat getting involved. Ryan, I want to make sure you have time to cover whatever you're going to cover. I'm just conscious of the time, getting
Yeah,
near
that's
the
okay.
end.
I mean, I'll kind of speed run it, but that's okay because in the chat we'll probably say we're cooking and it works out. So there's a whole bunch of stuff we could show you. There's a few things we'd still like to talk about. It's worth reiterating like our goals and setting like good expectations. Like another elite dungeon without the mobs. You know, we're trying to learn a few things, see if we can streamline it, see what you think of it. You know, maybe you don't like it, maybe you do, but it's, you know, we need to test these things, we need to try them out. The bosses in themselves, you're not looking to fight like Solak, then Zamorak, and then, you know, like that's not what the bosses are. They're not like that what's the word? Detailed, I guess is the way of putting it. It's more about the full experience, doing all of them back to back, than it is like you're not getting like, you know, yeah, like I say, a Solak followed by a Zamorak sort of thing as those. With that in mind, we are using this as an opportunity, like I said, to improve the telegraphing, to improve the visuals. There are some stuff we haven't spoken or shown here, but looking at things like possibly adding an adrenaline bar above the NPC to state like how long until it does a special attack. So you can't necessarily count it out, but a lot of people say, oh yeah, just count to 5 or count to 3 and then they're going to do a special attack. So there's a bit more visual indicator. Just a couple of these things, just as examples. They're all like good tests. We can iterate on them. It's just ways of like progressing the game forward. If I could just take number... Can we show a boss? You guys want to see a boss? Is that all right? I don't want to be the only one to get told off.
I think we can leave that as a little note. Some people might have eagle-eyed spotted it in our news post, so I think we can give them a little closer up.
Yeah, it was just the dog.
Let's do a quick speed run then.
Yeah, look at the dog.
I'm going to go for a few images here very quickly. Can we take number 3?
Everyone will have access to the beta.
So you may have seen this
numbers,
image.
What do they mean?
That's Explorer and a Chaos Witch.
You may have seen this image, well, you would have seen this image on the roadmap infographic, and you would have seen it listed. I think it's the graphic used for Skilling Boss. So as I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, for those who weren't here, we mentioned that this is the Sanctum of Rebirth. The building is the Sanctum of Rebirth. You will be entering that as part of this dungeon. And in the infographic, you also saw number 9, if I may. Sorry, I feel so weird saying this, but yeah, can I get number 9?
Yeah, what the dog do?
You would have seen this in the infographic. So this is a boss in a room. And yeah, I'll leave this on screen in a sec. But you would have seen a few comments around this on various socials talking about who is it, what is it. So because we showed you this, we are also now happy to show you number 6. That's all right. Sponge, I don't know if you want to talk it over a little, but
I don't know what to say about spoiling it.
I think just show and nod. Leave him with the tease. Leave him with the tease.
It's clearly going to be resistant to necromancy and weak to melee.
I've not seen
Guaranteed.
like that personally.
Panic buy.
Yeah, I obviously we're coming to the end of our time today, but it's been really cool to show you a little bit behind the scenes of something that's in development. Obviously, we had some really specific things to go over today, but I hope you've enjoyed a mix of chatting along with us and kind of reacting to some of these ideas that you're going to get to feedback on over the weeks ahead, and then also getting a little bit of a behind the scenes sneak peek just because you came here and joined us. We wanted to make sure you walked away with something because a lot of this was conceptual and talkative. So big thanks to the team, both on the stream here and behind the scenes, for hooking us up with some things we could show you today. So what to expect? Right, so at the end of this show, there is going to be a right-click examine blog that will kind of recap at a very high level everything that was discussed today, and it will show you where to go. As always, we're going to be paying attention across the community. We are really encouraging you, though, we're trying to use Discord as a bit of a home for these kind of more centralized kind of, I guess, like focused discussions. If you are not a Discord person, you do not want to join our Discord, that is totally fine. You can still talk on Reddit, you know, or on Twitter, wherever you prefer to talk. We are not saying you must go to Discord, but Discord is going to be the best place to be able to interact with the devs, and it's also going to be where we're going to have dedicated question threads and a kind of discussion room where you can also talk amongst yourselves. So if you would like to join the discussion, we do really encourage you to go to discord.gg/rs to take part. And then in terms of the beta, we've got that coming up on the 30th, so May 30th next Thursday. That will run for a week. During that time, we'll also have feedback spaces on our Discord, and again, we'll also be paying attention on Reddit. We'll probably have a thread up as well during that run, and we'll also be paying attention across Facebook groups, X, all the places we look at every day of the week, and all the amazing places you talk. Wherever you prefer to be, that's totally fine.
He should have kept them.
Again, just expect if you're going to hear from our devs, it'll probably be in our Discord. We'll keep you up to date as we go through the process too, so we'll make sure to tell you about anything that comes out of this. We don't want it to just be a one-way chat where we're kind of just coming out here saying some stuff, reading, and then you see what you get at release. And then finally, I think the most important thing is when you're going to hear more about Sanctum of Rebirth. So you will hear more about Sanctum of Rebirth closer to release. So we've kind of showed you what we're probably going to show you about the project. If there's anything that the devs here need to run by the community, we'll make sure to do that. We're not kind of just limiting ourselves to today. But generally, you can expect to get that kind of full look at Sanctum of Rebirth a bit closer to release. And if you remember, you have at least 2 pieces of content in between here and there. So we are very much in the midst of development, so give us a bit of time on that. Mod Ryan, Mod Pigeon, Mod Sponge, anything you want to end on before I kind of wrap up the show?
Surely they say to subscribe with Prime. Surely.
Just reiterate the thing. Feedback, we love it. We love working with you, so please tell us everything. Also keep the theories going around what the Sanctum is and what's in it. Yeah, that's pretty much it for me.
I think you covered it. Yeah, I'm sure we'll see some players freaking out just from the stuff shown here. But we're not just gonna, especially with the beta stuff, we're not just gonna dump it and leave it. We're absolutely gonna take on you guys' feedback. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be really fun to, like, when we play this early in development, we don't get to do that often. It's a new thing for us, so bear with us as well. We got to learn how to do this ourselves. So thanks for being along for the ride on literally the first project. We're really putting a committed effort behind that, which is really interesting. Well, Pigeon, anything you want to say before we sign off? I know you're working very hard on this content.
Nothing major. Just remember, everything is whip. We're not going live with those the beach ball offhand, as someone said. Yeah.
If you ever wanted to know what strikes fear into the heart of developers, you just got a picture with everyone on the stream being like, please remember it's whip. It's not final. Please remember it's whip. It's one of the joys of bringing you inside development. Okay, on that note, so remember, if you want to join our Discord, it's just discord.gg/rs. We'd love to have you over there. Look out for a section called Right Click Examine, where you can get involved in the conversation around Sanctum. Head to runescape.com right now to check out the Right Click Examine blog with all this information, and then it's over to you. It's over to you on your feedback on what you think of the dev system for normal mode and what you think of those changes that we're going to try out in the beta. Again, please remember, we definitely want to hear your opinions now on the beta trial stuff, but do go in there and give it a try. Let us know what it's like hands-on. Sometimes things on paper don't always play out the same in practice. Your feedback on playtesting would be super, super valuable, so please do take part if you can spare the time. And other than that, have a great week, Scapers. And
I have to say one more thing, because we're asking for feedback. I forgot. We'll just add it. Each boss in the dungeon
leaked
will give you loot. So it's a bit more like ED2 in that there is loot from each boss versus like ED1 or 3 where there is not. I'm adding that. What do people think of it? And also the ED concept of group scaling. Boss drops is too rare in groups. That is not a thing here. How do you feel? You turn up with your friends, have a good time, get drops. That's it. Thanks. Sorry, Hulu.
It's fine. This is great that we have more questions to ask, to be honest. It's not in the blog, but Mod Ryan has come in and dropped some bombs, so definitely on those bombshells we will end. And hopefully you can give us your feedback on that, and we'll see if we can add it to the blog. This is what it's all about. This is what it's all about, working with you. It's a good thing. Thanks, everyone. Take care. See you soon. All the best.
Bye, guys. Okay. Dude. There is so much to think about. So the one thing that I wish, it's kind of a little unclear, like, am I really just supposed to answer all of these questions all at once and drop a paragraph in the Discord? Like, are they actually going to see that when 1,000 other people are going to be spamming the same thing? I just feel a little concerned about that, but, okay. raining us. Wait, chat. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? Show cat. Show cat. That'll work. That'll work. Act professional. Hi, Blake. Hey, Blake. Hey, Blake. Up. Hey, Blake. Oh.
Hooray.
Hi, everyone.
Hooray.
Hi, everyone.
Hooray.
We actually weren't expecting anybody today. We were just happened to be hanging out here. We were just hanging out. How are you guys doing? Welcome, everyone. Okay, we've got a lot to talk about. I took some notes. The news post is awesome, by the way, as well. Mods, if you could pin it, that would be fantastic. But yeah, let's get it. Welcome. Okay, so before we get into, like, I'll give you guys my thoughts on every single thing relating to this news post. But before we do that, I did want to really quickly mention, if you don't agree with me, that's totally okay. The whole purpose of this is to give them feedback on how you feel. Every player's opinion is valid, and every single player's, personal thoughts are valid and important. So the thing that I was going to say that is kind of important here is, even if you absolutely hate some of these proposed changes, you don't need to be angry or furious about it or frustrated about it. Just respectfully, politely make your voices heard. And that was something that they didn't really mention on the stream, is just be respectful. Even if you aggressively dislike some of the changes, just make your voice heard. That's kind of the whole point, right? They're proposed ideas, and that's really all they are. So yeah, just try to be respectful at very least. And that was sort of the big thing that I was going to say. Thank you guys for the raid, by the way. I appreciate it. So I guess let's get started talking about this. So the first thing they talk about getting your feedback. You want to bring your feedback into the designs and development. They're talking about basically best way to do that is in the RuneScape official Discord, if you would like to do so. Your alert sound is a little loud. Is it? Let me turn it down then. Perfect. Okay. So the first thing that they talked about was the death system. With relation, wait, we need some RuneScape music. Let me do that. But yeah, I'm pretty intrigued by this. Definitely. I think there's a lot of interesting stuff here. So yeah, let's get it. We have much to talk about, clearly. Okay. So the first thing they talked about is a death system for normal mode, where when you die, instead of going to death's office and having to restart, what's instead going to happen is you will effectively just be put to sleep where you are. Your character is going to fall over, and then after a period of time, your character is going to get up again, and you're going to be able to continue the fight from where you left off. Your lack of cat is wild. Bro, he's right behind me. He's literally right behind me. So yeah, with that said, play Fortnite. Thank you, Rubik. My thoughts on this death system, first off, shouldn't work on a hardcore Iron Man, obviously. That just makes sense. Like, obviously, on a hardcore, if you die, you die. But I actually really like it, and I'd like to see it ported over to other bosses in the game. The reason I say that is because, and Mod Ryan explained it perfectly, which is that learning how to PvM in RuneScape, it's not linear, right? You effectively have this wall to climb, and a lot of people give up while trying to climb the wall of getting their first kill at a boss. So allowing them to basically have an infinite amount of attempts to continue basically brute forcing through it, I think overall is really, really good with regard to helping people get through that first hump of learning how to PvM. So I really like it. Some people might be thinking, wait, that seems really overpowered. But the idea is that because you have to wait a period of time, you're already being punished by how much longer it takes you to kill the boss if you're dying and having to wait 30 seconds all the time. Or 15 seconds or whatever it is. So for me personally, I think that's a really good thing that will help more players get into PvM, which, as what Ryan mentioned, means more players will be able to actually kill bosses, and they'll be able to make more bosses as a result of that. So that is something that I like personally. I thought it was really good. I also liked, people asked right away, it's like, should that impact your loot if you die and get back up? And the answer to that, I think, is no, for the reason that you're already being punished on time. And the way that people play RuneScape, time effectively is loot. So you're already losing out on loot based on the amount of time you're spending getting that kill. So yeah, Anyway, that's something that I thought was really good. The one thing that I'm a little concerned about with regard to it, how will it work at Virago? It's not coming out of Virago. Some people will stop trying to learn. Do you really think they would continually take a 30-second penalty every... I mean, if some players want to do that, like, they can. They're going to get terrible loot. But yeah, to me in general, and I don't think this should apply to every boss in the game. I'm talking about just for this place, in normal mode, I personally like it. And I think it will help. I think it's easy as an endgame player to think like, I don't know, I've got a hardcore Iron Man. I haven't died in 3 years. But I know for a fact that a lot of people give up on PvMing because of the death system and how punishing it is, where you have to continually restart. As much as that's great and that's RuneScape, it's preventing people from getting into content. So I am personally cool with that idea. So yeah, I just want to give my thoughts on that. I think it's good that they're trying stuff out like this. The one thing I'm worried about is AFKing. Because like imagine being able to AFK like all of these bosses because you just die and then your character keeps getting back up. So my one thing is whatever happens after the 15 or 30 seconds, it needs to be a manual input. Like maybe your special action button lights up and it's like get up and keep fighting or whatever it is. But yeah, that's the one thing that I think is pretty important. But yeah, this basically only impacts people that don't know how to PvM. And then an important thing too is it's always going to be better to not die. It's never going to be advantageous to die. There's not a mechanic in the game that has a 30-second long setup where it would be better to just let it kill you. So yeah. The other thing they talked about for hard mode, they asked the question. Sorry, let me go through my notes. They asked the community about how hard mode should work, and as well as if there should be a limit to how many revives you get. In my opinion, I don't really care about normal mode. If they don't want any revives or an infinite amount of normal, that's fine. In hard mode, I don't think it would be like, obviously we don't know how hard these bosses are, but I think giving people 1 revive as an example, I think would be fine. So yeah, that seems good to me. What about Telos streaks? This isn't happening to Telos though. What about a Virago? Bring them down to revive yourself. Yeah, I don't really care what it is. It doesn't need to be spam clicking. It can just be 1 click of some kind. But yeah, as long as there's a time punishment for it, like you're never going to strategically want to die. It's just helpful for newer players and less experienced PvMers. Basically what Jagex is saying is if we want to make more bosses, we need more people to be able to kill the bosses. And this is a good way to make that first kill a little bit less daunting. And I'm totally on board with that. Yeah, anyway, I'm good with that. Also, too, I love it. There are just 2 people flaming each other in my chat about a bingo. Bro, you can both come back in 24 hours. What is going on? It's a little out of scope, all right? It's just a little out of scope. Okay, let's keep looking. That's just funny. Okay. This for endgame gear, it shouldn't be about learning. It's normal mode. Wait, but we don't know what normal mode drops. But yeah, anyway. Yeah, there's some spicy stuff to get into though. If you guys are feeling spicy about this, just wait. Yeah, there's pain coming. Okay, so next thing. So the questions they wanted to ask about the death are this. Actually, should we answer these questions? What do you guys think? Honestly, why don't we? Why don't we do it? All right, I'm going to do my part. Does an alternative death mechanic interest you? I'm going to say yes. Would you be more open to trying boss if you knew you could eventually win? I'm going to say I don't ever die. NGL kind of cracked, but in theory, yes. And then, would you like to see this kind of mechanic? As a joke, by the way. Would you like to see this kind of mechanic come to other bosses? Some, not all. EX Zamarok P7 would be advantageous to just let yourself die instead of learning it. Cool. Good work. Okay, next, let's get into the tier 95s. Dying is already punishing enough, aside from the fact that you give money to death. New system is good. Yeah, I thought it was good too, Mox Elf. Alrighty, on to the next one. All these are prompts we want to know. All thoughts. Yes. So if you have other thoughts as well, absolutely bring them forward as well. That's what I think about it. I think this death idea is awesome. I think they need to move off of, like, because at the end of the day, the old death system clearly isn't helping people learn PvM. It may not be too punishing for you, but it's too punishing for somebody else. So that was my kind of main thinking about that. But anyway, if you disagree, that's cool too. Make sure your voice is heard. Also, hi, Huli. How are you? Like, chat, hide your memes. I have to delete my jokes. Help. No, this is a serious stream only. Cool. Next one. Tier 95 magic weapons. So they came out, first off, they look absolutely sick. I'm just putting that out there. That looks like a Calphite Defender a little scarab theme, perhaps. Looks really good. Secondary to them looking really, really good. Also, they said these dyes will not come out on release, but whenever they do, they're pretty sick. Okay. So, players are getting your hands on tier 95 dual wield weapons in the Sanctum of Rebirth. Teams have been discussing what kind of interesting effect these items could bring. So, worth noting, there's going to be a beta for these on May 30th. So, for May 30th, everyone should try the beta and get their hands on it. Something that happened with the Fractured Staff of Armadyl beta is nobody actually tried it. Like, even 2 hours after it came out, there were like 10 players online that were actually trying it. People just logged in, voted yes or no, and then logged out, which is less helpful than actually trying it out and seeing what it feels like. So, the first set effect that they're looking at, basically, the biggest thing about it is your basics are going to give you increased adrenaline, and then it's going to give a flat cooldown reduction to wild magic. So the way it would work is your fight would be very structured. So it would be basic, it'd be wild magic, basic, threshold, basic, and then you could wild magic again. Be very consistent. You get to wild magic more often. That's the biggest thing. And you get a little bit more adrenaline as well. So that's set effect 1. Set effect 2 is basically the same, except instead of it being consistent with the cooldown reduction, it's a 25% chance. So if you like randomness, version 2 would be better for you. For me personally, I like 1 better. I think the rotations that are very structured are more fun for me because it's satisfying to hit the right buttons and there's less kind of scanning required to constantly look and see if wild magic comes off. Instead, it's just, you know it's coming off at a shorter time and you get into this kind of zone of a consistent rotation. So personally for me, oh yeah, sorry, the whole screen is in on screen. There you go. So personally for me, I like 1 better, but one really big thing that came out with this, the tier 95 magic dual wield, is currently there is 9 seconds of charging on it. Charging means once you put it on, the effect doesn't start until it's been on for 9 seconds. So effectively, it's a way to reduce switch scape. So first thought is this completely would kill forticking, which I don't know. I like forticking, but I know a lot of people don't. I don't think that's a good thing or a bad thing. But the thing that I don't like about this is this would directly incentivize putting a Fractured Staff of Armadyl into an EOF. And that's something that I don't like. So, in my opinion, I would much prefer if they can find a way to do this without setting it up in such a way that your Fractured Staff of Armadyl belongs in an EOF. Because that's not even a switch scape reduction. All you're doing if you do that is you're swapping, he's biting me. No, you came over here. You're just swapping a staff switch into an amulet switch, and I don't think that's terribly good. So yeah, that's my biggest concern about effects 1 and 2. But effect 3 I actually really liked, and I thought it was extremely interesting. So, set 3. Here's how it works. An alternative playstyle of increasing damage over time effects that ramps up in power the more you stack this new debuff, and adds effects like refreshing their cooldowns or making them hit instantly. So, this gets up to 100 stacks. With 1 stack, damage over time abilities deal 30% more damage. So it's combustion and corruption shot. Deal 30% more damage. Cool. These DOTs generate corruption with each hit. You have a maximum stacks of 100. With one stack, your dots have a 30% chance to just deal all of the damage instantly and refresh their cooldown. So it's basically, yeah, a 30% chance that once you combust, it instantly does all the damage and then lets you combust again. Cool. Also, it'd be really good for training with this as well, for like 120s or 200 mils. At 25 stacks, you deal bonus damage against enemies that is based on your stacks plus your magic level. So basically, the lower the hit, the more you gain out of this. So once again, bleed build. It's going to make your bleeds hit way harder. And then with 50 or above, basic abilities give you extra adrenaline. So you have more adrenaline to play around with. Couple concerns here. I don't know how good this is going to be, like when compared to the live game Fasoa. They did say that these wands are likely going to get a special attack, but as of right now, I think this is a way more interesting thing than the first one that just messes with wild magic. So I think this is way more interesting, but I don't know about the power level of it necessarily. Especially because bleeds are still terrible in groups too. That's a really good point. Like, if you combust and then someone else uses combust, theirs just overrides yours, which is kind of like, to me, they shouldn't build a bleed weapon until they fix bleeds. That would be my biggest thoughts. Okay. Sorry, I'm now allergic. They should make charging so that it increases in potency. Yeah, that would be a good way to do it, as an example. So it's not no effect for 9 seconds and then the effect. It's just, it's a weaker effect that charges up. Yeah, that would help it too. But anyway, I don't think any of this is controversial. They've got their prompts. So the first question that they had asked is, which of the effects are most appealing? 3 to me, but bleeds still are ungood in groups and janky. And then, do weapons that have synergy with a specific style of attacks appeal to you? That's a good question. So they're basically saying, do you like having bleed builds and crit builds and stuff? I don't know. I'm going to say not really. Like, I am not very fussed about it, TBH. Yeah. I'm not a huge bleed or a build person, personally. Okay. This is the big thing. This is the bombshell. And this is really controversial. And I'm going to preface this by saying, I really like this change, but I understand how people react to change in general. And I also have a proposed idea for how to make this change less annoying for the people that don't like change. Okay, ready? Magic ability changes. We think it's time to change up the relationship between Concentrated Blast and Sonic Wave and their greater versions. There's currently some muddled design with Magic where crit is integral to the Fractured Staff of Armadyl, but the primary source of crits comes from Concentrated Blast. To solve this, we're proposing a couple ability changes. First, Concentrated Blast becomes a 2H ability. Sonic Wave and Magma Tempest become dual abilities. So, the first thing I'm going to say is this should have always been the case. This is something I brought up before, that for an endgame player, it doesn't matter because we're switching anyway. But imagine someone that buys a Fractured Staff of Armadyl, and then they can't even use it without switching to dual wields to do all of their abilities. Most Fasoa users, Fasoa spec, and then switch to duels, and then camp the duels the whole time. It's literally just a special attack weapon, which I think is kind of stupid. I don't think it ever made thematic sense. But here's the problem. If you do this change where you just swap the two, everybody that has bought dual wield setups to use G-Conk predominantly, because that's the whole backbone of the rotation, loses out big time. They just lose out big time in a way that kind of sucks. And effectively what you're doing is you're turning dual wields into the new staff camp, which isn't very good. And then you're going to buff up dual wields with these new tier 95s. So effectively, for beginner level players or for less, best in slot players, instead of wanting to camp duels, you're going to want to camp 2H. You're going to want to buy a Staff of Sliske, or you're going to want to buy an Inquisitor staff or whatever else. So my first thought is, I think if they do this as proposed, it is overall a net positive, but I don't like it. Because I don't think it feels good for players that invested in a dual wield magic G-Conk setup to just lose the ability to do that. They've already spent the GP on that setup. So here's what I would do. I would just unlock Greater Concentrated Blast and Concentrated Blast so that you can use it with duels or with a staff. That's what I would do. Because you get the core issue, which is that Fractured Staff of Armadyl can't use the best ability for it, without screwing over the people that already bought duels. That is what I would propose they should do, is just unlock it. Because no matter what, I'm going to be honest, it's the most overpowered ability in the entire game. A 5-second cooldown for that amount of damage and that amount of crit chance, no matter where they put G-Conk, it's going to be something that people are switching to use. If they make it a 2H, people are just going to switch to a 2H and G-Conk every 5 seconds. If they put it on duels, people are going to camp duels for G-Conk. So why not just unlock it? So that if you want a staff camp and G-Conk, you can do that. If you want a dual wield and G-Conk, you can do it. And if you want to do some combination of the two, that's fine. I'm not mad about that. So that is my take on that. I think they should just open it up. Because, I mean, here's the truth of it, too. The RuneScape community, and I mean this with the utmost respect, doesn't do the best with change to existing things in the game. And I'm going to say this very carefully. Sometimes it's rational, sometimes it isn't. But either way, if they can do this in a way that avoids taking something away from someone, I think it's going to go over a little better. Now, the only issue with doing that and just unlocking Greater Concentrated Blast is this. Let's say these new tier 95s come out and they have a really cool passive and a really cool set effect and it's really, really powerful. What could end up happening is your Fractured Staff of Armadyl could still end up being a switch or an EOF. That's the only problem. And that is ungood, I would say. But I would also say that is less bad to me than the way that it currently is, where you basically can't Fasoa camp. Like, I think that is really bad. Because at least this way, best in slot, like if you're meta chasing, yeah, you're probably switching to a Fasoa or you're EOFing a Fasoa, which, you know, arguably not great, but that's if you're meta chasing. For everybody that isn't meta chasing, at least you have the option to use the weapon. So that's how I feel about it. But yeah, what do you guys think? I just think they've kind of put themselves in a design situation. Because the other thing they could do too, right? If they don't want Fasoa to be an EOF weapon, here's what they could do. They could come out with this Wand Orb set and not put charging on it. And then they're not killing the switches, but the switches do feel more optional when you have the ability to G-Conk either way. But yeah, I think unlocking G-Conk, it just gives the player the ability to choose. If they want to be really sweaty and meta chase, like the most damage is always going to require the most effort, right? That's always going to require the most intricate stuff. It's always going to require, you know, probably some amount of optional switches, some amount of, you know, that's never going anywhere. But to me, the best thing they could do is make it easier for the person that isn't doing that stuff to do a competitive amount of damage. They need to bring the less experienced people up. And I think that's a good, that works out well for endgame players too, like people that like all the switches, because instead of taking away their switches, you're just bringing everybody up closer. So there isn't this huge, huge wide gap where people feel like, oh, I need to do the switches to do damage. It's a good way to make the switches impactful, but still feeling optional. I think it works better for everybody. That would be my guess. Or that would be my kind of opinion on it. But yeah, anyway, let me know what you think. The questions on this are interesting. First question is, how does this play / feel to you? I think this is better than current game, but I feel badly for players who invested in dual wield G-Conk setups. Would prefer locking G-Conk to both dual wield and 2H. Okay. Is this a playstyle you enjoy? What, Magic or using Gconk? I don't understand the question. Am I stupid? Is this a playstyle you enjoy? What, Magic? I'm confused. There's something missing that could make this more enjoyable. Camping a style? I like mage camping. Camping, yes. All right. How do I think this will affect the prices of weapons abilities? I don't think that terribly matters. Are they referring to what you've tried in the beta? Yeah, that's true. Waiting till beta. Okay. And then get involved. They want you to go to RC chat, dev questions. Wait, we could do that right now if you guys want. Wait, let's do it right now. Oh man, it's gonna be busy in there. But here we go. Raw's typing. Death's in the Sanctum. Okay. How big is the slow mode on this? All right, chat. Should we engage in RuneScape Discord discourse? What do you guys think? You know what? I'm doing my part. Oh, I'm scared. All right. Discord is for noobs? That's what I'm saying. Hi, Bodjack. How are you doing? I hope you're having a great day. I'm sorry for writing you a literal book over the weekend. I had a random thought about something, and I was like, I think Mod Jack needs to hear this, and I typed him a book. All right, would you be... In theory, yes. I think it will help new players a lot and is good overall. Would you like to see this kind of mechanic come to other bosses? Some, not all. P7 Zamrock would be advantageous, just let yourself die instead of learning it. I think it's best added to mid-level bosses as a learning tool. All right, time to get flamed. Does damage scale after 9 in Necro? It does. And I have had like 8 people in chat this week telling me that Necromancy sucks because after 99 you gain nothing. But you literally gain like an insane amount of damage and accuracy. Like an ungodly amount. So train your Necromancy. Wait, is that the real Raw? That's crazy. All right. I've weighed in. I don't know. I just think it's good that they're engaging in this discourse, and I'm going to try to contribute to it, even if I get flamed. Okay. So this is the magic ability changes. Okay. How does this play feel to you? I think it's better than current game, but I feel badly for players who invested in dual wield Gconk setups. And I would prefer unlocking Gconk to both dual wield and 2H so that all players can use it. I know this would potentially lead to some switch heavy metas, but it's about bringing up the less savvy players more than limiting the endgame ones. Pros outweigh the cons, IMO. Okay. Is this a playstyle you enjoy? Waiting till beta. I'll just remove the question because I'm not sure about the question. And then, is there something missing that could make this more enjoyable? Unlocking Gconk to give... just unlocking Gconk. To it. All right. Yeah, so the thing they're trying to fix with the magic ability changes, just so you guys know, it's the idea that a newer player will buy a Fractured Staff of Armadyl and then do less damage with it than before they had it because they can't use Greater Concentrated Blast with it. It's weird that the best crit ability doesn't work with the best crit staff. Like, they should synergize together, and they don't unless you do switches. So basically, like, this is a change that's reducing switches for the majority of players. Also, I have to say, for someone who's apparently a closet elitist, I think I'm doing a pretty bad job of being an elitist today. I ain't even gonna lie. Newer player buys Pessoa. Okay, so there's this thing, sometimes, Blue, where people act as though new PvMers are new to RuneScape, when they're usually not. I know a ton of people, and a ton of people in chat are probably have never PvM before and have billions of coins where they could buy best in slot because they made money doing other things, merching, skilling, doing clue scrolls. They've just never touched PvM. The idea that a new PvMer has no money is just completely false. So yeah, when I say like a new player, I don't mean like a noob off Tutorial Island. I mean someone that's new to PvM. Okay. Deaths in the Sanctum I weighed in on. Yes. And then the tier 95 weapons. Oh, man. Wait, no one's talked about the weapons yet. All right, I got this. Here we go. Which of the suggested effects are most appealing to you? 3. 3 because I'll say why I like it. And then I'll say, that said, bleeds are still ungood in groups. Because they clear, and it would be visually hard to tell if a bleed had popped all at once. Would need some QOL and some fixes to actually be fun to use. Like, I think 3 is a better idea, but in the current, if it came out tomorrow, it would suck. That would be my thinking. But if we get to choose the effect, I think that's a horrible idea. They'd effectively be releasing 3 effects. 98% of players would use whichever one the calculator said was better. And they'd effectively be releasing 3 different weapons at once, which isn't good, in my opinion. Do weapons have synergy with specific style attacks appeal to you? I am not very fussed about it. I think sometimes it feels forced. As though I have to use bleeds with X weapon, and I don't like that as much as having interesting synergies and options. And then the one other thing I was going to add about this too is charging thing. I would prefer if the weapon effect didn't have charging, as this will lead to the FSOA being an EOF weapon, which is bad ammo. Would rather it charged up from a low power to a high power over a few seconds. Makes switching less good, but it still allows you to do it. Cool. All right. How would it work in groups? It just wouldn't. That's the thing. It literally wouldn't work in groups. That's my big problem. Wait, I'm being added. Wait, someone agreed with me. Let's go. This is what it's all about. But yeah, I do think it's really good that they're looking at bringing up less advanced PvMers. I don't think like, okay, the idea that someone putting in less effort should do the same amount of damage as someone putting in more effort, I think that's stupid. But I think the gap is pretty large right now. And I would love it if the endgame players kept doing the damage they're doing now, and the less experienced players got a little more juice. And I think you can do that. Paid agreeer? No, they're not a paid agreeer. I ain't paying anything. If you remove the requirements for THD World, G-Sonic is a wasted ability. Well, I mean, G-Sonic's already a wasted ability. Like, it's not good, like, anywhere is the problem. Like, G-Sonic just isn't good. That's the problem. Yeah. I think on my main account, I don't think I've used Greater Sonic more than 10 times since it came out. It's not like it's a great ability now. It's just anytime you use it, you should have switched and used G-Conk. That's the problem with it. It's just not good. I think we need different skill expression. I'm open to it, but I think a lot of the time, a lot of these things, you kind of have to do them one at a time, right? You can't start with the skill expression. You have to start with the simplifying. And I know that's kind of a hard pill to swallow for a lot of players because they want everything to be good and awesome and perfect now. But I think that the truth of it is you can't add skill expression to what we currently have. You need to simplify and then complexify? That's not a word. Complicate. Jesus. Sorry, my brain is a little cooked. The situation which switching from non-tier 95 dual wield instead of camping Fasoa made sense. Yes. No. 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 But yeah, like, to me, the idea that endgame magic gets really, really complicated for endgame players, to me, that isn't as big of a problem compared to the ability to boost everybody else up. So, like, unlocking G-Conk, as an example, it is going to make endgame magic way switchier. And you could say that's terrible, but I think the effect of making that change also unlocks G-Conk for everybody else, which I think it's an overall benefit to make it more simple for 80% of people and a little more complicated for the top 1%. Yeah. Anyway, that's kind of how I feel about it. They do more with flow. Yeah, exactly. So the way that Greater Concentrated Blast works is here. I'll actually log in and show you guys. It gives you something called flow, which increases your hit chance. The problem with your hit chance is the current meta in RuneScape, we don't have bosses that are hard to hit anymore. Not really, anyway. So for the most part, it does nothing. Like, the whole effect doesn't do anything. There we go. There we go. All right. Let me find a magic preset. Biggest issue for people trying to enter PvM are guides. There aren't guides for people trying to learn. Oh, I totally disagree with that. I think there are tons of guides, but I think the biggest issue isn't that there aren't guides. It's that you have to look at a guide. As someone that makes guides for a living, you should not have to look at a guide to learn how to kill a boss. The game needs to do way more to teach you a boss. I don't think the issue is the contents of the guides. I think there are awesome guides. I think it's the fact that it's a guide. Everything that you do when learning this game is external to the game, and that is a huge problem. I say that as a guide maker. That being said, I do appreciate the feedback that some people are not a fan of the guides that have been coming out. As an example, actually, because I can actually show this. I think I can actually show this. Okay. I'd appreciate people don't just like yoink the URL and be like, haha, look, I'm yoinking the URL. But as an example, we are actually making a series of guides that look like this, that are sort of unrelated, but this is very different from how we've done guides in the past. I'll just show you on like 2x speed, just because it's really, really, I think it's really different in a way that's really nice. Struggling to get an ambassador solo, either for your tier 90 necromancy upgrade or in general, you've come to the right place. In this video, we're gonna take a beginner necromancy setup with no Zep cape, level 80 weapons, and level 70 power gear, and we're gonna solo the ambassador. We're gonna be limiting how many inputs are needed, and I'm gonna take you through every single mechanic of the boss fight. And with a bit of practice, if you do it right, you'll end up with about a 5-minute long ambassador solo while barely having to even eat food. For this video, we're gonna be using the tier 70 death dealer power gear. If you have the tank gear because you did the tank path, that will work completely fine as well. So I'll be using the hood as well as the boots, and then I've also got the top and the legs. The top I've got augmented with invigorating 4 as well as impatient 4, and the bottoms I've got augmented with crackling 4, relentless 3, as well as biting 3. I'm also using an augmented tier 80 death guard with the precise 6 perk on it, and an augmented skull lantern with the eruptive 4 perk on it. Perks in general are really important, so if you're struggling with them at all, I've linked a wiki guide in the description down below. It's just a complete guide to perks. It's very simple to follow. It'll tell you the best combinations and the best perks. Moving on a little bit with some kind of overload, and then some form of adrenaline potion. After that, I've got a couple bear restoring potions, and then I've got my enhanced Excalibur, which I can right click and activate for a heal once every 5 minutes. After that, and this one is very basically it takes a long time going over everything in the loadout, and then when we're getting into the actual fight as well, it's basically an in-depth explanation of everything in my inven and my setup. The method works just fine with the Hellhound, and it's quite a bit cheaper because you don't need any scrolls. Either way though, both of those familiars take damage and have HP bars. So because of that, in our rune pouches, we're gonna have blood runes, astral runes, and soul runes so that we can cast Prism of Restoration, which is by far the easiest way to make sure that your familiar never dies on you. Last but not least, I've got an optional power burst of vitality, which we'll get into using a little. And then we've got a section on how to deal damage and what you're looking to do. We've got a section on incense and every other stackable that we have. And then even stuff like this, when we're into the actual fight, be taking in the fight is either a magic hit if you're standing further out, or a melee hit if you get into melee distance very, very quickly. For most people, it's going to be a magic hit, which is exactly what happens to me here. If you want to start the fight with magic prayer and then swap to range prayer after, you're more than welcome to do so. But for me, to make things nice and easy, or like candle in the darkness, I shall snuff it out. And at that point, the ambassador will stand facing directly north. In a second, a massive laser beam is going to spawn that is going to rotate around the arena, dealing enough damage to one-shot you just to... So basically, what we're doing is we're completely re-looking at how we make guides, because I actually do agree with the idea that guides don't do enough. So this is going to be coming out soon. I will also say, this is a brand new editor that has done an absolutely awesome job. This was actually a test VOD, so this was actually never meant to get posted, but it is actually going to get posted and come out, because they just cooked so hard on it and did such a good job. But just to kind of show you guys, I agree that guides aren't good enough, but the way that people learn PvM shouldn't be guides. That's sort of the point I'm trying to make. But yeah, expect that video out at some point. Is Zathras being replaced? No, we're actually expanding because, okay, and I don't want to leak anything here, and this isn't really a leak. I have started doing more work with Jagex. As an example, so even this week for Game Jam, technically I am doing a full work week at Jagex this week, helping some devs with some Game Jam projects. So because of that, I've got a little bit less time to edit. So what I've done is I've looked for another editor so that we're going to have 2 editors instead of 1. So no, nothing is happening to Zathras. He's awesome. We're keeping him on 2. We're just adding to that as well. So yeah. Anyway, and Loki says, as someone who's trying to get into PvM guides, they're awesome, but I feel like a lot goes out the window as soon as you get into the boss fight. Could be my own skill gap. So that's exactly why guides are not the way that people should learn how to kill the boss or play the game. That's kind of the whole point, is a guide can only get you so far. So yeah, anyway. All that to say, those guides will revolutionize guide videos. That's great. Thank you. I honestly... A lot of all the credit goes to the new editor. I haven't spoken to the new editor and figured out if they want to reveal themselves yet. But I mean, once that video comes out, it'll be in the description. Obviously, I credit everyone that does any work for me. So yeah, you guys will see soon. Okay. It's me, correct. One feedback is Cinderbanes in guides. Always hate it. They're so hard to get for Iron Man and easy for mains. Have you done ethical demons before? Ethical demons are the best. But yeah, no, they're definitely harder on an Iron Man. You're not wrong. Do I prefer more choreographed bosses like Raziel or something that follows a set pattern like Telos? Telos, by far. Not for learners or new players. If you're just asking me how I feel about the bosses I enjoy, that is what makes a boss more enjoyable for me. It has nothing to do with what I think is better for the game. Just for me. Have I seen the old school boss simulators? I've like looked at them. They kind of make my head hurt. If I'm entirely honest, like they just kind of hurt my soul a little bit. Will I be posting my notes in Discord? No, but if you do exclamation point Vods, this entire VOD is going to be uploaded to the RS Guy Vods. Am I looking forward to the boss next week? I am. I'm gonna be gaming the whole day. It's gonna be awesome. I'm actually very excited for it. I'm really destroying a memory jar. I know. $647 mil shards. Did I sell my Black Party yet? I did, because I realized, one, they confirmed it's being re-released. That was thing one. And thing two, which everybody knew, thing two is there's all this content coming out, and I would like to have money to test out the weapons and get them on release day and stuff. Yeah, no, there's a Rex Matriarch coming out next week. It's gonna be really, really fun. Okay, last question. Obviously, we're gonna turn today into an Iron Man stream, or a Hardcore Iron Man stream, where I'm actually one item off of the entire Zamrock log on my Hardcore Iron Man, which is really cool. But before we do that, I wanted to ask you guys, is there anything else that I didn't cover or that you wanted me to talk about with relation to the stream today? I think my biggest feeling, nice Razzle wallpaper. Thank you. I actually made it myself, so that's kind of like a double compliment. That's a huge win. The tile thing. I think the tile thing is good. I didn't mention it because I don't think it's terribly controversial. I get, and maybe that's just me, I get very annoyed when this game that is based on entirely squares decides that it's time to just use circles for everything. If I were a square-based game, I would make things out of squares. Couch, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. Also, if I missed any other subs, I probably did. Thank you very much. Let's look. Your sub point goal was met. Ooh, thank you guys. Very cool. Thank you for the follows as well. Trone, thank you for the Prime sub as well. All day, thank you for the Prime sub as well. Okay, not too many subs missed. Okay, I'm not terrible at my job. Just a little bit. Awesome. What are the drops for next week's boss? We don't know. I think there's a stream later this week about it, which is pretty cool. I think, or is it on Thursday? Maybe on Thursday? I can't remember what day it is. Do you want a hardcore update video is coming out? Hard for me to catch a lot of the streams, so I look forward to the videos. Yes. The next video is going to be a Hardcore Iron Man episode. It's going to be all about Elite Dungeon 3 and Telos, and it's a banger. It's a really, really, it's one of the best episodes in the series. When is it dropping? I'm just figuring out sponsors for it. That's the only thing I'm doing right now is like the video is 100% done. I just, sometimes what'll happen is we'll post a video and then the day after a sponsor will be like, oh yeah, by the way, could we get something in this week? And I'm like, oh no, help. So I'm basically just checking with my management and making sure that I don't need to imminently, yeah. But yeah, it should be out pretty soon. Like, it's probably next week's upload, would be my guess. What will the video cover? It will cover the entire journey of... It will cover 2 full pieces of best in slot range. 2 of the 3 best range weapons in the game. Think someone who doesn't have a complete PvM knowledge should get involved in the beta. Yes, everyone should get involved in the beta. Absolutely everyone should get involved in the beta. And if you care about PvM in any way, or you're going to care about the weapons, or you care about maybe PvMing at some point, then yeah, why not play the beta? Like, the idea that you need to know how things work to be able to give feedback on things, like, I kind of disagree with it in the sense that this isn't an update just for the people that do sweaty magic. It's an update for everybody. So even if you don't really know what you're doing and you try the 3 out and you go, oh, I actually had more fun with 1. That's great feedback. How can I join betas? Go to the RuneScape website when the beta is available. That would be the strong plan. I'll never understand people that vote without playing the beta. Well, the reason for that, Nadia, is because RuneScape players hate change, and they hate the idea that anything related to anything could get nerfed or modified. And they feel personally angry about it at times. So what will happen is a lot of people will log in, not play anything, and just vote like whatever has the least amount of change. It's pretty cool. Oh, hey, Anime Babe. What are we doing for the beta? So the beta is going to be trying out 3 different versions of the tier 95 Wand Orb. That's just human nature. I don't think it's I mean, I think it's MMO. I think it's MMO player nature. Can I get a rundown on what's happened to this point? If there's anything fun going on. We got a really, really cool roadmap reveal, which has the next 6 months of content. What else did we do? Roadmap reveal. There's a boss coming out next week that's kind of mid-level, and then we just got a reveal stream on some of the info about a boss rush that's coming out in a couple months. Change terrified me, but if they just unlocked G-Conk, it'd be much less scary. Yeah. Like, once again, every player is valid. I do think if you are able to actually try out the stuff, that's a lot better. It's a lot better to have an educated opinion on something than just, I don't like this because I don't like this, and I'm voting no to this. I think it's MMO player egos who want to gatekeep newer players to feel good about themselves. I actually totally disagree with you. I could not agree with a take less. I don't think there's this idea that, like, the endgame players hate the new players and want to gatekeep, and, like, I don't think there are too many examples of that really happening. I mean, I just spent my entire stream as an endgame player that just did 32,000% Enraged Zamorak yesterday for the broadcast, advocating that they bring up the lower tier players and improve their ability to deal damage. So it's kind of like, I'm not everybody, obviously, but I know everyone in my friend groups, or a lot of people in the circles I play in, which are pretty endgame, have no issue with less experienced players. Like, are there going to be bad eggs in every community? Absolutely. How many people in the early game community or the less experienced community hate PvMers by default, or hate endgame PvMers by default? It's probably a lot. It just happens. There's going to be I just don't think you can pit the endgame players versus the less experienced ones and like this feud. It doesn't exist. Are there endgame players that feel that way? Yes. Are there early game players that feel that way? Absolutely. Does that mean it's like a real thing or like a truth? No. Not even a little bit. The entire elitist community that I'm aware of want nothing more than to help people get better at PvM. What they hate is PvM being dumbed down and ruined for them in order to lift others up. Yeah, I agree with that a little more. A lot of streamers are the ones helping the most. Most that I watch are willing to sideline their stream to walk a newer player through a boss. Yeah, which is great. I mean, part of it too is, I'm going to be honest, if you're a content creator and you make content that only appeals to endgame players, you are never going to succeed. Because there just aren't enough endgame PvMers. Like, the truth is, it is a lot better to put yourself in a position where people of all skill levels can watch you and can feel like they understand what's going on a little bit and can participate in the discussions and everything. Like, that's just, it's a better way to do it. But beyond that, I'm someone that wants more PvM content in RuneScape. The way to get more PvM content is to get more people PvMing. If every RuneScape player did PvM, there'd be a boss coming out every 2 weeks. But yeah, anyway. Back in my day, there were gatekeepers around AOD, and it's not really like that anymore. Thanks, Necromancy. We need a group finder that works. Okay, I think both things are true, that the in-game group finder is not good at all, and I don't think has ever been used in history to actually find a group. But also, investing in a better group finder, I don't necessarily think would help. Potentially. Because I think in general, a lot of people don't do any group PvM because they are personally intimidated by it. In which case, the perfect group finder isn't going to fix that. I'll give you a good example. Myself. In the last year, I've probably done 20 hours of group content and 1,000 hours of solo content. Because I just like, I don't like streaming doing group content. I feel like when I'm reading chat, I'm letting the team down. But no amount of group finding system is going to fix that. It's a me problem. But yeah, anyway. Consider myself relatively inexperienced despite having a Reaper crew. Take on the I had fun being meaningful feedback. Just alleviated a lot of the imposter syndrome. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of, I mean, it's the same thing, and I mean, Nadia could speak to this pretty well, because Nadia spent a ton of time making a party finder that works really well and has all the functionality you would want out of a party finder. And what we found is it didn't work because effectively, to find a group, you need to take initiative, whether that's going into a Discord or joining a community. Like, it's not impossible to do for anyone that's willing to take initiative. But the problem is the people that have the most issues finding groups are the people that don't want to take initiative. So any party finder that requires any amount of initiative isn't going to help them. It's just, it's a hard problem to fix because a lot of it is the game and a lot of it is also not the game. You could pick a casual team in that case. It doesn't help me. So if I PvM with people worse than me, I feel like I need to carry. So even if I'm PvMing with people worse than me, it doesn't really matter. Because I still feel like I need to be doing the maximum amount of damage. When I'm PvMing in a solo, I'm a lot more relaxed because the only person I'm letting down is myself. What's the raw meat for? I think I have dinosaurs that need to be fed. I thought I would do that. Also worth noting, I'm trying to get Sponge and Pup, Mod Sponge and Pup, to do another kind of podcast talking about some combat stuff, just because I think it's been a while since the last one, and I think it would be fun. So just wanted to let you guys know as well. Hopefully Sponge is down and we can make that happen at some point. Just so you all know, that's sort of one of the ideas. Papa's gonna call me today and talk about it, but I think it'd be more fun with Sponge there too. Not that anyone asked, but I'll have RSPVM updated for Sanctum as soon as all the other dudes on it. Nadia, keep me posted on it. I didn't ask, but I'm open to having asked. Hi, Amazes, what's good? I hope your div training went well yesterday. It did. I was doing stuff, and it was fun. I'm almost 120, actually. Okay, so one thing I do need to do, though, is I do need to change my title, because although we are talking about the Sanctum of Rebirth, we are doing Hardcore Iron Man, one item off Zamorak log. Okay, cool. I'll just keep everything in my title, and we can just keep talking. Like, I can do the Zammy with my eyes closed, so we're all good. I see you, Pup. Yeah, that was not Pup that timed you out. I know it's nice to think that, like, it was, but it wasn't. It was one of my incredible mods. Hi, Rocket. How are you doing? Okay, what do I need to go to Zamorak? Maybe nothing. Maybe I can just go. Wait. Okay. Wait, for real? Yeah, I can just go. I'm missing, Rings of Kinship, and I think partway through today, I'm gonna run out of supplies, and that's okay. Partway through the day, I might have to make some Vuln Bombs, but we're all good. Let's go to Zammy. Hi, Time for the show. Thank you for the 10 months. I appreciate it. Also wanted to say, the streams this week have been really, really fun, and I just really appreciate it. You guys have made it really, really fun to get up every day and go live and hang out and chat with you all. Like, usually I hate engaging in RuneScape-related discourse because it's very tiring and it very quickly goes to crazy places, but everyone's been really cordial and respectful of late. Maybe it's possible we've just managed to ban every single person that has ever disagreed with me. Maybe that's what it is, but either way, it's been fun. It's been fun, it's appreciated. Do I have an Iron Man clan? Unfortunately, I have a clan. Mains are allowed it too. I know. I'm sorry. Incorrect. Mod Jack's like, there's one dwarf left in Moria. Until the very last breath. Uh-oh. All right. Last thing to do before Zammy is open up all the third-party plugins that I use to make my game slightly readable, and then we'll be good to go. How do we join the clan? The clan name is Toll, so just guest in the clan, ask for an invite, and someone will likely be able to invite you. And I think there are like 30 more spaces in the clan. I don't think it's full. But also, I can start kicking people too, because I think that we've got a lot of inactives as well. Wait, what if they add bad luck mitigation? See, this is how we do it. If we really want to get more heated discussions, what we need to do is we need to start coming out with worse takes. Like, as an example, I think that only irons should get bad luck mitigation. Can I be added and then kicked from the clan? No. Yeah, so now all we need is Pup, Rocket, and I are down to talk combat. All we need is one combat dev to talk about combat, and then we're good. We've got a perfect quartet of complainers. What about good luck mitigation? Yeah, that's true. If they add bad luck mitigation, they should also add good luck mitigation. That's not a bad take. What? You know, never mind. It was a joke. Yeah, I also did really like that they talked about bad luck mitigation on the stream. Or some system. I have chatted with Sponge at length about it. Actually, okay, this is really awkward, but what actually happened is I completely unsolicited messaged Sponge about an idea I had for like a bad luck mitigation system. And I was like, wouldn't it be really cool if all this happened and this is why this is good and this is why there are no negatives, and like I was like, I know it's probably never gonna happen or won't happen anytime soon, but like this is how I would approach it. And I was like really kind of proud of it, and it was like a long book. And then the next day, Sponge writes back and he goes, "Oh, thanks, bud. That's actually exactly what I was thinking about, and I already had all of this. Everything that you did was already on my radar." I was like, bro, are you kidding me? I worked so hard on that. I tried so hard. But anyway, you win some, you lose some. But yeah, that is something I'd like to see happen. I also only think it needs to go onto places with really robust drop logs. Like, if there are more than 5 drops on the log, having a random distribution of getting one of the random ones makes it so that it's really likely to have crazy dry streaks. That's the only thing I think they need to worry about. I don't think they need it to be like Zammy, where every kill you get closer to a drop. Like, I just think they need to mess with the distributions a lot, so that it's less likely to go like, dude, I felt so bad. There was someone in my community the other day that went 5,000 kills dry on their last item they needed for Raziel on their Iron Man. And like, I get that irons deserve less, but like of course they didn't enjoy their experience. And at the end of the day, that's what it's all about. It's about giving people a good experience. And that's just a brutal experience to do that many kills. And I know someone's gonna say, well, that's RuneScape, but it's like, I don't know. I genuinely felt bad that, like, even this account went over 2,000 kills for my last drops. Like, it wasn't fun by the end. My boy, thank you for being so committed to our game. Our future is finally looking promising. I'm so excited about the future. Genuinely, I just think the last couple weeks have been unreal. Something else that I really was pushing, and like, I don't want to take any credit for this because I deserve 0 of it, and I did none of the work for it at all. But I really wanted them to start streaming more on the RuneScape Twitch channel. I think it's good for the whole directory. And it's also good for the community to get more, like, even if it's really scuffed, even if it's super informal, just stream more, just talk more, just show more. And I was just so happy to see that happening. That made me very, very happy. Yeah, Nadia, something like that would be cool. I agree. There are lots of different ways to do it, though. Fortunately or unfortunately. Tea time with Jagex. But yeah, actually, here's a good question for you guys. How do you guys feel about the very, like, informal, impromptu streams like what they did today? I thought it was great. I would love to see them continue doing that, and it seems like they're going to, but... I like them. I love it. Need more. Very positive. Yeah. Like, even when they're talking about controversial changes that people get angry about, like, I still think it's a net positive to have those discussions, so... Cool. Yeah, my, like, inclination was that people would really like them, but, you know, you never know until you do it. Makes everyone feel more connected to the community. Yeah. I'm also really excited to see Mod Hooli being a little more front-facing than in the past. I say that I've had a chance to work with Mod Hooli a lot over the last several years. I'm not like a JMod, but I do some consulting work, and when I do consulting work, he's effectively my boss. But he speaks the game really, really well, and he's very in tune with the community, and he's a person that, like, I don't know, like, you'll notice during the roadmap stream, right? Mod Hooli was the one that immediately wanted to talk about the hero pass and, like, address the elephant in the room, and I think that's one of the things that Hooli's really, really good at. And it's definitely, like, I think it's he's a very valuable asset to have, because I think when you're doing CM, you have to bridge the gap between the community and the developers, right? And the higher ups, right? You're effectively a middleman between those two things. And I think Hooli, I mean, this is very obvious. He's done a lot of great things in his career. So it's like, yeah, no kidding. Of course, he's very qualified, but he's a person that I think just by speaking and speaking his mind publicly is going to gain a lot of goodwill with the community. What's Hooli's role at Jagex? I believe Hooli is the head of the CM team. Yeah. But once again, like, it's one of those things where I can say that, like, oh yeah, Hooli's great. Hooli, yeah, should be in front of the camera more. Hooli speaks the game well. But at the end of the day, like, none of that matters. I'm in the unique position of getting to hear that and experience that, right? Like, really what matters is it'd be really cool if you guys got to experience that too. That's the kind of meaningful thing. But yeah, I'm definitely excited about things. I'm pretty stoked. Also, have you ever seen a more laid back 500% enraged Zamorak kill on a hardcore Iron Man? We are 100% vibes, 0% paying attention to the boss fight. Paying attention could not be me. Don't jinx it? There's nothing to jinx. I've been here for 3 straight weeks. I could do this whole kill with my eyes closed, I think, if you told me where all the pads were. How many kills am I in? Over 500. Did I win? Nope. But I'm one singular drop off of full log. So that's what I really want. How are you doing, Ryan? I'm good. I'm pretty tired, honestly. I got a little stressed out yesterday. Just because it's like, I'm trying to run my own channel and company and editors and payroll and projects and then my own streams, and I'm also doing a lot of Jagex stuff this week, and I'm also training for a half marathon that's next Sunday, and I'm just like, you ever feel like you've got a lot going on and you don't have time to properly do any of the things that you have going on? I was feeling a bit like that yesterday, but I think anytime you kind of step into a new role or a new phase, it's going to be a little like that, where I just need to figure out what I'm actually capable of and get used to it. But yeah. I'm all good. How are you? Exam season every year, fair. Maybe you need to attempt the world's biggest broadcast again. True. No, I simply manage it really well. Can't relate. Well, I'm happy for you, Goopy. Are there any other hardcores with Zamilog? I don't know. I would assume there are a couple. Like, there's no way there aren't a couple. It's probably less than, like, I don't know. It's probably less than 20, though. No, I just time manage really well. I'm so proud of you. Y'all are like, honestly can't relate to being stressed. Just don't know what that's like. What's my pad rotation? Oh, sorry. It's Death Skull, Split Soul before it's charged. And then it's Volley of Souls, Finger of Death, Death Guard. Also, Zami Guide is coming at some point. I don't know when, but it's going to be 500% Zami with Necromancy and also with Melee as well I want to do. Because Melee 500% Zami is actually really easy. Yeah, no, I'm doing well, all things considered. It's like the good kind of busy. Oh, yeah, the other thing I didn't even mention is I'm getting married in a month. So I'm in the process of like planning out a wedding too. So there's a lot going on, but it's all good. Will you do a half marathon stream? No, I will not be broadcasting the worst day of my life to all of you. If I even survive it, you'll get a picture on Twitter after. What was the Sanctum reveal? It was a RuneScape stream with mods Pigeon and Sponge and Ryan and Hooli talking about the PvM boss rush. And I thought it was pretty cool. Like, how you really casually say you're getting married. I mean, okay, the people that are here a lot are probably tired of me talking about it, and I'm very cognizant of that. So it's just like, you know, it's just a thing that I'm setting up for. We all good. What's your kill count? That's over 500. We've been grinding. We've had a lot of dupes as well. I've had 5 Chaos Roars, and Chaos Roar is more rare than a bow piece. You know you have a lot going on when you almost forget about the whole wedding part. Yeah, a little bit. To be fair, family's helping a lot with that too, which is really nice.
You actually think that this will work, don't you? That Guthix's old tricks will stop me again.
Yeah. Mr. Guy is going to be off the market. Unlucky. I am also just like really excited for all the new content coming out, especially Group Iron Man. It's going to be awesome. So the plan for Group Iron Man is I don't have a team yet or a group figured out, but I want to do a 5-person Group Iron Man where we have style locking. So you have a ranger, a major, a meleeer, a necromancer, and then either someone could pick a different style or a skiller, like a level 3 skiller. I just feel like it'd be fun, you know?
This is no longer amusing. Mortals should not play with power meant for God.
No summoner? Doing an Iron Man summoning pure sounds kind of bad, honestly. But maybe like the other idea is if we don't want to do a skiller, we could do a healer. So someone has a healer role. So the rule would be like they'd be the person in group PvM. They'd be the only person. They'd be the designated like debuffer, barricader, interceptor. I'm basically describing Diane when we go to Zamorak, but you know. Dude, I watched her VOD of that. We did 32,000% on Rage Zamorak on my main, of course, yesterday. And I was watching her VOD, and like during my POV, like I'm chilling, I'm surviving, I'm thriving, I'm dealing the damage, I'm using the defensives I need. Like I don't want to to say it's relaxed, because, like, it's not truly relaxed to get that enraged, but, you know. And then her POV is, like, hitting the world's most difficult intercept 500 times in a row without ever messing it up once. I should overload. What the? Whoa, 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 whoa. That was unfair. I demand a recount. Also, chat, I may have signed. But if you think for a second that I'm teleporting out, I might have to. No, we're fine. Nah. I just won't luck at the dwarves, so I'll keep my rod on. By the way, there's currently a bug, by the way, where if you die to the rod bleed on a hardcore, you lose all of your lives instead of just like the one you're supposed to lose. So, hey, at least if I die to that, it kind of like draws attention to that. This is a lean forward kill. Yeah, like a little bit. No, I do need to be careful. That was kind of a stupid way to sign, to be honest. Like, arguably that shouldn't have signed me, but it did. So here we are.
Dare defy me. I who commanded the greatest armies in history. I who laid low Zoroaster.
If you have food in the sack, don't telly back. Is that?
Will never be over. Not until you.
Is that canon? I guess. Guess it is now. Oh, whatever, man. It's be like a really bad time to find out I'm like out of power burst or something. Honestly, I'm putting on the luck ring. I don't care. Bang. Alrighty. And we didn't even die. Yeah, I just kind of steered. See, I mean, actually, that was a really good example of the thing they talked about of starting to use more squares. The reason I signed there is because the chaos trap is a circle. And you can't tell where the tiles are. So effectively, like, where I clicked, I didn't click on the chaos trap, but I clicked on the same square the chaos trap was on, but you can't see the squares. So the idea that that's exactly what they're trying to fix is really, really good in my opinion. Yeah, that's sort of actually a perfect example of why maybe putting squares in our square-based video game would be good. If you're so bad you die to a rod bleed, you don't deserve to be hardcore. I disagree with that. I think it's a pretty bad bug. Hexagon, bestagon. Wait, what? Is that real? Surely not. Wonder what they'll reveal at RuneFest. If you guys want to know my guess for RuneFest, so we've got the rest of this year, right? So we've got until December, basically. We've got all of the big content hits until December. But my guess is RuneFest is going to talk about the period of time from that RuneFest until the next RuneFest. So it'll be basically the first 9 months of 2025. Yeah, that's probably how they do it. That'd be my guess. If RuneFest even happens, which I really hope it does, by the way. They seem confident that it's happening, which is really good, but the situation with Insomnia is brutal. I feel so badly for everybody impacted by that. They basically got rug pulled. Maybe we should just remove the grid system. I feel like some of these things are easier said than done. Like, some of these things are pretty foundational to the game, where the game just breaks. It's something Old School's done a really good job of, actually. I will happily give them their flowers for this. Is they've managed to take a really, really clunky kind of combat system and grid system and tile system and tick system and instead of making mechanics that like look like they aren't a grid, they really steer into it. And they are able to make some really, really cool stuff because of that. So I personally like that. When is the Ambassador Guide coming? It will likely be in 2 videos. So in like a week and a half. 2 weeks? That'd be my guess. Everything's kind of to be announced. We're still kind of figuring out a lot, but
That's your plan. The edicts.
I'm glad you're looking forward to it though. That has me very excited. Am I excited for raids? Wait, you mean the Sanctum? Yeah, I think the Sanctum's gonna be fun. You know what I'm actually excited about? Almost, I don't want to say more. Like, they were pretty clear that the Sanctum is gonna be like mid-high level content, but I don't think I'm gonna personally find it hard. In which case, I just hope the mechanics of it are fun. But I'm pretty excited for the skilling boss. Especially a soloable skilling boss. I'm intrigued. It's piqued my interest. My interest is cranked all the way up, you know?
You actually think that this will work, don't you? That Gothix's own
Hot take, skilling bosses are just mini games. I mean, there are definitely pieces of content that bridge the gap between the two. I think the best example of that would be Big Game Hunter. You're hunting one singular big creature that you kill, but technically it's... I mean, is it even a mini game? I think there are some differences between the two, but either way, at the end of the day, that's just a categorization thing. It doesn't really ultimately matter. Had to go climbing with friends. You had to? They forced you? Wait, what kind of climbing? What did I miss? There's a dev blog that is no longer pinned in chat, but that is worth reading and checking out. But the biggest things is they want to make some changes to magic and possibly make G-Conk a 2H weapon instead of a dual wield. They showed some possible effects for the tier 95 wand and orb. They showed some stuff about the actual boss fight arena, which is pretty cool. And then they also talked about looking at a new death system that I actually really liked. I think the death system, like, not that we're doing a polling system, but if we were, I think the death system would pass with flying colors. I'd like to think anyway. Which boss came up with right-click examine? I don't want to say for sure, but that sounds like the kind of thing that Mod Hooli would come up with. Mod Hooli, also the creator of the name for the Let's Chat show.
This has gone on long enough. It's time you learned your place, vermin.
What's your challenge series? You can only kill a boss once for loot. I'm enjoying it. Oh, I'm glad. That's awesome. Yeah, those are really fun videos to make. The next, like, big content-y video like that that's coming out is I did a 24-hour melee-only rebuilding challenge. And it was pretty cool. I had a lot of fun with it, actually. I also made, like, a stupid amount of money, too. They mentioned how Revive would work with hardcore. No, but I would assume if you die on a hardcore, you die. Nadia, you're doing great. Yeah, that is also a me project, so it's not going to be super imminent. I'm basically editing it when I have spare time, which is usually at, like, if I randomly can't sleep at 2 o'clock in the morning, that's basically the only time I'm working on it. It's going to take a little bit. This is why it's so important to have great editors I can work with. This is a cry for help.
Chaos will reign. You think you've won? It will never be over. Not until you lie broken.
Maybe we'll get some green sparkles, you know? Wait, I messed up my rotation. Wait a second? I don't know what I did wrong, but we're fine. That was really bad. I didn't living death. Oops. Oh well, still died. Half the category is here. Sheesh. Wait, let's go. It happens. Wait, did it really die without me being in living death? That's kind of not good. Yeah, I have definitely started making more mistakes. I don't think I've killed the boss too many times. My brain is just not working, but hey, still died. Have I done all the combat salary builds at this point? I haven't. I've done magic, I've done necromancy, and I've done melee. I've not done ranged. The thing about range that makes it less intriguing is the pathway is basically like, get a bad setup, go to Raksha, hope you get Gricko. It's just not as interesting as melee. Like for melee, it was so much fun. Like within 2 hours, we had a Zuck cape. And then we were farming Elite Dungeon 1, which is awesome melee content. And then we did end up at Zami for a bunch of it, but it was good. Did you finish bow yet? I would not be here if I had a bow. You should go climbing, then you'll feel like your old self again. Yeah, I have not gone climbing in a while, actually. To be fair, all the people that I usually go climbing with have been either been busy or been ducking me. No, they've actually, for the most part, been traveling. Also, hi, Aaron. How are you? Drop when? Hopefully soon. We're not, like, dry on a drop. The drop rate at this enrage is a 1 in 30. So, yeah. It's not that we're actually dry, but you ever just get the feeling like you've been here for too long? That's kind of what I'm feeling. Like, I've been here for like 3 weeks now. Like, 3 straight weeks. It's a bit long, you know? I would like my last item for my collection log. Feels weird to not be at uni. I don't know what to do with my days. Play RuneScape? Hello? Also, hi Sam, how are you? Welcome, welcome. Welcome, Raider. I thought you said that the living death wasn't for damage, it was just for stack building. Well, clearly that's the case, but you still lose out on damage not being in living death. Like, it's still way better to living death, but yeah, the thing that messed me up there is I didn't have max stacks. But I still did the rotation as though I did, so I wasted a bunch of my adren. And then it was bad. Do I do indoor bouldering or do I do outdoor climbing? I have never been outdoor climbing, but I just got my lead climbing cert. So this summer I will be doing some outdoor climbing. I won't lie, I'm not really looking forward to it. My brother's kind of more of an adrenaline junkie than I am with regard to stuff like that. He's like, dude, the risk is so cool, and like it's just you and the wall, and like I'm like, that isn't cool to me. I don't like this. But yeah, so I'll be doing my first outdoor climbing this summer. I'm glad. Hope you're well. Thank you. Doing pretty well. There we go. There we go. Perfect. Stream. I would love to do a climbing stream. I think there are probably some safety logistics around it, like where you need to be a group of 3 people, where the person with the camera would have to be not doing anything related to the climb. Let's put a GoPro on.
Old tricks will stop
Could do that too, but I would still need someone managing the stream, right? Like switching the POVs, reading the chat. Like there's like you can't read chat while you're lead climbing. Like that would just be very unsafe. I like the cooking streams. I want to do more cooking streams. I actually think we might have a cooking stream this week. We might have a sponsored cooking stream this week, but also the publisher for the RuneScape cookbook, I believe they sent me a copy or they tried to send me a copy. And whenever I get it, I'm going to be doing cooking streams. Nah. What is this? All right, musically, I don't know what's happening right now. IRL hard grindman content. Yeah, a little bit. What's my highest grade? Dude, different places use different grading systems. But I like the highest grade I've ever climbed. Not lead, but just belay, because I've only just gotten into lead climbing to get my cert, basically. Would be like a 510 plus would be my absolute best, but I'm more of a like 510 or 510 minus are usually what I look for when I'm going. That's more like in the realm of my skill level. Did I get my cookbook? I haven't yet. I need to actually email the cookbook people later today and just like make sure that there wasn't like a problem with shipping or whatnot. Because I mean, maybe this is disadvantageous to say, but I was just gonna buy the thing and then they offered to send me a free copy. So I was like, okay, I'll do that. But my fiance and I are both huge RuneScape players. So like, absolutely we need a RuneScape cookbook. So yeah, if I'd known it would have taken this much longer to get it the free and publishery way, I definitely would have just bought the thing. But anyway. Book is very good. There's a whole achievement diary included. Nice. Yeah, no, I just like cooking in general. It's not that I necessarily like streaming cooking, but I do learn a lot when I'm streaming cooking. Not really about cooking, but about you guys. Like the idea that someone that has never cooked anything in their life before would backseat my cooking. And that's always really fun. It was a good like eye-opening moment for me. It's like, oh, I thought this was unique to RuneScape playing, but no, it's everything. Haven't tried to make anything. Work has got me running ragged. Oof, I hope you're getting some rest, though. I humbly request the TOA Warden soundtrack. I don't know. Is it on Spotify? If it's on Spotify, I could probably do it.
Dare defy me. I who commanded the greatest armies in history.
A Masket's Promise. I'll check.
Chaos will
Hello and good luck. Thank you.
You think you've won. It will never be over. Not until you lie
Broken. Okay, actually using Living Death moment. Pretty big, pretty big. Wish more old school and RuneScape tracks were on Spotify. Me too. That'd be cool. Not on Spotify, apparently. Yeah, if I do it off YouTube, it'll go on the wrong channel, unfortunately. So it will mess up my VOD. Remember, Ryan, just get the drop. That's kind of what I'm kind of trying to do, no? Yeah, this is RuneScape music. This is Desperate Measures. It's Unraveling the Past from Desperate Measures. It's kind of a tune, honestly. Want to go to culinary school after time myself to cook, watching cooking shows. Realize my body's too broken to handle it. This day I still sometimes question what if. Fair enough. Toffinator, thank you for the 8 months. I appreciate it. All right, team. Let's get this last drop. One final drop. That's all I need. And then I can retire forever. I think there's a YouTube music app for desktop. I think that would alleviate the issue with channels. Yeah, like if I got the app and I set it up so that on all of my OBS scenes there was a channel for YouTube Music, that would work. It's just not something I've done. As of right now, it's Spotify or bust.
You made it, but this is as far as you go.
Scriptwriter said you'll get a drop on the 29th. Wait. That's in so many days. No. We're not doing that. That's in a lot of days. Yeah, that's fair, JPaz. It's very understandable. This is Anachronia music. This is for the observation outpost ritual site. But yeah, I've actually not looked really at much TOA stuff. I don't know much about it other than that old school players talk about how great it is. And RuneScape 3 players that play old school talk about how great it is. So, you know.
That's your plan. The edicts. Heed my call.
How was the stream earlier? It was good, Sphera. How are you? Welcome, welcome. RuneScape has some great music. It really does. It's the best PvM content in either game. Ooh. And then the person under said it's the worst rate of the game. Nice. How does 500% feel after 32,000%? They are completely different boss fights in every possible... I almost said one isn't really easier than the other. They're just different, but that is cap. One feels a lot harder than the other. No, 32k is a cruel, cruel maiden. I mean, just every single auto attack in the whole boss fight will one-shot you from full HP through prayer. Like, that's the truth of what 32k is. Every single auto attack, no matter how many life points you have, you got 15k HP, it will still one-shot you. Is there a clip of 32k kill? There is. Someone did clip it. It was really, really smooth. We actually bodied it. Have I tried necromancy at high enrages? No, I didn't realize it was an option, actually. How many death spores does someone go through an hour high enraging? It's probably not that many, like maybe like 100. Maybe 200, but you're just switching to it just for the effect and then not after, so it couldn't really be that many.
This is no longer in using.
We'll check it out, TY. Sweet. Yeah, I will say Diane also posted a video on her YouTube channel, and her POV is kind of more fun. Not that my POV isn't fun, but yeah, foreclosure. How is Necro at high enrages if you've done it? I haven't looked into it at all. You accidentally dropped 20,000 Death Spore arrows on your Iron Man. Yikes. What outfit is your character wearing? I am wearing the Woodland Archer outfit.
It's time you learned your place, vermin.
It came out from, I believe, from the Christmas promo. It's like 100 hours of mining worth of Death Spores. Nice, congrats. Yeah, because this is like the ranger arc, right? Where I want to become a ranger. We decided to wear some range gear just for thematic reasons. All right, let's go. Yeah, I do need to focus up though. I mean, I said this before, but I have been making some mistakes, especially the last 3 streams where I feel like I'm going to die here if it keeps going for a few more days. So be careful.
Gillinor will burn! Chaos will reign! You think you've won! It will never be over! Not until you lie broken!
All right, streamer setup. Give me the B next, surely. Surely. Okay, well. And bonk. Good little kill. Let's get it. No sparkles, and we run it again. 5 mil? Wait just a second. It's not good for the Trillionaire arc. But yeah, I'd be very happy to be done with this grind. I'm just putting that out there into the world. Every time I get green sparkles, it's just like raging that it's done. There we go. Thank you for the RNG. Seb, I appreciate it. It's very helpful. Oh, I also had a skilling question for chat. If you know, what's the best way to train divination if you don't have proteins? Which bow piece am which piece am I missing? I'm missing the top. I've got the string. Yeah, I've got the string in the bottom. Is it Hall of Memories, like core hunting? Buying spins? Okay, well, we won't be doing that. 2-ticking Hall of Memories. Okay, but what if I'm not going to be 2-ticking? Like, what if I'm going to be AFK? Or semi-AFK? Hall of Memories for sure. Okay. And that's like via core parties? Okay. Regular divination earns with relics. Give me 2.5 mil an hour. Wait, that's actually really good. So you're telling me that's actually better XP per hour than proteins. But the proteins are just way more AFK, obviously. Okay, so then I'll check out Incans then. Thank you, guys. That's good to know. Yeah, I want to get 120 Divi this double XP. I'm level 119. That seems good though. So I'll just get like outfit, divvy urns, all that stuff. And then pawn effects ring, obviously. Torstol incense, and we'll just send.
That's your plan. The edicts.
There's also the scrimshaw too, right? The energy crushing scrimshaw.
Step.
Dude, I'm just having a bad time this go. My prayer isn't on.
Feel the rage of a god.
Nice. Basically, skill issue. Don't forget to use div pots. Div pots work too? Holy. I'm assuming all this info is available somewhere too. Like if I go to like efficiency experts and I go divination, it'll be in there. Is it currently double XP? It is currently double XP. It is indeed. Yeah, there are a lot of buffs. I did think that incans were better than Hall of Memories. That was what I was led to believe. Bonk. 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 Bonk.
Again. Heed my call.
Core Hunting Discord has all the buffs too. Okay, cool. Oh, so they have info on the regular Divi too. Okay. Oh, this is literally just looping. Okay, that's not gonna work. That's not gonna cut it, but I'll fix it later. No, it wasn't a remix. It's just the playlist I have is just full of a bunch of RuneScape music, but it's a mix of the RuneScape music from a long time ago, from the individual that did some very unsavory things that I don't want to listen to. So I was skipping all of, yeah, that is what I was doing.
This is no longer amusing. Mortals should not play with power meant for gods. Heed my call.
That is all. That's why I was skipping through a bunch of songs. Send you a picture on Discord? Cool. Once again, I literally need like 8 million XP for 120, so it's all good. And I prefer something very AFK. How did I get my dinos for Vuln Bombs? Never ask RS guy how he got his dinos for Vuln Bombs. I can make a suggestion on how you should get your dinos for Vuln Bombs. But, it is a lengthy story involving use of a very clever game mechanic, as well as meeting up with Mod Shogun IRL, hanging out with him, telling him about it, because like I thought it was very common knowledge, and then him coming home that same night and nerfing it.
This has gone on long enough. It's time you learned.
And then flaming me.
Heed my call.
So, okay, here's what I did to get mine. So, when Experimentation came out, you know, you could get them from the Dino Egg Incubator, where you'd, like, pick up your dinosaur egg from the incubator, and you'd have a chance of getting, like, an actual unchecked egg, right? But it's pretty rare. So, what happened is compers kind of, I don't want to say they complain, because, like, I don't think compers really ever complain. That would be crazy to complain. But the compers complained that it took too long to get, right? So what they did is they made a change so that the achievement was to get one dinosaur from it. So what they did is they just made it so that you get your first dinosaur 10 times more common than any future dinosaur until you get the achievement. And then once you get the achievement, should I not be saying this? Once you get the achievement, it like stops it, you know, you go back to the regular, really slow balance rates. Okay? The problem is, you needed 89 fire making to get the achievement. So what you could do, and this was the Iron Man meta for like 8 months. What you would do is you would specifically get 87 fire making and then boost it to 89 with a god banner, because achievements aren't boostable. And then what you could do is you could collect dinosaur eggs, always get the 10x rates, and never get the achievement. So you could pull up like 100 dinosaurs in like 3 hours. It was pretty juiced. And I thought it was pretty big brain, honestly. But yeah, so that is how I got some of my dinosaurs on this account. But as it has now been fixed, thanks Shogun, the way that you should do it now is just Dream of Aya is really, really good for dinosaurs too. But yeah, that's the story of ethical dinos. And I have a screenshot of a DM from Mod Shogun, and it's just ethical dinos are no more with like an actual evil laugh. Bro is a villain. You know, because I wasn't doing it like maliciously. Like, I genuinely thought it was known because it was like a popular thing. Like, I even did it on my stream. Like, it was a well-known way to get dinosaur eggs on a low-level Iron Man. And then when I mentioned Shogun, he was like, no, that shouldn't be a thing. What? That's wrong. I can't be having that. And he literally patched it the same night. So, yeah. Anyway. Trade Necrobit at 12k, I think, for having one free deeps persons in Necron 4s and 5s can be good because of the Ghost and Deathmark for which. True below is hard because the Dread and Defenses is scarce. Darkness for a new day. Yeah. No, that kind of checks. I was absolutely shocked to see Silly. Which is, yeah, Silly camping Necromancy. I just didn't know that was an option, but, you know. All right, let's go. That is what I'm doing, and you saying that I've gotten a dino in 20 minutes because of you. Correct. You would have had, instead of having a dino, you would have had, 10. My bad. It also makes septing harder. That's fair, actually. Yeah, that makes sense. As punishment, you should drop all of your Vuln bombs now. No, thank you. I need them. All right. This is kind of a tune. Also, hi Mika, how are you doing? I don't think I ever said hi to you. I like acknowledged you in chat, but I hope you're winning. Hi, I'm doing great. Awesome. I'm glad to hear it. Okay, turns out Zammy goes better with stat boosting prayer on. Dream of paella? I would have a paella. I don't think I'd ever dream of one. Sammy Loki kind of weird though on pad 6. I intentionally don't pray and eat some hits to pad skip. See, that's just a good use of the pads though. Like, I think that's really cool that there's that kind of gameplay option. I still think Zammy's a masterpiece of a boss. Like, I know there's some stuff that isn't perfect about it and there's some bugs and all the rest, but interesting boss. Also completely not AFKable. Which is really good. You dreamt about biryani once? I mean, honestly, you are making me hungry right now. That actually sounds really good. Sammy's genuinely an S tier boss. Yeah, I think it's an A tier boss for me. It's quite fun. Could type German I into the wiki and it will redirect you. Oh, good. I mean, that makes sense. Wait, Elliot isn't here. This is the kind of song that Elliot would get irrationally angry at me if I skipped. I get that feeling, you know? But Elliot's gone, so I think I can safely skip it. Gone. Yeah, actually saved. Pushing should be in higher increments, though. I agree with that. It's just like a little iffy to change it now once people are halfway to 60k. But my hope is that once the push team hits 60k, which at this rate will be like, I don't know, in a year. At that point, I would love to see them make some changes to the system. I just think they, at this point, we're over halfway now, right? We're 32k. Just let them finish it, and then, you know, give them their flowers. And then after that, I think you can make some changes to it so that other people can access it. I should make it 500. Yeah, you got it. Easily. Hey, good luck out there, escapers. Hello, Fury's Gamer. What's good? Is 60k doable? No, it's doable. It's doable as is. Just, we need different strats, obviously. Strats need to change. Need more anchors? Yeah, more of me on the team. Didn't they say if someone got close to 60k, they just increased it again? I don't think they said that. I just think that they set 60k as a impossible in Rage. But RuneScape players are just built. Rainy was like, and I took that personally. They said they'd consider upping it if it was reached. Bro, instead of upping it once it's reached, what about unlocking it once it's reached? Or changing the pushing system once it's reached? Still a year out from hitting 60k. I mean, to be fair, there's going to be more power creep, though, too, right? Like, tier 95 Wand Orb probably just makes things even easier. Maybe the melee changes, too, like the mining and smithing changes, are going to add more power creep as well. Like, phase 7 is already completely solved. Like, I think it's winnable. Four kill per hour is still many hundreds of hours. Yeah, that's fair. I also feel like on average it's probably 3 kills an hour. It's still a lot of hours, but it's also a lot of people pushing and sharing in Rage, so. I want to see what Modjack does with woodcutting and fletching. Me too. I have a long-standing beef with that guy, so, you know? No, I'm kidding. Modjack's really cool. One thing I appreciate about Modjack is he's always down to, like, he's so active in the community, and he's always down to hear what the players have to say. He's very, very community-pilled in a way that I think is pretty nice. Like, he'll engage in... I think part of it is he just really likes to talk about RuneScape, but the manifestation of that is players get a... like, most games, you don't get a player to... you know, connection to the lead game designer. So even when we don't see eye to eye on stuff, I appreciate that I even get to know what the lead game designer thinks about something. What if there's a Zaros boss fight? I'd be down. All right, that's the end of the hour, but we didn't get anything, so clearly we have to go again. What am I missing? I'm missing one bow piece. Is there gonna be a point where Padawan has to be done later? Probably not. I hope they unlock the enrage up to 4K and then let each push skill plus 100 after that. 60 grand with 70 grand more achievable. Yeah, I don't know. That's streamer privilege though? No, it isn't. He engages with everybody. That's the thing that's so cool. Like, he literally spends like probably 20 hours a week just in the RuneScape Discord engaging with anybody. You can randomly tag Mod Jack, the lead game designer, and he will probably read the thing that you had to say and have a discussion with you about it. Like, it's actually insane. That's the beauty. God, Jack, TBH. Hey, Pride Slayer, what's good? Any Pronix squares people use decently higher level ranging? I think most people use 2, and if you're like really crazy, maybe 3, but probably 2. How does the Sanctum look? Interesting. I'm gonna go at Jack and say Ryan said do so. No, please don't do that. He's busy enough as is, but... Yeah, someone mentioned Zaros and Pride Slayer was like, my time to shine. Tips for Iron Man getting souls for Necro. 90 chakra now, 95 souls need to finish off. Just grind souls with the multiply glyphs. But you can do it in a way that costs nothing if you get your soul attraction above 300%, because every soul storm, which is guaranteed, will give you another memento that you can just use to get even more souls. So I got my 30k souls or whatever with 1 bone. Like, literally 1 bone. Is the final bow piece the last thing for log? It is. Yeah, like literally 1 singular Dagonoth bone or whatever it was got me the max amount of souls. Oh, man. Dude, I like the part where my aura reset itself properly. That was my favorite part. Okay, it's good. We're chilling. We're chilling. We're chilling. He's potted up. Don't kill me. Ugh. Okay, I'm gonna eat a food. Good song. You have 150,000 souls on your iron? Okay, that's a bit crazy. I mean, I think Ungale is better once you've got your souls now, so I don't see too many people getting, like, going overboard with the souls now. There's hidden Zaros lore in the Daemonheim image. Pride Slayer, this is gonna be one of those moments where I just say, I believe you. Yeah, dude, the melee arc's good. I've got full vestments. It's sick. I don't have the bow. I need the bow. How long's this last drop? I got a drop towards the end of last stream. I got a vestment hood. So my last 8 drops have been 5 books, 2 pants, and a hood. God, this boss. Help! I mean, I suppose it's not really the boss. It's just the drop system from the boss.
That's your plan. The edicts. Heed my call.
The melee arc with no melee. The ranger arc with no ranging. I mean, there is going to be an actual melee part to the melee arc because my melee stats are too low to use half the abilities I have, so expect actual meleeing to take place. Library opening when? Dude, it's just kind of a lame library to only have 2 different books. Do I transfer books to my main? I'm just leaving them. Like, my main doesn't need money. If my main needed money, I would start drop trading stuff. But I don't think I've drop traded. I might have drop traded a couple things on this account, but not a ton. I did a lot of that on my other account, on stable client, just because I didn't need the GP on it at all for the dupes. But I think on a hardcore, it's kind of cooler to keep all the dupes. So I think I've done that up to this point. Can you drop trade it to my main? Now that is an idea. That I could get behind potentially. Just better for everyone that way. Yeah, Pride Slayer, you should make a video just making up a bunch of complete lies about lore. Because everybody would believe you at this point. We'd all be like, none of us are crazy enough to fact check you. So... Did you keep all the lanterns? Oh, I didn't! That's true, I did drop trade some lanterns. I knew there was something that I drop traded. I kept 3 lanterns and 2 Omni Guards, I believe. But I drop traded 2 Omni Guards and 5 lanterns. Something like that. Yeah, the second I said I don't think I've drop traded on this account, I was like, no, there's something. It's gotta be something that I've drop traded. How is that legal? What, to drop trade? What do you mean? Yeah, so drop trading is just taking an item on an Iron Man account and dropping it over to a main.
This has gone on long enough. It's time you learned.
It's legal because any item that's sourced on an Iron Man is harder to source on an Iron than it would be on a main, so it's not advantageous in any way to get something on an Iron Man, but a lot of Irons pay for their membership that way. They take all their dupes, drop trade them, and then buy bonds. Did anyone else just get kicked from the game? Oh, I hope not. Figured Jagus wouldn't be okay with it. I mean, if you think about it, there shouldn't really be any reason why it wouldn't be good or wouldn't be okay. If irons had different drop rates, then you'd have to get rid of drop trading because it would have to function external to the economy. Ethically sourced, just like the dinos. Hey, they were kind of ethical, kind of.
I who commanded the greatest armies in history. I who laid low Zaros. No! Gillinor will burn! Chaos will reign!
Server not responding? Wait, deadass. Wait. Chat, real or like a couple people? Client keeps crashing. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Oh, God. My client just crashed? Genuinely. My RS completely DC'd. Won't log me in. Sign on failed. I logged them fine. Mine's good. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. Mine happened 5 minutes ago. I'm still... Oh boy. Okay. We'll have to think about that. I might wait a couple minutes. I'm scared. Yeah, hardcore Iron Man without a Ring of Life. It's probably just not good. I mean, try to log into my main. It could also be just a login server. Let me hop worlds, actually. Only happened to CA accounts? Wait, to what? Why are you not wearing a Ring of Life? Because with Disintegrate, it doesn't really work super well. Okay, maybe it's fine. See, it's always tough for this one because it's like I can't just like not PvM anytime anyone has a client crash because or a DC, but at the same time, you don't want to die because that's embarrassing. Hi, pup. How are you? Might be a Steam client thing. Yeah, that's my guess. I think we're okay. Mine crashes now. Are you on Steam or not on Steam? You don't use Steam. Oh boy. It paused you. You were already in the game. Mobile client down too. My game just crashed, won't let me back on. Got in the lobby, instant kick to the login screen. Huh. Okay. I think what I'll do, let's do this, chat. Let's spend like 5 minutes making potions. My game crashed, yeah. We're gonna spend 5 minutes making potions. And see if it happens to me. It's just not worth the risk. Like, it just isn't. Because, like, I'm low on Vuln Bombs anyway. Yeah, that's fine. Like, I wasn't even going to make it to the end of today's stream without having to make some potions, so. Let's just do it now, just in case. Yeah, it's too many people for it to just be trolling. Like, usually when it's trolling, it's like a couple people, but it's like 10 people. It's just not worth the risk. I mean, dude, there's a risk every time you play the game, but, you know. We can spend like 5 minutes making Vuln Bombs, and then hopefully things clear out. And is a World 2 no kick? Logging on my ult just now fine. For that's right. Yeah. It could also be a regional thing, in which case I'm fine. But yeah, I'll play it safe. You're stuck on loading application resources. I mean, we could go to down detector. Here. User reports possible problems at RuneScape. Oh no. Wait, that's where I am. See the yellow? It shows where users submit a problem. The reports are concentrated last 24 hours. Okay. Possible. Okay. Okay, so yeah, it's definitely, people are actually crashing. Self-docs? What, you mean like my rough location? Yeah. I live in Ottawa. So we're dismantling extra artifacts. Better get the chronotes. Depends if you need more chronotes or you need more components. You're back. Yeah, oh my god. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So it seems like there's something. Yeah, it does seem like there's something. Old school Reddit is complaining about server being down too. Actually, that's a good idea. Why don't we look at old schools? Because they're going to have more reports. Yeah, that's a good idea. Old... I can't tell. Okay, yeah, we'll definitely wait a little bit then. What's the iron meta for Chrono? It's just do the highest level arc spot you can, I think. I don't think there's that much kind of nuance to it. But yeah, we'll definitely spend a few minutes though, because like it's clear there are server problems happening. Did I get my last bow piece? Nope. You don't have the herb outfit? I don't have it. Also not like needed. Yeah, we'll go to the fort. It's also possible, like, if there are more issues, what we'll do is we'll just pivot and do some stuff on the main, possibly. See, it'd be a good day to play the double XP locked account, actually, too, but I'm not prepped. I need to figure out what skill to train. Song? Do exclamation point song. It'll tell you. All right, I'm going back to down detector. Yeah, RuneScape reported... User reports indicate possible problems. RuneScape, yeah. So definitely more problems coming. Server connection, 100%. Reported problems map. Yeah, see, it's not a white box. There's certain... This part of the map, bro, maybe down detector's having problems. Huh. Yeah, we'll just keep an eye on it. Yeah, we just need to be careful. Should we do this Rosian one then for Codons? The one you get Inkstaff. Yeah, so basically what you'd want to do, if you're an Iron, I'd pick a spot where you don't need to worry about, where you don't have to worry about material caches. You know what? That's probably what it was. It was the G-Conk change. The elitists were so furious, they actually decided to destroy the RuneScape servers, light them on fire. Yeah, we'll wait a little bit. It's definitely good to play it safe. Yeah. The G-Conk change even affected old school. Yeah. Thank you for still being a content creator for RuneScape 3 community. All has been great in my mental health. I'm so glad to still have the true survivors like yourself and a lot in your community that hasn't given up on RSC and flip-flopped to old school in other games. RSC will survive because of people like you, so keep pushing. Just want to thank you. Oh, thank you, Furies. I appreciate it. Yeah. Inkstaff in its current state is giga useless. Not when they changed G-Conk. He's a creature for real? Okay. Clearly a typo. You know what we could do, actually? Let me see if the Zammy pushing team wants to do 30k. Nobody's on. Unlucky. All right. In that case, we'll just chill for a bit. We'll just prep. But yeah, G-Conk with Ink is really good, by the way. Like, it will be when it comes out. That'll be best in slot, I think. Dude, endgame Magic is going to be so switchy. It's going to be crazy. If they push through all these changes, it's going to be wild. But yeah, anyway. A bit of an L to have to stop Zammying. Like, obviously, that's what I want to be doing today, but at the end of the day, like, we need to make sure we don't lose our hardcore. That would be really, really stupid. Especially if we get the rod bug too. Because there's a bug with the Ring of Death where if you die to the rod bleed, apparently you just lose all of your hardcore lives, and that seems like extra not good. But yeah, anyway. Yeah, that's a significant increase in people having issues as of right now. Wait, and that's just in Canada too. Wait, what about America? What about the States? Oh! Wait, oh my god. Okay. Yeah. Okay. There are 100% problems. 380 reports on this website is like a ton. Okay, yeah, so that's the States. What about UK? UK is fine. Yeah, it seems like North America is in shambles. What about Brazil? Is Brazil actually better? What? I don't know what this means. But there are no problems here. Yeah, dude. Okay, yeah. We can't play the hardcore. We definitely can't play the hardcore right now. So that makes today either a good Mainscape day, a good DXP locked account day, or a good Iron Man day. But like an Iron Man prepping day. Yeah, either way. Get that 120 div? Oh man, that's scary. Am I afraid of a potato server? I am. I've come too far, right? We've done too many Zamorak kills to like lose a life right at the end of our grind. I've got one bow piece left. Like, it's just not worth it. That's okay though. We could do something more riveting than making primal extract though. The other thing too that I actually do and did need to do on this account is I need to take some time to prep things for the boss next week, like overloads and potions and calgs and do farm runs and all that stuff. Is melee still my favorite style? I really enjoy melee, yeah. Why not message a Jmod? Aren't you friends with some? A couple reasons. First off, that's not what Jmods are for. Just for like messaging them whenever there's a problem or inconvenience. Like, if people are DCing, they're reporting that to Jagex. Like, there's what I'm gonna tell a Jmod to fix it, and then they're gonna fix it faster. Is kind of, we could try. We could find out. I just don't think it works like that, unfortunately. Yeah, I know Jmods. I'm friends with some Jmods, but yeah, that doesn't really... Can't log into old school? Okay, that's a good thing. That's a positive. I'm happy for you. Finally! What do I miss? The servers are bad, so I will also change my title too. Just be like, hi, servers are not good. I message Mod Sponge once a day. Can you help me with my ban? Really? Pretty cool, pretty cool. It'd be a good addition to the game if they added a teleport that would trigger if you did not respawn after a certain amount of time. Yes, I would love it. It would be awesome. It would change the game for hardcores. It's a good example of old school system being better for hardcores than RS3s. Yeah, their system is sick. It's so good. Wait, is that a... What weapon is that? That's the Annihilation, right? Yeah, so no, I get that East Coast people are fine. My concern is that that doesn't mean it's gonna necessarily stay fine, right? Yeah, so we're just gonna play it safe. So if I see the teleport on the hardcore because they didn't move the mouse for 3 seconds I trade. I mean, that's a skill issue though. Because they set it up for themselves, right? They set it up specifically for that purpose. Like, you can choose how long before it teleports you. So yeah, that's a skill issue. Mod Sponge is very tall. But, you know, US players are reporting the most issues too. It's just not worth the risk. That's all it is. I'm also not from the States. I'm from Canada. This would be a good time to activate Sponge and do our combat podcast. As Anakin for people looking into it, yeah, it seems like there's an actual problem. Thank you guys for telling me in chat, by the way. That's very helpful. Even if I don't have a DC, it is very, very worth not risking it. So yeah, awesome. RuneScape servers are gone. Azana's a goat. Yeah, Azana's really nice. Yeah, no, I agree that it's probably fine. It's just not worth the risk, man. What do we think about doing ethical calgs? That's really a good thing we could do now. Yeah, why not? Well, actually, first let's do my dailies. Yeah, dailies first. But yeah, seems good. Dude, I feel like people are gonna get the reputation that I'm like this filthy bug abuser because of some of the methods we use for some things. They've been in the game for so long, they're not bugs. They're literally features. But yeah, whatever we do, we should do something where I can have a Ring of Life on at least. I want to purchase 2 ISPs and a switcher. I wish I had that. It would be really cool. I don't have backup power. I don't have any of that stuff. Maybe later in life. It's a feature until you tell Mod Shogun. Yeah, dude, Mod Shogun confirmed hates features. I'm excited for Ink Gkonk. I mean, I have an Inquisitor staff on this account. I don't know. I'm open to it. I don't really care about that in particular. But, you know, it's interesting. Doesn't Shogun work on old school? He's helping them with sailing. It's not a permanent move. My understanding is that they wanted some RuneScape 3 devs, especially those that had worked on player-owned ports, I think, to be a little bit involved. Which, yeah, makes perfect sense to me. Okay, Bo's cooking divvy. Perfect. Yeah, it just seemed good to me. It's like, seemed like a good move to do. Will I max my account? Yeah, here, wait, let me show you my stats on the account while we're doing this kind of stuff. The stats are kind of insane. I'm 2905 total, and it's mostly combat skills that I'm missing. Like, we're in such a good spot on this account. With server issue, why can't I load in and then choose a different world? Well, because it could be it's not related to the world you're playing. It's related to where you are in the world. It's having trouble having people from certain areas in the world to connect to the server, I think. That makes sense, right? Surely. Surely that's how it works. I think the con changes just makes the scare armor more useful over Elite Tectonic. I don't think it makes a difference. I think it'll be good anyway. Maybe that's what I should do. Maybe I should go get my Sliske gear. That's kind of painful, actually, to have to do, but it's all good. There's a place to get herb seeds in the mid-game. Vires, if that counts as mid-game. I don't have a really good way of getting crystal tool seeds that doesn't involve 115 engineering. I spent probably like 12 hours just killing Ayaworth people. It was absolutely terrible to get my Dark Facet of Grace, if that's what you're trying to do. It was truly awful, but, you know, gotta do what you gotta do. No, anyone who's smarter than me know what I should be focused on for DXP for Arc. 112. Did I go for the highest site? On a main account, it's probably training dummies, honestly. Yeah, probably. And then after training dummies, it'd just be the highest level spot you can get to. Like, you do want to aim for logs, but you want to aim for logs kind of in the upper bounds of your level. But yeah, I mean, this kind of works out well anyway, because this gives me a little bit of time to do my dailies, which is all good. Going for Grace, have core for it. Tool Seed, Saren comps are awful. Yeah, so the best way to get the Saren comps, if you have like 20 million coins, just spend 20 mil on crystal bows. And it legitimately works. Just keep buying them and DAing them. Okay, so all that's good. All that's good. Wait, dude, I'm almost out of Snapdragons too. Okay. I guess I'll turn off my aura and do a herb run. Bye, Iris guy. Go and work. Take care. Have fun at work. Until you can do Edemu's tool seeds suck. They really do. Or get lucky and get 2 Bridge of the God procs. Yeah, I just feel like a mid-level iron probably doesn't have that, you know? Like, maybe some mid-level irons are crazy. I mean, to be fair, I do know people that, like, max and unlock everything instantly, but that's still kind of wild. All right. Dude, turning off Maj for Green Fingers kind of hurts my soul a bit, but easily worth it. And we'll go back to Zammy as soon as we're able to. As soon as I'm confident in the servers working. Hey, Handford's good. Maybe Prif Thieving or Prif Slayer Elves. I don't know what the rates are. But yeah, I know I personally did Prif Slayer and it was better. Like off task, just killing the dudes. Good luck. Thanks, Jesper. Tune, yeah, it is a bit of a tune, isn't it? Planning a video on the live stream of the Sanctum of Rebirth. It'll end up on the VOD channel. Like I watched the live stream, but no, I won't be making a video about every little thing. I guess technically I could. It just, I don't know. The way I like to do things, I don't like making videos where I'm just like, oh, Ryan makes a video covering every Jagex communication. I'd rather make videos that either teach people or entertain people, unless it's something really, really big. So kind of unlikely a little bit. Just came out of the game after a 6-month break. Is Necro still way ahead of the other styles? It's way easier, but it's not better. The other styles all got a bunch of juice. Why do I have a farming amulet in the invent? Ooh, you don't know about the tech. All right, are you ready? I'm about to blow your mind. Okay, ready? This is not an amulet of farming. It is, in fact, an amulet of nature, which is an infinite teleport to any farm patch in the game. Insane. Possibly the single greatest piece of farming tech in RuneScape history. Just ridiculous. How long have you streaming for tonight? I am unsure. We'll see what the servers are doing. But ideally, I'd like to be live for, you know, maybe another hour or two. Would be good. That'd be a good objective. Like, if the servers are doing better, I'd definitely like to get another Zamorak hour in. How did I not know about that? I only found out about it 2 weeks ago. I have no idea. No one knows about it. It is secret tech. All the cluers do? Yeah, I'm sure they do. Pup, all the cluers... Yeah, all 8 of you knew about it, and Gate kept it. Dude, everything I knew about cluers, everything I said is true. They had the knowledge, they Gate kept it. Pathetic. I'm telling you guys, wake up, sheeple. The cluers are hiding things from you. They are not to be trusted. Actually, I'm pretty sure the person that told me about it was a cluer. But the point still stands. We're still beefing. Big Clue is watching. Big Clue isn't watching. They're too busy cluing. They're zooming. I still can't believe the Clue high scores and how many Clue scrolls some Cluers have done. Like, the people that have done, like, 30,000 hard Clues, crazy. I can only be bound to 1. No? Yeah, I can be bound to 1, but anyone you want. You need a magic tree root for the amulet. How does anyone find that naturally? Well, you don't. You plant a magic tree. Why do I have it bound to a patch that has a teleport right there? Okay, pup, don't at me, all right? Can't believe they haven't fixed hard crime and high scores. Wait, what's wrong with hard crime and high scores? Huh. Wait, I didn't know there was something wrong with them. Genuinely. Am I just like not a knower? Look at achievements on high scores or clues. RuneScape. Hard Iron Man high scores. Okay. All right, let's see it. Dude, I want to see the boss kills on all these people. Achievements. Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait! You get a random rune score rank when you die. Oh. You know what I do like doing, though? I think it's kind of fun to look at hardcores that have died and figure out what they died to. I always find that really, really interesting. Like, okay. Forecast. Oh, no. Okay, you know they died to a random 11k Finger of Death. Guaranteed. Death by visual clarity. All right, let's keep looking. Okay, everybody else is still alive. Please not also Vorkath. Okay, Raziel. Okay. A duck. Okay, that's probably a meme one. Soulgazer in the wilderness? That's a weird one. Zuck? Okay, Zuck makes sense. If you've not really done the PvMing before. Gorilla Awk. Armored Phantom. Bound Skeleton. Dude, how many hardcores died just trying to train necromancy? That's crazy. That person DC'd? Oh, that's too bad. Moss Golems. Less PvM ones than I would have thought, honestly. Ravenous Ghoul, so that's a disconnect. But also, if you're training at ghouls without a Ring of Life, that's kind of wild, because it's 100% safe with the roll. Zuck. In Ardoom, fighting against Zuck. Okay. Not sure how that works. A lot of them are DCing AF King Slayer. But why don't they have Ring of Life on? Magical Jellyfish. What? Bro, blame the teammates for that, man. You gotta blame your teammates. Fighting against a Black Hand. So that was Death to Ambassador. Okay. Some of these feel legitimate. Like, some of these feel like they're actually deaths. KBD event is a crazy way to die. Zuck. A lot of Zuck, actually. Archglazer makes sense. That's a really dangerous boss for hardcore. Ambi again? KBD will the event as well. PvP, they killed their own account. Okay. QBD, hey, not the only one. Citizen Coliseum to an unknown power. Wait, does Fast Drag show up? Like, if I type... It doesn't show up. Is it because I name changed, maybe? I don't know. Maybe I would have saved some lives. I'd actually put out my guide. True. Wait, what rank is tall and manly? I am rank... Okay, 2,900. No! I'm rank 450. Okay. Wait, I'm actually like... We're pretty goated. Rank 300 in defense, rank 200 in HP, rank 400 in herblore, 300 in slayer, 500 in farming, rank 84 in necromancy. Wait, I'm gonna be top 100. That's not bad. It's not bad at all, actually. Huh. So we do tall, manly, stable, client. Okay, so this is when stable client died, I guess, right? Yeah. Would have to be when stable client died. Huh. And never played necromancy. Fair enough. Anyway. If you'd released the ambi... Yeah, I know, I feel bad. I could have saved some lives, possibly. That's kind of on me. Okay, so Herbrand done. I need to do IAA, but it's kind of boring, so I don't think I'll actually do that now. But I will drop some XP into it. And then I think we'll do some ethical Calgarian demons. How do you get more animals to breed if you have 2 breeding pairs in there with the farmhand? What do you mean? Oh, do you get more? I don't know. I always assumed you did, but I'm not actually sure. Wait, I was meant to be doing the crafter. Yeah, tenor, my bad. High scores don't even load for me. It's like the Sammy high scores. Not the most functional in history. Yeah, so see how I'm maxed out on crafting XP? So I need to like actually do that. Wait, do I get a level out of that? I don't. So I'm level 97. Okay. You can only have 1 breed check per breed tick. Okay, so then it doesn't matter. Cool. Good to know. All right, chat, it's time to get ethical. So the reason I'm okay doing this PvM is because it's PvM that I can do. It's PvM that I can do safely with a Ring of Life, where it's like 100% safe. So that's good. Just gonna make some yaks really quick. I think yaks are Crimson Charms, right? Yeah. It's gonna be best for an Iron Man to get 15 mil GP, definitely. I have made over 3 billion GP just doing Zammy the last 3 weeks. It is the most unbalanced, crazy loot system in the universe. It's kind of insane. I would make 15 bill on an Iron Man. Yeah, I would definitely still be Zammy. All right, let's go. All right, team, it's time to get ethical. Ring of Life is fastened. That's all good. That's all good. Okay, perfect. And then it's just binding contracts. I'll bring all of the ones that I have, but honestly, I probably won't be using all of them, but we'll see. Because I think before the, well, I guess before next week, it doesn't matter, but at some point I want to make like Reavers too, but for now, this will work. What is my wealth evaluator? It is currently 27 bill. And it goes up by like 300, 400 mil every Zammy stream we do. Which is kind of funny. Ever so slightly insane. But yeah, so unlike Zammy, where the Ring of Death doesn't actually tell you out if you disconnect, I can safely do this. So that's kind of the big difference. Why I'm down to do this is just the Ring of Life will actually work. So yeah, this I am down for. Basically what we're doing is, it's a bit of a pivot, but we're getting prepped. Because I don't think I'm comfortable risking the account when people are having server issues. So we may as well just get a head start on like next week's boss. And I was going to do a prep stream anyway for that, but now we might not even have to. Only unbalance if you get kills and not go hours and hours out kills. Yeah, that's fair. That definitely makes a difference. Watch the VOD of your actually SOB stream. A lot of discussion around the proposed 2 HP ability changes. How do you feel about unlocking them for everything but tweaking CD's numbers? And since leaving Sonic 5 before, changing G-Conk to 15 seconds, making the same to G-Fury for melee. That was what I ended up proposing, is basically, I didn't mention tweaking cooldowns, but yeah, that's effectively what I said is, I think you should just unlock it. As for my, like, actual feelings, like, no matter how they do it, they're going to introduce problems. They just need to figure out which way introduces the fewest problems. That's basically what I'm looking at. It's tough. Like, if you make the cooldown of G-Conk 15 seconds, arguably, that's probably better. Like, G-Conk is very overpowered. Without a doubt. So from that standpoint, it's like, okay, that would be good. But on the other hand, are the players going to like it if it feels like a nerf? And the answer to that is probably no. So it's hard. It depends what they're aiming to do, right? Do they want to make the players happy, or do they want to make the game balanced? Or do they want to try to do both? Because if they're trying to do both, just unlock it. But if they're really valuing the balance, then they'd...
I wondered when you would arrive. When you would make your few
do it a different way.
to stop me. You should surrender.
What does ED3 help me prep? I'm doing ethical Calgarian demons. So that I can go demon mode. Same for Magma. I mean, honestly, I didn't even comment on Magma, because Magma doesn't matter nearly as much. Not to be like, nobody cares about Magma, but nobody cares about... Well, not nobody cares about Magma, but Magma, it's less important what they do with it. I don't think there's anything bad that happens if you swap Magma or unlock Magma, but it's not like anyone's going to be like, dude, I can't Magma anymore with my staff, and that was the most foundational... Like, it's just not that good, man. Yeah, the other thing too about magic is they do need magic abilities that you can use often. That's really important. So you'd have to change a lot of things about magic to make that system work, probably. Andrea Pride is not a Magma Tempest, as it's crazy expensive. I don't know. It's always tough when you're looking at the average player, because like any conversation about the average player is going to come out super, super biased, and no one actually knows what the average player looks like or has. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people actually have Magma and maybe don't even have G-Conk. Because for a lot of players, the price doesn't matter at all. It's just a lot of people staff camp. So they would buy Magma and they have money that they've made from things that aren't PvM. Not saying that's necessarily the case, but it's hard to make those statements. Oh, I have a visitor. He's currently biting me. He has been freed. I'm glad they're doing it though. That was something that I said a while ago. Is like, dude, why is G-Conk the crit ability? My idea was just swap G-Conk and G-Sonic. Just make G-Conk the like not even make one work with the other. I was just like, just completely swap them. That's probably even worse, but wait, bro, where's the... Would I start a new hardcore if I die again on the hardcore? I don't know. I think a lot of the time it kind of depends. It depends how I'm feeling. It depends what you guys want to see. I think my answer is like, I'd be open to it, but I definitely wouldn't promise it or expect it. Do a group Ironman with yourself. That feels kind of lonely. I don't think I want to pay for 5 memberships just to ultscape my own hardcore. I'm sure some people are going to do that and enjoy that, but I just don't think that's me, you know? Especially as someone that was just on the record saying that I think that some forms of ultscape should be against the game rules because they mess up entry-level money-making methods and they mess up the economy. I don't think it would be the best look for then me to immediately go and, yeah.
So come mortal and add yourself to my collection.
And I would have a good video of the old Fasoa popping off with audio. I'm sure I have videos and VODs of it. I'm sure I do. You may have 5 to 15 lives in a group hardcore. I doubt they're going to give us 15 lives. That would be kind of insane. That feels over the top. You had a 12-second terror kit with the old Fasoa. I did. There isn't a command of it. It is in the intro card, though. Wasn't like a 5-second terror kit done recently? I think someone did like a crazy terror kit. All right, team. I want to mention before I start doing this, if you are part of the Council of Ethics, I would appreciate if you look away for this part. All right? Now that I've said my piece, let's go. The ethics board, actually the ethics board does know about this one. The ethics board is extremely familiar with this one. They just, they chose to not do anything about it. So here we are. Price check where Azo common drops. G value, Alco's only 2 mil apart, great economy. I mean, that kind of makes sense. The only things that retain their value are alkables because they flood too many drops into the game. Like, I'm not saying it's a good thing, it's not, but it makes sense. Been an old school grind, but watching you play has made me come back to RS3. Woo, welcome back. So, just to explain what I'm doing, by the way, you can kill the Calgarian demons in story mode, and they have almost no life points, and they respawn. And it's not really worth it if you're making 10 or 20 Calgarians, but if you're making 100, it is worth getting to this part in story mode as an easier way to farm Calgs. Does this also drop commendations? I don't think so. No, you don't get loot because it's story mode. So you wouldn't get commendations. I just don't care about commendations. He's screaming done at the end. He is indeed. The other cool thing about this method is, yeah, you get no loot, but you get the Calgs faster. And it's sort of in line with what Elite Dungeons were designed for. Like, they were meant to have Slayer hubs in them, so yeah. Anyway. Yeah, that's something I've been meaning to do for days. I just like hadn't had a moment to, but considering the servers are bad, it's kind of a perfect time. I am still sad about the servers. Like, it does suck not being able to do the thing that I want to do because the game is having a tough time, but it's all good. Also, good luck on the Infernal Star to those who are going. I will not be doing it because you can't bank if you're doing this method. As soon as you bank, the Calgs break and stop respawning. Did they get rid of the Celestial Dragon 82? They did because that was the best Slayer XP in the game. And they didn't really want that. Which is, you know, it's fair-ish. So I'm not the only one having issues logging in. No, it's a lot of people. There were over 350 reports in the United States of server issues about 45 minutes ago. So I immediately stopped killing Zamorak as my life flashed before my eyes. And now we're here. Is a tune. Are you back to Zame today? It depends on the servers. If they don't go out and say, by the way, server issue is better, I'd say it's probably smarter to not, but we'll see. I also, like, I have lots of prep I can do anyway, so... Even though, like, I like to get a Zammy drop every single stream, at the end of the day, maybe this is a better opportunity to do all of our prep and all of our grinds, and then that way, for tomorrow's stream, we're in an even better spot to just get 2 drops. United States server issues. Where is that located on the globe? South of me. Directly south of me. I know all of you know exactly where I live, so that should be good. Your prep stream taught me more about this game. Yeah, the Amulet Nature. Also, I saw the question of, like, who could have been the first person to come up with it or find it? Because it's not in the tooltip or anything. That I have no idea about. You can log in perfectly on a mobile hotspot, but not from Wi-Fi. That is weird. Did you get the bow? I didn't, but I want to be done soon. I really do. Especially because I want to play my double XP locked account. I was interested in anything about what they're thinking with the dual wield effect. Yeah, they actually showed 3 different effects and people got to vote on them. Just read the news post on the RuneScape website. That's the best way to get all of the info. Isn't it nice that I get to direct people to the RuneScape news post instead of directing people to, like, a screenshot on Reddit of something a JMod said in a streamer's Twitch chat? It's nice. We've come a long way, team. It's weird to see you not zamming. Yeah, I know. There are server issues, so I don't want to risk it, unfortunately. I don't know who could have figured it out. It could have been like a magic string and spinning wheel interface. And try to string a bunch of amulets. That's possible, actually. Server? I hardly know her. But over the long run, next time he's amulet, it'll go a long time. Yeah, it's all good. Like, it's not a bad thing to be more prepped. Sometimes I'm just in the zone where I want a PvM, and that was kind of today, but we make the most of it, Teeb. They have the tech to do official news posts? They do. Quite nice, in fact. Could finish your bow with a crossbow piece, except that I'm in story mode, so there is no loot for me here. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I still think, what do you guys think about the difference between 1 and 2 for the 3 options? So one of them is consistently getting a reduction to the wild magic cooldown, and the other one is a chance of instantly resetting the cooldown on it. Because I think at the time I said 1 was better, the consistent one, but thinking more on it, I don't know. Maybe it would be fun to wild magic twice in a row back to back. I just think there's so many random things you have to pay attention to play this game that, to me, adding more stuff that one would have to pay attention to is just worse. Like, I think if the game was better from that standpoint, I think I would prefer 1. But because the game isn't better with regard to that, and there's so much visual bloat, I think that's why I prefer 2. Definitely 1? Okay, I think a lot of people are in the same boat then. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, that is what I said too. Kind of lame reasoning, NGL. Kill someone literally everyone in chat disagrees with him. It is the children who are out of touch. I don't know. I mean, I don't think it's lame reasoning. I think it goes against what their design objectives are. Like, they spent the whole stream talking about what they want for combat, and a big part of it is effects that are fun to use and also don't contribute to some of the difficulties that make it harder to get into combat. So, to me, like, the logic is sound. Even if you don't like that the logic is sound, like, I don't either. I wish the game wasn't like this, but it is. You don't want to border on the idea of like, okay, then why not just invest time and fix all these problems in the game and then make it the other one? Because it's just like, that isn't reality. I also think, yeah, that's fair. Like, in speed killing communities too, not that I'm part of any of those communities, but the idea of having to reset for RNG, but I guess it doesn't really matter because there's already so much RNG and everything else that that wouldn't really make anything worse there. For a choice between 1 and 2 for playthrough reasons, be something that isn't applied to an item, but it's kind of a toggle. Ooh, I don't know about toggle escape. I would much rather they pick 1 than add a choice. I'd rather they make a decision on if they want it consistent or not. Because they both work in very different ways as well. Like, even though 1 is 25% chance, but it's a 25% chance or a consistent 25% reduction. And like, the way those play are completely different. I don't think I want to toggle. Hey, Shredder, thank you for the Prime sub. Not really that complicated. Usability, cooldown lowers. Well, the other one is more complicated though, Kilsa. Yeah, that's the one we're saying we like. The one that we don't like is you use ability, it instantly comes off cooldown, and then you can instantly use it again. That's the one that we don't like. Yeah, I think we're agreeing with you that the simple one is better. The one where it instantly comes off, people aren't going to notice because they're so busy looking at everything else. Are there any auras worth of archaeology? There are not any archaeology auras. Is there an update on the server status? No, sometimes they don't give updates, but what we do is we just go to down detector and just look at the graph and see if there are still issues coming in or if there aren't. Resourceful? Does that work for Arc? Oh, then there is a useful Arc aura. Pog. I think resourceful preserves caches for a little longer. I actually didn't know that. That's really useful to know. Also, do you guys think it's bad that I'm making Calgs? I think Calgs are fine. Like, I think it's probable that I end up needing Calgs for stuff. I was just trying to think, like, should I be killing Rippers? Should I be... But Calgs are just so much more efficient from a time standpoint. I feel like I'm always going to Calg. Using it right now for cash farming, nice. 10% chance to not deplete resources in woodcutting or excavating. Or mining sandstone, apparently. Interesting. Hasn't the corruption idea potentially helps the problem of overriding bleeds in groups? It does, but only as a chance. So, like, I think the idea for bleeds in groups is, like, just don't use them at all, because it's going to be worse. So, you're never going to get a chance for it to proc if you're not using bleeds at all. But yeah, of all of the effects, I think most people, not to like speak for you guys obviously, but at the time when I asked in chat, it seemed like most people liked the third option the most, and I certainly did too. Provided they can also clean up how bleeds work. If they don't clean up how bleeds work, then it's kind of doomed. Yeah, I think there was a lot of support for 3. Even when I looked in the RuneScape Discord, which is where people are putting their feedback, there was a ton of support for 3. I use much other than Hellhounds on my Iron because it's not good to upkeep the others. Yeah. I guess my thing is, like, I don't want to intentionally make... The idea of a Hellhound making every boss kill 30 seconds slower, but then when you, like, extrapolate that to an 800 kill grind, it's like, wait... I basically had to grind for an extra 7 hours because I was on a Hellhound. That's basically the reason I use a Calg. It's definitely the most efficient from an upkeep standpoint. Because basically 3 or 4, it's probably 4 binding contracts gets you a full hour of PvMing. Whereas for Rippers, it's a lot more than that. It's Munchday was interested in hearing new ideas. I think he said he was open to it. Yeah, I think they were pretty clear that it's like, it doesn't have to be one of these three. Yeah. Why, have you been cooking? If you've got cooking you'd like to share with the class, we can do that. Don't care about the passive, I just want the spec to be good. I'm surprised they're adding a spec, because traditionally, duels, I don't know. That is something I didn't really get a chance to talk about it, but I think the precedent of every new weapon having a passive and a spec is gonna make designing good stuff hard. But, you know, I suppose we'll see what happens. Wait, you can kill story mode Calgs for summoning pouches. Correct, you can. You won't get any other loot, but it's pretty nice for getting a lot of Calgs in a little time. Mod Ryan said the thing about legendary weapons building around them. I love that he specifically didn't mention the Zuck sword. I think it was like an accidental omission, but because like Zuck sword is one of the ones that he like Zuck was his boss. But yeah, Zuck sword. I haven't equipped the Zuck sword in 600 years. Okay, here's what I want to know though. Which JMod has been playing Fortnite? Because their death system is basically a Fortnite reboot van. And then he started talking about legendary weapons. I was like, wait a second. I don't believe it. You can equip the Zuck sword? Apparently. I have a physical Zuck sword. I haven't even perked it up yet. Not used it once. Why is it only used in EOF? Because it's a bleed-based effect. And right now, if you release any bleed with the Masterwork Spear of Annihilation, it just lasts 50% longer. So basically, it goes from being okay as a Zuck spec by itself with the sword to really, really, really strong released with the Masterwork Spear. The only way to release a Zuck spec with a Masterwork Spear is to put it in an amulet. What they should have done, in my opinion, respectfully, is they should have just made it not work with the Masterwork Spear. And then they should have made the extended length the regular length. That was the solution. Maybe they'll do that at some point. Like, maybe that's how they save the Zuck sword, but... I just think something that has kind of befallen RuneScape in a pretty negative way in the past too. There have been so many unique design philosophies from different devs, and there hasn't been an internal, like, okay, as a collective, we need to do this. And because of that, you have gear and upgrades and side grades that all kind of work against each other in a way that I think is pretty, or can be pretty bad. Even if Spear didn't work, you'd just spec with the Scourge. Okay, but what if it had a passive where any ability you use with the Scourge equipped can extend the bleed by 1? All of a sudden, there's a use case for Scourge specking and then leaving the Scourge on. Full invent? Yeah, I can't fix that, unfortunately. I'm killing them too fast. I have to wait for spec back. I guess I can start dropping stuff, but yeah, no, we've been too cracked, too ethical, too demonic. More switches. Well, it's not really. Kind of be less switches, no? It'd either be less or the same amount of switches, depending on how you look at it. Because it would be an incentive to camp it. Which I think would be, like, it would be an extra switch, but it would be a switch that you leave on for an extended period, which I don't think people have a big issue with that. I think people have issue with the switches that you put on for one ability, which is currently what it is. You put on your Spear and your EZK for one ability, use them both, and then switch off to something else. So I think it makes it better, but I don't know. Run back to the chest? Wait, is that allowed? I mean, to be fair, if I do this and the method breaks, it's fine, but I'll try it. I missed the Zami part. Are you 3 of 3? I'm not 3 of 3. What happened is there are a bunch of server issues going on right now, so I couldn't safely do the Zami. Did they announce EZK changes? No, we're just talking about EZK in general. If I'm wrong, you can ban me for 24 hours. Okay, I'm not going to ban you for being wrong. That would be a bit mean. Is Zami down? No, Zami isn't down. The servers are down in some spots. I was just a little apprehensive because I'd rather not lose my hardcore. All right, let's see if they respawn. A mod on the RuneScape Discord said they're aware of the server issues and working on it. Yeah, exactly. So basically, as a hardcore Ironman, this would be the world's worst time to step in. Hey, look, they're back. Yeah, I just knew that, I know if you teleport out, they stop respawning. Yeah, that's great. Switching G-Sonic and G-Conk around is cool. Big fan. Yeah, I was a big fan of that too. I completely agree. It just makes too much sense to not do it. And it basically has no impact for endgame players who already have a staff and a one orb with them anyway. But it's a perfect example of bringing down the skill floor, which is what they've said they wanted to do. Yeah, really, really nice change. Really good thinking. Big fan. Inkstaff G-Conk with Xang is going to be fun. Oh man, it's going to go so hard. Because with the enchantment, what tier is the Inkstaff? It's pretty high, right? And like, the other thing too, not lost in all this, but like, magic does need more juice. And this gives magic more juice. I think it's above tier 105. I wanted to say I thought it was tier 109. I thought it was 109. In which case, yeah, that's going to go insanely hard. Like, magic is going to have the juice that it lost. Yeah, I thought it was 109, but it's also possible where it's one that it, like, depends. If it depends on, like, what you're fighting and the armor rating and all that stuff, then it depends. Meanwhile, Team All on Hexpo. Dude, Hexpo is so tragic. Hexpo will never be a thing. It's a little sad, honestly. Hexpo is completely dead. Although, to be fair, Inkstaff could be dead too, if these new tier 95s have a really good passive. Team All needs some love. I just think we almost have too many weapons where it's hard to find a use for all of them. But I definitely think, like, conceptually, thematically, I'd be cool with the Team All being really good at the spots it works. It's hard to do that. I also think if you make them way buffed up, a meta where the best weapon at every spot is the Team All Hexpo whatever, like, I don't actually like that, because that almost feels limiting. Because if it's like a really, really strong Team All meta, then you're going to feel like you have to use melee there. And I think I've liked the direction change where it's like, yeah, you can kind of use whatever style you want to kill whatever you want. Oh, this is going to be a tune. Greetings, nerd. Why are you back here? There are server issues, so we kind of did a pivot into Prepscape. Because I don't want to lose my hardcore today. Thank you very much. I'm good. I've been through enough. So we've made 170 Calgs, I think. Something like that. I think adding unique passives to every high tier weapon would be good. I'm not against it. I think my one concern is, like, it's just spooky. Because what will likely happen, or is most likely to happen, I think, is that one will just be better than everything else, and then it just doesn't matter. Like, making them play different is hard to do, I guess. Because they don't have that many different buttons they can press to change what something feels like to play with. The other thing, too, is sometimes they release things that are objectively bad. And when they do that, it kind of irks me a bit because they're trying to teach people the game and make it more intuitive while also releasing things that are always worse than other things in every instance. So it's a little bit, it's a little bit concerning or can be a little bit bad at times. Meta where Team All is not meta, but casual player that's not sweating, passive Team All is better. Yeah, that's winnable to do. It's just, I don't know. I think it's hard to make style camp weapons that are worse than all the switches, but better than having some of the switches and leaving them on. It'd kind of be like saying, like, making Inquisitor's staff, a staff you get from skilling, by the way, better than Fasoa camp. It's just like, it's kind of hard to do because of the effect of the Fasoa. You could also make it a Slayer weapon. Yeah, there are lots of different things they could do. I haven't found a suggestion where I'm like, yes, do that. I love that. Like, okay, here's an idea. Terraformal. It's the dinosaur weapon. You could give it like a crazy buff to Meteor Strike to make Meteor Strike less bad. I don't know. This is why I'm not a developer. And they could do a thematic thing there, but then the worry is you're just creating another Switch. How many Calgs did I just make? 153 were juiced. Am I not maxed? Nope. New-ish account. Still think you're adding more Switchscape. Yeah, once again, like, it's hard. That's kind of the exact point I'm making, is it's hard to make something relevant without it becoming another Switch. That's sort of the point I think I'm trying to make. Is like, it's such a fine balance. I also think, and maybe this is a little more out there of an idea, but I think it isn't a bad thing to create another Switch for an endgame player. So as an example, the proposal of unlocking G-Conk adds another Switch to endgame players. Presumptively. because Fasoa probably becomes an EOF switch, but you still want a 4-tick, so you're using the Inquisitor staff. Okay? Hypothetically, that adds a switch. But while adding another switch for the endgame players, it also lowers the skill floor a ton, which makes less experienced people not feel like they need to switch. So in that sense, it's actually good. Like, it's the right kind of switchscape. Where you're boosting style camping by 20%, and you're boosting switching by 2%. Or whatever. So you're actually closing the gap, even though you're adding another switch. So, yeah. I think that's a good way to do it. It's like a net positive. It feels kind of bad. The thing that killed the dinosaurs IRL gets a buff in-game from the weapon made out of them. I don't know. That's kind of metal to me. More weapons with a bonus against specific monster types. Yeah, so the thing about that that's interesting is, like, that's something old school has done really well. They're called, like, side grades, right? They're not releasing power creep, but they're releasing a weapon that is the best at these 5 bosses because of monster-specific weaknesses. The reason it doesn't work in RuneScape 3 is because monsters don't have specific weaknesses. They just don't. Even if it says it's weak to fire, that doesn't mean it takes more damage from fire. It's really bad, respectfully. You tell a new player that weak to fire doesn't mean it takes more damage from fire, and they're gonna go, what the hell does it mean then? But that is the truth. Some of the crush weakness does not take more damage from crush attacks. So until they change that, there's no way to do side grades. In old school, it's only an accuracy boost. Yeah, but accuracy in old school is damage. They effectively have a binary hit or miss damage potential system. So the weakness, it directly impacts your DPM. In RuneScape 3, it doesn't. It doesn't matter, because you're always 100, basically. Bravo says, I'd never put my Ice Tide Fasoa in an EOF. Yeah, just do a regular one. They're changing that in old school next month, so no more zeros. Oh, really? That's kind of fun. There are also a lot of weird weaknesses, like Ice Strikes being weak to melee, but getting the most accuracy from fire spells. That is weird, yeah. To me, that would be something that I would look to rework. If I was like John Jagex and I was looking at the future of combat, I would make some changes to monster-specific weaknesses, for sure. It'll have a min damage. See, that I like, yeah. I also don't think it really matters. Like, I'm not going to tell old school people what I think is good or not good because they actually play the game and I don't, but it's a first roll to see if it hits or misses. And the second roll is a 0 to max hit, but it's going to be 1 minus max hit. Okay. Kriara is weak to Pterosaur Maul, even though you can't hit him with the Pterosaur Maul. Okay, that's funny. That I like. Huge fan of that. Even side grades are kind of bad old school. Well, it's just, okay, like the big foundational question / problem that old school and RuneScape are running into, this is effectively the crux of the issue, is how do we make content, new content, whatever, without power creeping? You could either do what RuneScape 3 does, which is say, screw the balance of the game, let's just do power creep. Or you could do what old school is doing, where you can make something that's best in slot in one spot. So a side grade. Those are kind of like the two well-known ways of doing it. And they both come with drawbacks and trade-offs, right? You have to pick one. You can't not do either, unless you wanted to say, okay, we're not adding new content. What's the benefit of EOF and Fasoa if it's one item switch? Is there benefit over swapping? Yeah, so with these new proposed changes, one of the things they talked about is charging, which means the new dual wields will only get their effect once it's been on for 9 seconds. So if it comes out like that, what ends up happening is you want a Fasoa without taking off your dual wields. Amulet. What are our thoughts on the Sanctum? Okay, the Sanctum looks so good. It honestly looks insane. Here, actually, I'll pull this up. This we've seen before. They added more images. This we've seen before. So first thing they said is this image is the Sanctum itself is a large area. And then the Sanctum of Rebirth combat encounter is a part of that area. So that's the first thing. This is what the tier 95s look like. They look really, really cool. I like the part where it says high quality wood as well. That's essential. Not regular wood. Also gold plated. Dude, we love some gold plating. And then Devour Energy. And the dyed ones also look very insane. It kind of looks like an eye. It reminds me of, what's the Pale Man from, what's the movie? Pan's Labyrinth. I'm not going to show that on screen because it's really gross, but there's a dude that has hands with eyes on his hands. Can I show this in a way that isn't gross? Not really. He's kind of gross. Okay, it's like... Oh, Jesus. Okay. It's like this. It's like way grosser than that in the actual movie. But to me, it kind of looks like that because there's the eye and then the shadow part is like the hand. But anyway, they look really, really cool dyed. They're not going to be dyed on launch, but I think my favorite ones... I think a lot of people are going to like Shadow and Blood. I like the Third Age one as well. Basically, all the ones I'll never be able to afford. But yeah, anyway, kind of cool. And then yeah, they talked about the different effects on the dual wields. We already went over this. I'm not gonna do it twice because once was very fun. But yeah, this was the stuff I wanted to talk about that I was really a big fan of. Cool. So, first off, what they wanted to showcase about this arena is instead of putting circles in a square game, they're trying to put more squares so you can tell what tile you're standing on without like tile markers or anything. You can just tell. And I think that's a really good direction to take. I'm tired of them adding circular mechanics into a square game. So I thought this was really cool. So like all of these are individual, like you can see the squares without seeing the squares, right? Great. Love that. I think that's genius. I think they need to do more of that. Cool. Next one. Something they're going to be doing with the mechanics in the Sanctum of Rebirth is they're going to be telegraphing mechanics in a way that's way, way better. So basically, imagine this moving dot. Imagine the orange area is like Araxor's cleave where it's actually going to hit. And then the red is the action actually happening. So the red is Araxor's actual cleave, right? What they're going to be doing is instead of just the cleave happening and hitting in that area, as soon as the animation starts, the entire area is going to light up as well that it hits, so that it's really easy to tell what it affects and how to dodge it. So if you're doing a positional mechanic, the second it starts, you already know where it's going. So you can immediately choose to dive outside of the range. So yeah, I really like that. I wish they could add that to every other boss in the game, because I think it's awesome. Like adding it to Araxor and Virago for like maybe the melee swipes or whatever else. I think it'd be cool. But yeah, anyway, I just want to say that's really, really smart and I like it. The next one is they're showing the paint of the arena, which is kind of crazy, by the way. I can't slow it down, by the way. It only moves at this pace, but it's kind of insane. Like, the art team is nuts, right? To take this and then turn it into that. But I do wonder if these are two different bosses. I think there's going to be one there and one back there, possibly. But yeah, kind of cool. And then this is going to be one of the bosses. He's a pretty chonky dude. Definitely got some rhinoceros kind of vibes going, which is, you know, That's aight. And then this was one that they didn't actually show on the stream, but I quite like the way it showcases the floor and how you can kind of tell what tile you're standing on without a tile marker, because it's all squares. Wait, are those soul obelisks? Oh no. Wait a second. I don't know about that. I refuse. We can't be having that. Servers are back up. Wait, what did they say? Did they say something? Oh no, they just said that you're back. Okay, why don't I check down detector? Here, I'll check now. I was like, wait, I can go to Zammy? Wait. We love Zamarok. Let's take a look. Okay, it's definitely not looking any better. No, it's not. It's just not. Let's look at the states. That's unlucky. That's unfortunate. Yeah. And it's server, it's not login, it's server connection. Okay, yeah. I don't think it's saved. I don't think it's saved. Yeah, no, not worth the risk. Too bad. Yeah, because sometimes what'll happen is it'll look like this and then it'll instantly flatline again. And that means that it's all good. But yeah, no, we are definitely not in the all good zone. That's okay though. Also for closure, congrats on the bow top. I'm happy for you. I'm also absolutely furious, but I'm happy for you. But yeah, sorry. I was just doing this so that I can actually start storing XP because I was maxed out and that's not good. But yeah, we're good. We can leave here. Okay. Oh wait, I've got to drop all these, don't I? I do. Drop that. Drop that. Congrats on the blowpipe fins. They don't help me at all, but you know, we'll take it. Okay, what else on the prep side of things would be worth it for me to do? Vuln bombs, divine chargers are boring. I will do that on my own time for sure. I need to train range, but that's also kind of boring. Playing for a bit was really laggy. I didn't DC. PvMing with lag is a bad idea. Yeah, no, it's just not worth the risk on a hardcore. What kind of rework do you think would make the EZK fun? I just think they should untie it to... First off, untie it to the Masterwork Spear. That'd be thing one I would do. I'm not even sure what else I would do after that, honestly. There are so many different avenues they could take that would all be fine. It's just... They gotta pick one and do it. You know what I do need to do? I do need to do clues as well, because my EOF is about to break. And, I don't have any alchemical hydrix dust. So, technically, I need 50 fortunates. Do I actually want to do that? Probably not, but I'd be down for a little bit anyway. Is it still a thing where you override the blowpipe? It is, yeah. Blowpipe override is actually still good. Funnily enough. But it's also like, it's not like you get more damage. It's just the hit timing changes based on the cosmetics. So there are points where it could be good and points where it could not matter. And points it could be bad. But yeah, anyway. Yeah, it's just not worth the risk. Also, what are you guys doing during DXP? Anyone doing anything fun? I've just been grinding divination. It's my favorite wood type. Ooh, that's a good question. Give me a nice pine. 2 animal rune crafting, nice. Loving farming, arc, PvM, Zammy, nice. Would it be bad to introduce an alternate source of fortunate components? I think cluers would be unhappy, but I think people that don't like clues and don't like feeling like they have to do clues would probably be pretty happy. Here's the thing. Fortune components work perfectly for mains. Because if you hate clues, you buy the fortunes that a clue are farmed. It's for irons. It's one of those things where it's like, well, this sucks. Farming takes so long. What? That's one of the fastest skills in the game. I don't believe it. But yeah, considering I need 50 forts, I'm down to send a little bit. You abandon the ritual? What? Hello? You try and farm scavenging for components? You don't get fortunates from scavenging, do you? Maybe you do? I didn't think you did. Oh, you can. Oh, it's just unlikely. Okay. I mean, getting 50 would be insane, but, you know. You just have to be fortunate. Very curious. Wait, can rare relics give fortunate components? Wait. No way. The ability tracker, it's exclamation point tracker in chat. Wait, if you can actually, oh man. Are you sure? I don't see fortunate. Yeah, it can't. They can't get fortunate components. Yeah, that's too bad. Unlucky. Because I was going to say, I have like 500 of them, and I would literally disassemble all of them. Omid is an underrated streamer. Fun to watch. I cannot believe we're calling one of the most decorated, greatest streamers in RuneScape history underrated. Just a good streamer, honestly. Tell me I have a clue preset. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. That's unfortunate. Wait. I don't have any easy clues. Wait, do I not? Wait. Oh wait, I'm actually saved. Holy. I was about to say, if I've got to do like elites, I'm gonna cry. Okay, we're safe. We're safe. We're safe. Yeah, Omid's a great streamer. I'm a huge fan of Omid. Omid's great. Elite clues, best clues. I would not be caught dead doing elite clues. Myself, Sammy, I am, but the servers are having a difficulty. I have a lot of clues rolls. 225 elites. I'm never going to do them. You can downgrade clues. I know, but whenever I do, people get angry at me. So I try to not do it too much. Boom, 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 boom. And then it's... Why don't I have an amulet of... like a compacted one? I've got a ring of dueling and a traveler's necklace. Okay. And then... Grace of the Elves. Legends Cape, and then it's just the ring, right? The, wait. Chat, what are the clue pants called? Why not join the push team? Wait, are they? Wait. Wait, that would be perfect, actually. Wait, that would be so much better. Yeah, I would much prefer that. By like a long shot. One, two, three, four. I think we're 5. But I will join. All right, you know what? If it lets me log in. Let's do that. Because that's way more fun. I do not like streaming clues. So this would be 32,000% plus Zamorak. Is there an alt 1 alert for necromancy rituals? Yeah, there is. I think there is. Are they on French servers? I'm gonna check Diane's stream. I am guessing they're on French servers. Chat, you all speak French, right? Like everybody does? As long as everybody speaks French, we're fine. They're in French servers. All right, team. Allez-vous? Allez-y, mes amis. Bernie, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. English, français. What? Did that work? I think I did it wrong. Let's check. I kind of panicked. You have like 2 seconds to do it. I know extremely little French. Don't worry. I'll translate. Oh yeah, we're in French. Je suis un chien? No, you're not. You saved us from a clue stream. You literally did. You literally saved us. No, because like I'm down to do clues. Like I don't mind, but it's way less fun than doing Zammy. I'd much rather do 32,000% Enraged Zamorak. It's so much more fun. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Do that. Really going into hard mode where I've got to do all my prep in French, but it's fine. I think I can do it. The only thing I don't know is Extreme Prayer, but it is Potion de Dévot Extrême. All right, well. The only problem with French is I don't have a French keyboard. So anything with an accent in it, and I'm kind of doomed by default. But anyway. All right, let's go. Why do you range instead of melee? Isn't range better? It doesn't really matter. Like, they both will let you one-shot P7. Range is a little better, but it's, like, better in a way that isn't necessary. I think melee is more fun, and also I learned it via melee. I just happened to learn the boss in melee, so... Nice! Is Zamorak easier in French? The servers are better in French language. So usually what you're doing, when you're PvMing with a bunch of people that all live in different countries, it is better to just use French language servers. Are we croissant crushing? Just about. Yeah, sorry for the really random stream today, by the way, guys. We've done like so many different things. I do apologize. I know you guys like to focus on one thing. It just doesn't really work out quite as well when the game disagrees with us. Yeah, people still do this with the German servers. It's German or French. It just depends on what's got the lowest pop. What's enrage in French? It is... Wait, that's bugged. It says my enrage is 327. Well, No, that's my PR. Just kidding. Just kidding. That's my PR. Wait, I don't want my PR. I want my enrage. All right, they're on P5, so they're almost done their kill. Perfect. Check Telos, maybe. Yeah, bro, if I can find Telos. Oh, it's literally just Telos. Taux de rage. Oh, it's just rage. Forehead. Hey, I'm trying my best out here. Bano, sweet. I am going to hate myself if I get a bow piece, though. Like, if I get the bow piece I need on my hardcore, I'm going to hate myself, but I can't really play on my hardcore right now. So, you know, gotta do what you gotta do. Put those on, put those on. Wait, does Zammy speak French? Wait, there's no way, right? No, surely Zammy doesn't speak French. That would be so funny. Find reading French much harder than speaking it, for sure. Really? I am way better at reading it than speaking it. Zammy goes, oui, oui. Le monde va brûler. Oh, no. That's this world will burn. Can't wait to find out what eat my corn is in French. Fair. Me too, me too. Zamarok be like, croissant, croissant. Now we're good. Everything's fine. But yeah, no. I do really like Zammy pushing. It's quite fun. I don't do it that often, but I do enjoy it. So happy to be there. Let's get her done. Good hour in. They are mid hour, so they're just as soon as their kill ends, or they all die. If Zammy was French, he would just surrender. Whoa. Okay. Guy's a French hater. His evil laugh is just hon hon hon. That would be really funny. Oh no. I can't believe this, dude. This guy's flaming. So I guess it would be rage like that, yeah. There. J'ai vaincu Zamorak en groupe 721 fois. Le taux de rage maximal que j'ai atteint est de 32 000. Pog. The French flag is just white? Oh no. Hey Oscar, like, what's good? Thank you for the 3 months. I appreciate it. Feel the rage of a god in French. I wish I knew. Wait, did Sparkles die? Wait. Did you perish? Oh no. Selling Baguette of the Last Guardian? So did you perish? She goes, oui. Je mourir. That's funny. So, the way that, the French word for wand is baguette, by the way. So, like, wand of the appraisal in French is baguette d'appraisal. Not a joke. So, yeah, thanks, French. So I already have my baguette on. Did I stream the Discord chat of the new Elite Dungeon? It was in today's VOD. Yeah, it's literally a pretzel baguette. Wait, did you make the bot French? Do you like baguettes? Oui, j'aime les baguettes. J'aime les manger avec du fromage, de la charcuterie, Et un peu de beurre. Feels dank, man. Mika, turn the bot back to English. I can't believe this. Wait, did they get the kill or did they perish? Surely they got the kill. Surely. All right, let's go. Oh, that's such a good song. Okay, no, Mika. Okay, thematically not a good song though for what we're doing. Okay, this will keep. All right. I'm just sad that I don't think Zammy is gonna be French. Thought I was tripping. Thought I changed my Twitch settings to French. I was so lost. No, I'm so sorry. We threw the kill so we could invite Ryan. Oh! Perfect! Alright, team. Let's get it, dude. Do you know what they call me in French? Squid, I genuinely don't want to know. Whatever you think you're about to say, no matter what language it is in, there will be repercussions.
You made it, but this is as far as you go.
Alright, let's get it, team.
This world will
Wait, he's not even French! Dude, I want him to be French so bad. I wanted that so bad. That was an actual need.
step into the dark. Meet your death. Feel the rage of a god.
Wait, we didn't phase it. Oh god. C'est quoi ça? How did we not phase it? Uh-oh.
Heed my call.
With the death swiftness. Die alive, reclaiming his DS from before. Vous n'utilisez pas votre grimoire? Oh, it's on, it's on, it's on. Look. Regarde. Madame Apocalypse. It's on, it's on, it's on.
That's your plan. The edicts.
How do you say skill issue in French?
You're already dead. This world will burn.
Okay, Woods, I know what that means, and that's not skill issue.
Step into the dark. Meet your death.
Il y a un problème de compétence. Correct. That good work. All right. Oh, we're actually fine for damage. Good. But yeah, please, if you have any feedback about the stream, just make sure it's in French, please. Just so that I can understand it. Returning player from old school having trouble locating a Conjurer's Raising Amulet. Anyone have one for sale? The GE doesn't seem to. I'm so sorry. Usually when that happens, it just means that the GE price hasn't updated. I don't know how I said it, Ryan. He was under a prism. Oops.
Chaos unfettered. Heed my call.
Dude, I thought the witch was gonna snipe me. I don't have life points right now. I don't know what's going on, man. It's not good though.
You actually think that this will work, don't you? Then Guthix's old tricks will stop me again. So
Oh no!
to meet your end.
Wait, I got this. You say, désolé. All right, again. Any clips of you going crazy for a drop? Well, you need to get a drop to go crazy for a drop. Of late, that hasn't really happened, but you know. Okay, we can have this for sure. No idea what's happening. Why the boss only hitting 2Ks? Talk about the technical details during the kill. Yeah, absolutely. So anytime we're taking auto attacks from Zammy, I've got a Spirit Shield on for 30% damage reduction. I've got full Crypt Bloom on for 20% reduction. And then I'm also stacking Reflect and Debilitate and Anticipate. That all give me 50, 50, and 10% damage reduction respectively. So basically, every single auto attack at the boss is like over 30,000 damage. But just every auto attack that everyone on the team takes, they are individually reducing it to the point that it's palatable. And then there's also just really good intercepting and stuff. Using Anti for the damage reduction. Yeah.
You made it, but this is as far as you go. This world will burn!
Apparently I'm losing PID to the pets. That's weird. So that means that the pets are showing up over top of me. Actually, team, you know what it is? It's probably because the pets are doing more damage. No! We did too much damage. What? This is a teleport. We did too much damage. Pain. It's good, Zammy. Pushing music. I agree. Be done with the kill before the song ends. I mean, what if we get the kill? It's 12 minutes. I also find it easier to get into the zone too when all right, let's see if it worked. I hope it works. Yeah, so the idea is if I'm not a purple dot, it's hard to intercept me. Yeah, we're good. Can you just chill the rest of the time in Infernus? No, because you need to deal damage to the boss. So you're doing Devotion Intercepts, and you're doing, like, Barricade is used, Immortality is used. It's kind of, it's fairly complicated. There's a lot that goes into it, but a lot of it is good too. Like, you'll have someone on the team use a defensive and then intercept.
You made it, but this is as far as you go.
So early on during red HP, as an example, I am going to be intercepted for the next 20 seconds. So they are tick perfect intercepting the entire team. And then as soon as it wears off, we deal with the melee ourselves by Spirit Shield flicking if you want to. And then there's going to be another intercept after it. Like that. And then after this one, I'm going to be on my own.
Step into the dark. Meet your death. Feel the rage of a god!
Also, very weird that that didn't phase. We seem to be very inconsistent. Unfortunately, that's okay.
Heed my call!
There we go. Oh yeah, the team is different today. We've got Sparkles and Bugs Bunny.
That's your plan. The edicts.
So here there's one auto attack that we're gonna get.
You're already
Okay,
dead.
you're already dead. That's perfect. And then there's gonna be another intercept here for the first auto. Other thing we do is if you use Disruption Shield, what will happen is it won't activate until the next auto attack hits you. So it's a really good failsafe. So if the Scepter doesn't intercept properly, you don't die. Say right now I'm Spirit Shield, Debilitate, and that was loud.
Step into the dark.
I'm all of the defensives.
Meet your death. Feel the rage of a god!
Cool. They should have made some French and German voice lines for Zammy. I'm sure the cost of doing that is probably very high, but I would love to hear Zamarok speaking in French. It would be so funny. We need to be careful to not do too much damage here. Ah, we're okay.
Chaos unfettered! Heed my call!
And then the melee switch for the witch is just to burst. It's technically better to use range, but melee does fine. As long as you get a chance to build your gen back up, which I'm not really doing a good job of, to be honest. But we'll be okay. Yeah, that's good.
This will work, don't you? Then Gathix's old tricks will stop me again.
Oh, he lives! See, there I rezzed because I wasn't sure if I was getting intercepted or not.
This world will
And if the sept hadn't come through, I would have just died. We're fine.
step into the dark. Meet your
There you go. We're good.
feel the rage
Kind of spooky. Écoutez mon appel. Every time. Isn't that just a direct listen to my call? Dude, yeah, they're in a conga line. It's beautiful. This is the dream. Okay, so yeah, we're out of P3, which means we're heading into like the... It's the easier part of the fight if our damage is good, and the harder part of the fight if our damage isn't good. But yeah, we've got a little more damage to first, though. Wait, is that another intercept? I did not realize it was another sept. Okay.
chaos unfettered. Heed my call.
Yeah, that was probably one more auto than you want, but it's not bad. It's okay. It's winnable. Just actively voice him for us. I don't think I'd be able to pay attention to the fight enough to do it. I wish I could, though. If I had the skill level to do it, I'd be so down.
This is no longer amusing. Mortals should not play with power meant for gods. I will tear you asunder.
I am not critting at all. What is going on? My grim isn't on! Oh my god.
Feel the rage
I suck.
of God. You're already dead.
I actually suck. How did I not notice?
Chaos unfettered. Heed my call.
We're fine. Turned it on just in time, baby. We turn on the jets. Actually throwing it. It's like, wow, that P1 wasn't very good, man. I wonder why. Not kill the Path of Riches? You don't have to kill the healer, because the healer doesn't actually do anything. The healer is kind of a lie.
This has gone on long enough. It's time you learned your place, vermin.
Oh, this is better. I'm being bit by a cat. Bro, I need you to not right now. I'm sorry.
Tear you asunder. Feel the rage of a god. You're already dead. This world will burn! Heed my call!
Great phasing, actually. Beautiful. Whew! That hit me almost all my life points through barricade, by the way. I was literally cated. Everyone's doing well though. New 32K mechanic. Cat. The real.
Dare defy me. I who commanded the greatest armies in history. I who laid low Zaros.
Careful.
I will tear you asunder.
We signed someone. Unlucky. It's okay. Yeah, so as long as you get it out of red HP here, it's pretty safe. You just kind of need to be careful.
Feel the rage of a god. You're already dead.
So like here, this is where I'm gonna go defensive camping.
This world will burn. No.
Nice.
Killing
Good
will
work.
burn. Chaos will reign. You think you've won. It will never be over. Not until you lie broken.
Hi, Rainy. How's it going? So what I'm doing right now is I'm just spamming claws to get primordial A stacks, as many as I can. It's like stressful. Now we're chill. Perfect. Nicely done. Good work, team. And melting time. Whew, good. Not me. No, not me. No, it's two of us. Wait, is that a bow piece? Not me. Please not me. Please not me. Oh, thank God. Okay, I'm okay with that. If I got the bow piece that I need on my hardcore, on my main, I would cry. I literally would have cried. All right, we'll take a double drop, though. Nicely done. À la banque. Oh my God, I would have cried. Am I on the high scores now? I was on the high scores before this, too. We did 32K yesterday. But yeah, we actually made big money. It's a double drop. Oh, sick. A reçu une chemise de dévastation dans un butin. He's too short to reach the image? What? I'm just so glad that wasn't a bow. I would have cried. Good kill, though. Hey, Minork, what's good? How are you? Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, lately we've kind of been cooking. Oh, unique splits? Yeah, we split everything. I think sometimes people don't care about the little splits because there's like literally worthless. Like, I don't personally care if people split or not. The only thing I'd care about a split on is a bow piece, but whenever I get a drop, I assume it splits. But sometimes if someone else gets a book, it's like, dude, I don't care. It's okay. You can keep it. Keep the change. All right, my Grim is actually on this time, so don't worry. What is going on? I don't know what's going on. It's fine. Fixed it. Yeah, hi Rainy, how are you? It's good to see you. I hope you've been winning. I know you've been a little busier. Yeah, we did a couple really good kills yesterday. We're back today. Like, dude, this guy's a pusher. He's pushing his luck is what he's pushing. Good, good. What about you? Yeah, I'm pretty good. Wow, it's almost like the kill where I bring my Grimoire, it actually phased correctly. That's weird. What a strange coincidence. Impressed that we're doing these in Rage with no comms. I think some people might be on comms, but yeah, I don't... Like, they're not needed when everyone knows exactly what the role is. Like, I used to really need comms because I just didn't push enough to, like, know where to stand or what people are doing. But yeah, no one's in comms. Also language barriers when everyone on the team is French, obviously.
That's your plan. The edicts. You're already dead.
It's so funny, the one auto where the Sept runs out, seeing people get hit for like an 8k, it's like, oh, that's not very fun, is it? I feel like someone might be about to die. Because I feel like I got intercepted more than I usually am there, and I'm scared. But it'll be fine, maybe.
Step into the dark.
Oh my god. Nice.
Feel the rage of a god.
Did I get log on the Iron? No, we had to stop playing the Iron because there are RuneScape server issues right now, and I don't want to risk disconnecting. So we're going to have to go back in the future, unfortunately. So today was a bit of a random stream. We just did a bunch of random stuff. RS game you don't need much comms for. It kind of depends what you're doing. Like, if I'm teaching, I definitely need comms. And if people are teaching, I think not having comms sucks. Like, when the learner keeps making a mistake, but you're also not telling the learner what to do, it's kind of like, this seems kind of dumb, but...
Chaos unfettered. Heed my call.
Man, I thought the witch wasn't on me for a second, and I was so happy.
This will work, don't you? That Gathix's old tricks will stop me again. This world will burn!
Oh no. Did someone get executed? Are we okay? We're okay? Oh boy. That's what the sign of life is for. Holy, that scared me. It's always funny, like, putting on a spirit shield and a defender, putting on a spirit shield using reflect and then still taking a 7k. It's like, wait, I'm doing the math here. I'm reducing the damage by 90% and it's hitting a 7k. Oh man, we have damage to do here. Oh shit. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna try something I don't usually do. I might die, but we'll see. So I'll find out.
Chaos unfettered. Heed my call.
Okay. Whew. Okay, so I think it was good. Ah! What the? That wasn't fair. I signed to nothing. Wait. That felt a little unfair. Brodus activated the ghost power. Yeah, I thought that was supposed to come out of the Sanctum of Rebirth.
This is no longer amusing. Mortals should not play with power meant for gods.
Yeah, that was an unwanted result. That's for sure, dude.
I will tear you asunder.
He's not doing an auto. Yeah, no, I know. it swapped from mage to range once I was in Infernus. So the last auto that I didn't get to see was the opposite style. Bit rude.
Feel the rage.
But yeah, no, I know what it was. I know it was a range auto.
Chaos unfettered. Heed my call.
I'm disrupting here. I'm scared. Oh! We're fine. Why did I escape? What am I doing? Help! All right, perfect. Yeah, the witch is weird with 5 because if I actually do anything that resembles a proper rotation, I'm gonna come out and have no adren.
This has gone on long enough. It's time you learned your place, vermin.
So when Diane says CD there, what she's doing is she's setting up an elaborate D's nut stroke. No.
Will tear you asunder.
What she's saying is she's saying that she needs the backup Devoer to Devo because hers is on cooldown. If you were wondering how that works. So basically there's a Devoer and then there's a backup Devoer and then there's a backup Devoer. So 3 people have devotion abilities.
Feel the rage of a god. You're already dead.
Oh, brother.
As it
Oh, we lost one?
will burn.
I'm dead. Wait. I'm not overloaded. We're not getting this. Shit. We don't have this. There's no way.
Will tear you asunder.
Okay. So we're gonna do this in a 4-man. We're gonna try to 4-man it.
Heed my call. Feel the rage of a god.
Did they survive? They did. Nice. Maybe they got enhanced voter proc. I don't know. Yeah, so now that we're down by a person, I can actually do more of a rotation here. I'm also in a bad position because I didn't want to surge because I wanted to break the intercept as soon as possible. So yeah, doing this as a 4-man, I don't really know how it works. I'm gonna be honest, but we'll figure it out, I guess.
Dare defy me? I who commanded the greatest armies in history. I who laid low Zaros. You're already dead.
We need to get it out of red ASAP. We just need to get it out of red. Come on.
This world will burn.
Oh, I just cated and I'm getting accepted. See, this is the one thing that I'm never sure about. I'm just gonna play it safe.
Step into the dark.
Infernus, okay.
Your death.
Okay. Yeah, I just don't know exactly how this works with 4.
Feel the rage of a god.
Okay, it was okay in case I had it on cooldown. Oh, okay, yeah. I just wasn't sure, yeah. I'm just playing it safe. I just don't want to die. I signed earlier too. I'd rather make it to P7 so at least I can suicide and get damage first. Okay, so after 2 means there's a Devo coming after 2. So... Oh, there, yeah.
You're already dead.
I think there's another Devo here, I think, but I could be wrong. Yeah, there is. Cool. Oh, shit!
Has exhaled.
Oh, no! Wait.
This world will burn.
That was less good. Where do they go? I think what happened is it looked like there was not Mage Prey on. It looked like that. Or there was someone on top of me and they weren't accepted, but I was, so then both people died. I'm not... Hey, buddy. Oh, okay. I think it was dying, Ryan. It's okay, it happens. Yeah, sorry about that. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to, D. Okay. Wait, what's their aura time? How's stream going? It's going well. All right, well, I've got aura time for one more kill. Let's get it. And then I've got to do splits. All right. What am I signing? Because it was in a bad spot. Okay, cool. All right, well, we go again. What language is this? This is French. Yeah, you play on the foreign language servers because a lot of the time the ping is actually better. All right, let's go. Yeah, it's always hard doing the hardest pad with -1 person. It can kind of compound pretty quickly. Oh, reset. Oop. Not sure why we're resetting, but it's fine. I'm happy about money, though. Okay. Buddy. He's trying to kill me. Help. All right. He wants to be on the pushing team? Bro, he saw me declaw spec on P7 and was like, wait, I could do that. You know what's gonna be bad on P6 when my penance powder wears off, but it'll be fine. It won't matter. You can guzzle. I've learned this in life, honestly. You can guzzle your way out of a lot of difficult situations. You know?
You made it, but this is as far as you go.
All right, we're good. Yeah, that's the one thing about 5s is just the intercepts are a lot harder. Because instead of having to sept 2 people or 3 people, the person septing has to sept 4 people. So that can make it a lot more difficult. Like, the fact that there have been this few kind of mess ups with seps is, like, pretty shocking, honestly. Like, they're kind of killing it.
Step into the dark. Meet your death. Feel the rage.
Wait, are we really not getting this? Unlucky. Oh, we are. Nice. That demon might be too far gone, though. Too bad. Yeah, so all the demons are turning back except for this one. And then after that, we can all get on the witch. I mean, the sorcière canalisatrice? That's a crazy word, bro. It's my first time seeing that word, that's for sure.
That's your plan. The edicts. You're already dead. This world will burn!
If you were to ask last week which person would be leveling up weapons in Shattered Worlds, which one would be doing 30k Zammy, I would not have guessed that Ryan was doing the Zammy and Luca was doing Shattered Worlds. I don't know. I personally would have picked the one person that's on the pushing team. I think it makes more sense that the person on the pushing team is doing pushing. I'm just putting it out there. Classic Luca and his invention streams. Hello? Thank you.
Chaos unfettered! Heed my call!
go. There we go. Melee just is so fun to use, man. Like, all the abilities are just so satisfying, and they look so cool. Not to be that guy, but melee is so cool.
You actually think that this will work, don't you? That Gathix's old tricks will stop me again? This world will burn!
Oh, there was an extra intercept there because it was still red HP. Means we're not great on damage, but maybe we'll be okay. Oh. Oh, this is a bad intercept for whoever's doing it. Concern.
Feel the rage of a god!
It's actually really clutch. Dude, Diane's intercepts are just pretty ridiculous, to be honest. Oh, I'm Facade, but I'm not in Sun. Oh, that's bad.
Chaos on! Heed my call!
We're fine. It's actually the right amount of autos somehow. It's tough because if you stun there, but you've got no defensives, then you just die. So I'd rather do less damage and be alive than just die. Look at this storm. Oh, is there a storm right now? Cool. Have a good rest of your stream. Take it easy. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Yeah, that is the one thing about the Zami pushing is sometimes I can't read chat quite the way I usually would.
This is no longer amusing. Mortals should not play with power meant for gods.
So this is gonna wear off, this intercept.
I will tear you
Is what I would
asunder.
have said if I knew how this boss worked. Just kidding. It's perfect. Dude, tier 95 Wand Orb is gonna go really hard here.
Feel the rage of a god! You're already
I don't have Animate Dead on. Oops.
chaos unfettered. Heed my call.
There we go. Let's get it. I personally sent the storm to Ottawa. Oh, great. Thank you. Dude, this server is messing with the internet on one side, the storm on the other side. I am shocked I'm even still here at this point, man.
This has gone on long enough. It's time you learned your place, vermin.
So yeah, this is one that will likely wear out. Oh no, we lost dive. That's too bad. And then there were 4.
Feel the rage of a god. You already dead.
No. Are you kidding me? I might be dead here, honestly. We'll see.
This world will burn as expected.
Oh no. Did Sparkles die trying to save me? Oh boy. Oh, poor Sparkles. Oh no. Oh no, that wasn't a mort. That's okay.
I will tear you asunder.
Oh my god. Jesus.
Heed my call. Feel the rage of a god.
I survived? Okay, this does need to be said. I am not horribly confident about our ability to get this in a trio, but we'll see what happens, man. It's all good. Oh my god, I'm perma-stunned, bro.
Dare defy me.
Oh no!
The greatest armies in this
Wait!
I who laid low
Why was this? Why did I spawn there? I couldn't debilitate. The sword pathed me into a chaos trap. Oh my god. Wait, what was Vestment top in Quebecois? I got it. I'm rich. Money was made. Honestly, you could do worse, man. No, not duel. Sparkles, no. Wait, I don't have runes. She's putting on prayers. Nah, I'm banking. I'm banking. Hey. This is toxic! Sparkles! Leave me alone! Please, get there! Okay, can I give you money now? Sit! I hate it here. I knew she was a PvPer. How much of a bribe is needed to swap to 3-year badge with a 2.5-year badge? Not like a huge bribe. Man. What was the drop? We got a bow piece and a vestment piece on the same kill. So we all made like 250 mil from that one singular kill we got. Yeah. I need to get more comfortable with the 4-mans and the trios. I just like stop doing damage and start surviving, and then that messes things up even more. But yeah. All right, team. Can I get an overworking in chat? I think it's time to call you for today's stream. Before I go, thank you all so much for tuning in. I appreciate it. I had a lot of fun. Let's go find someone in the RuneScape directory to raid over to. But yeah, thank you all so much for tuning in. I had a blast. Of course, apologies for not being able to do Zammy on the hardcore today. Just a little dangerous when there are server issues. But I hope you guys had fun either way. And tomorrow's stream should be, you know, a little more normal, expected, classic. Bro, why does this person's stream say may contain sexual themes instead of a thumbnail? That's crazy. I don't know. I've never seen that before. All right. I'll send you guys over to Luca. Take care, guys. I'll see you soon.